ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished guests, and if I may say, many old friends. Welcome to the 40th joint meeting between the Australia-Korea Business Council and the Korea-Australia Business Council. Annyeong haseyo. Sydney Air, O Shingo, Hwang Yong Hamnida. Before I begin, I'd like to notify our Korean delegation that the session is being interpreted simultaneously. Please put on the headsets if you wish to listen to the interpretation. On behalf of all our speakers today, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal of the Aurora Nation, the traditional custodians of this land, and pay my respects to the elders, past, present, and, given the world we live in, the future. As you know, yesterday was a catastrophe in New South Wales. I would also like to acknowledge our New South Wales emergency services personnel, our firefighters, volunteers, the people who have lost homes. 50 homes were lost yesterday. Luckily, no lives were lost, and 500,000 hectares was burnt out. The native animals destruction is considerable, and that means the koalas and the mid-north coast. So you're here at a very difficult time for people of New South Wales. Today we will be using the hashtag AKBC, AKBC 2019. Please join in on social media and tag us with this hashtag. If you'd like to sign into the Four Seasons Wi-Fi, the password is AKBC. My name is Georgina Carnegie. I'm a member of the board of the Australia-Korea Business Council. I'm also a member of the executive board of the Australia-Korea Foundation, the grant-giving body of the Australian government that encourages people-to-people relations between our two nations. And we always encourage people to apply the grant round, which comes up in early 2020. Please see me if you wish to learn more about that. I'm delighted to be your MC this morning. Mr. Ong, DepSec General of the Federation of Korean Industries and an old friend of mine, will be your MC for the afternoon. After an extremely moving and delightful celebration at the welcome dinner last night at the Museum of Contemporary Art, I look forward to continuing to celebrate our 40th anniversary of the two councils' joint meeting throughout today's meeting. We're celebrating the pivotal role that the Australia-Korea Business Council and the Korea-Australia Business Councils have played in advancing the bilateral ties over the past 40 years. Since 1979, when the business councils were established, we've come a long way. Trade has flourished from 80 million US to now just over 30 billion US. And as you know, the free trade agreement is about to celebrate its 5th year. So that has been a real encouragement to the bilateral trade. Today, I encourage you to think about ways we can enhance our relationship. Our theme, celebrating 40 years, charting a new course in the bilateral relationship, is both celebrating but also challenges each and every one of you to think of fresh and new ways we can work together to enhance our bilateral cooperation. And when I say each and every one of you, we will be asking you to fill something out later on. So start thinking of ways in which we can assist the bilateral relationship. This joint meeting is the most effective platform to do this and to have challenging conversations. The joint meeting is about celebrating and showcasing some of the achievements in the Australia-Korea collaboration, but also inspiring our delegates to think more creatively about the future of our relationship. It's also about networking, facilitating people-to-people linkages and enhancing our friendships and partnerships, and also having some of the tough discussions when things don't work out so well. The program for this year's joint meeting has included the following activities. The third Future Leaders Forum, where 12 future leaders discuss the future of the Australia-Korea relationship and their role in charting this new course in the bilateral relationship. New South Wales Business Opportunity Showcase, when we heard from the New South Wales representatives about its vision for the future and the considerable investment opportunities in infrastructure and other opportunities in New South Wales. The welcome dinner, which I've mentioned earlier, where we officially welcome the Korean delegation. The VIP hydrogen breakfast with an intimate group who are focused on harnessing the hydrogen opportunity, and no doubt Dr. Finkel will talk more about that. A Korean delegation breakfast and the joint meeting. Following this opening session, today's joint meeting will showcase three key areas of growth in our bilateral relationship: the future of energy, new industry growth engines, and the evolving opportunities in our traditional industries. In between each session, we'll break for morning tea, lunch, and afternoon. To conclude, we will be holding a closing cocktail reception, which will be held on level 2 from approximately 5:30 till 6:30. And I really would like to see our Korean delegation spend time meeting the Australian delegation and talking to each and every one of us and introducing the Australians to people they think might be able to help within the Korean delegation. And now I would like to it's my honour to introduce the Honourable Simon Crean to provide us with some opening remarks. As you know, Simon's had an illustrious career. His father was a Deputy Prime Minister. He's worked at the apex of the ACTU. He's been a minister in numerous portfolios, and we're very honoured to have him.
Thank you very much, Georgina. And I'd first also like to pay my respects to the elders past and present and emerging of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. They were the ones that gave the welcome to ceremony last night, and it was a fantastic occasion and event for that. I'd also like to wish all those struggling under the fires that are raging north of us and the firefighters all the very best, and to just make the personal point here that Mark Vaile, the previous chair of this role, is unable to be with us today because he comes from Taree, and it's at one of the many epicentres of the problems that are besetting them. So our thoughts are not just with him and understanding why he can't be with us, but of the many people who are going to be impacted. On behalf of the Australia-Korea Business Council, I want to welcome you again today. I did it last night, but this is the 40th meeting. Particularly, I want to welcome Their Excellencies Ambassador Moon from the Korea, the Ambassador in Australia to Korea, and James Tway, the Australian Ambassador to Korea. I also want to acknowledge that Mark Colton, the Minister, will be with us later. His plane has been delayed from Canberra, but he is still going to join us. Also, John Woo Choi, the Chairman of the Korea-Australia Business Council, the Chairman also of POSCO, and the delegation that he leads. In addition to Alan Finkel, the Chief Scientist, and of course the president of H2 Korea, the Hydrogen Korea operation. We've just had a wonderful meeting over breakfast this morning. We celebrate the 40th anniversary today, and the discussion which Georgina has outlined, I'm sure, is going to be a very rich one. We want it to be that, and a lot of effort has gone into both sides ensuring and focusing on the composition and contributions that people have made. We meet in this hotel, which is significant because it's owned by the Mirai Asset Global Investments Group, one of the leading financial services firms in the world. It's headquartered in South Korea, but it has a large investment in Australia across real estate, infrastructure, as well as a larger funder of Australian businesses across many sectors. And we thank Mirai Asset for hosting us and the support they've given this event. We do meet at a very interesting and challenging time in the world. Several tensions globally are impacting on both of our nations, some more so in the case of Korea. The growing sentiment of protectionism is a worrying sign. Trade agreements, nevertheless, have been evolving away from the bilateral agreements to broader regional partnerships, as recently evidenced by the signing of the RCEP agreement, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This is an agreement of 17 nations, including Korea and Australia, and importantly, it is doing what the WTO in the Doha round couldn't do. It's doing it because those who have got the commitment to the rules-based system, to the concept of multilateralism, to comprehensiveness in our trade agreements, those that believe in that are persisting despite the ones that are holding things back. And I think it's an interesting development, something of a lesson, I think, for where the WTO might head in the future. But despite the challenges and the changing landscape, we remain and today reinforce our commitment to strengthening our relationship with Korea, a country that shares our values of democracy, that rules-based international order, the economic liberalisation, but we also share the vision for a prosperous and secure Indo-Pacific region. Today isn't just the 40th anniversary of our relationship, it's also the 5th year of the development of KAFTA. KAFTA, the Korean-Australia Free Trade Agreement, has given us a pathway to diversify our trade and investment relationships. Our trade relationship was once largely dominated by the resources sector, but over recent years it has diversified to include agri-food and all of the supply chains associated with it, education, health and wellness, the biotech space, financial services and infrastructure. As a consequence of KAFTA, bilateral trade has grown by 15.5% since its implementation. It is a demonstration of performance against promise, not only in terms of value and size, but in the diversification, because we've broadened the parameters on which the relationships can develop. The future is exciting, and I had the opportunity to see these opportunities going forward on my recent visit to Korea. What I think is one of the most exciting areas for development is the space around hydrogen. The Korean government is investing significantly in hydrogen, announcing their green car industry strategy and the hydrogen economy roadmap. All Australian states and territories have the potential to contribute to the hydrogen industry, and Australia can become a leading hydrogen supplier. We're delighted to welcome today our two keynote speakers in the first session, Dr. Alan Finkel, and as Australia's Chief Scientist, and Jado Moon, the Chair of H2 Korea. Alan I have known over a number of years, but the significant thing about Alan, as you will hear today, is that he was once a sceptic in terms of hydrogen. He's now become its most famous champion in this country. It goes to show when you're exposed to the potential, the great openings that can be developed. He's visiting Korea next month, and we look forward to building into that program out of today's discussion and going forward over the coming months the opportunity to take this further. Jado Moon, I met in Seoul recently. His appointment was made following a visit to this country by the H2 Korea group of delegates, and that too has been a significant development. Beyond those commitments, we also have the recent signing of the MOU, a government-to-government framework, which we hope will be enhanced by the future development here of a strategy for Korea. So that government-to-government level exists, and we shouldn't ignore it, but it's at the B2B level, the business-to-business level, that we want active discussion around diversification and scale in this space. Today we can build on it, and we should. The one take we got from the breakfast this morning is that Australia is in the capacity to supply the needs in this area. What's needed is strong demand. In this room, we have the potential to have that demand factor. That's what we've got to work towards. And for any that have the doubt, just look in terms of where the LNG industry was more than 40 years ago and where it is today, with Australia's dominance in that space and its reliability, but it took the commitment of the business partners to make the jump, to commit to it and go forward by creating the demand from which the investment followed. So in the two strong proponents here today, we do look for important commitment from the businesses in the room. But in addition to that, we've seen significant other diversifications in the aviation industry. Jetstar is now direct flights between the Gold Coast and Seoul, and Asiana Airlines will be trialling direct flights between Melbourne and Seoul from December through February. Already the first of those flights is over 80% subscribed, so that's good news too. Hanwha Defence has been shortlisted to provide the Australian Defence Force with world-class infantry fighting vehicles, a contract which is worth $15 billion. Two Korean firms in GS and ENC and Samsung C&T are part of two consortiums that have been shortlisted for Victoria's North East Link project. North East Link, Victoria's largest road project, valued between $7 to $9 billion. And they're just some of the major opportunities on our doorstep. As we commence today's proceedings, I would like to say a sincere thank you to all of the sponsors who have made today possible. The New South Wales Government, Deakin University, Macquarie Capital, Ernst & Young, IFM Investors, the ACO, Australian Agricultural Company, Alkane Resources, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Pilbara Metals, Mirai Asset, Trade and Investment Queensland, and Minter Ellison. That is a grouping of companies that have done Australia proud. We look forward to the partnerships they can continue to forge for the future. The foundations are there. Let's build upon them. I welcome you to the conference, declare it open, and thank you.
I would now like to introduce Chairman Choi to provide us with some opening remarks, and we're delighted to welcome you to Australia.
반갑습니다. 한호 경제협력위원회 위원장 최정입니다. 먼저 40번째 한호 호한 경제협력위원회 합동회의를 축하해 주시기 위해 자리를 함께 해주신 마크 콜턴 호주 무역관광투자부 차관님, 알란 핑켈 연방수석과학자님, 이백순 호주 한국대사님, 제임스 최 주한 호주 대사님 모두 진심으로 감사드립니다. 아울러 양국 경제관계 발전과 협력을 위해 현장에서 노력하고 계시는 한국과 호주 기업인 여러분 모두 만나서 반갑습니다. 한국과 호주는 거리는 멀지만 인연은 매우 깊습니다. 약 70년 전 한국 전쟁 당시 17,000여 명의 호주 젊은이들이 한국과 함께 자유를 위해 싸웠고, 호주 병사들이 흘린 소중한 피는 한국 민주주의의 씨앗이 되었습니다. 한국은 지금까지도 그 고마움을 잊지 않고 있습니다. 또한 70년대 말 시작된 자원부국 호주와의 경제협력은 현재 한국 경제 번영의 밑거름이 되었습니다. 한국에는 10년이면 강산도 변한다는 속담이 있는데, 강산이 4번이나 변할 동안 한국과 호주는 양국 경제는 발목할 만한 발전을 이뤘습니다. 40년 전 2,000달러에 못 미쳤던 한국의 1인당 국민 소득은 작년에 3만 달러를 돌파했습니다. 한국은 철강, 반도체 강국으로 변모하며 세계 6위의 수출 대국으로 도약했습니다. 그 사이 호주 역시 자원 대국에서 스타트업 천국으로 변신했습니다. 자동차 공장이 떠난 자리에서 첨단 산업단지를 세우며 혁신 경제의 선진국으로 부상하고 있습니다. 양국의 경제 교류 또한 시간을 더해가며 깊어졌습니다. 한국산 자동차는 지금까지 300만 호주인들의 발이 되었고, 호주산 와규 수입량은 60배 이상 늘며 한국 식당의 단골 손님이 되었습니다. 제가 현재 경영을 책임지고 있는 포스코 역시 호주의 철강석이 없었다면 세계에서 가장 경쟁력 있는 철강사의 자리를 10년간이나 지키기 어려웠을 것입니다. 양국 경제인 여러분, 기업 환경과 경제의 위상이 달라진 만큼 한국과 호주의 경제 관계도 한 단계 업그레이드 되어야 한다고 봅니다. 한호주 경제협력의 새로운 동력을 마련하기 위해 오늘 회의에서는 크게 2가지 분야의 새로운 아젠다를 다룰 계획입니다. 첫 번째는 미래 에너지입니다. 특히 오늘은 수소에 대해 중점적으로 논의하려 합니다. 먼저 작년 12월 호주 정부는 강요회의를 통해 국가 수소 전략 수립 및 도입에 합의하고 2030 호주 수소산업 비전을 통해 풍부한 재생에너지 자원을 바탕으로 수소 수출국으로 도약을 추진하고 있습니다. 한국 정부도 올해 1월 수소경제 활성화 로드맵을 수립하고 2040 수소차와 연료전지 세계시장 점유율 1위 달성을 목표로 국가 추진 체계를 하나하나 정비해 나가고 있습니다. 한국은 안정적인 수소 공급원을, 호주는 수소 소비자를 발굴해야 하는 것이 관건인 만큼 오늘은 탄소 시대를 넘어 수소 시대도 양국이 둘도 없는 자원 에너지 파트너로 자리매김하기 위한 협력 방안을 논의하고자 합니다. 두 번째는 바이오와 헬스케어입니다. 바이오는 한국의 대표적인 미래 성장 동력입니다. 한국은 바이오 의약품 생산 능력 세계 2위, 글로벌 바이오 시밀러 세계시장 점유율 65%를 기록하며 K-팝, K-뷰티에 이어 K-바이오의 붐을 노리고 있습니다. 반면 호주는 바이오 산업의 새로운 산실입니다. 임상실험 R&D에 대해 40%가 넘는 세제 혜택을 제공하고 규제를 간소화해 세계 어느 곳보다 바이오 산업 육성에 우호적인 환경을 조성하고 있습니다. 또한 양국 모두 고령화에 직면한 만큼 향후 의료 수요가 크게 늘어날 전망입니다. 바이오 및 헬스케어 산업을 새로운 성장 동력으로 육성하기 위해 다양한 아이디어가 개진되길 바랍니다. 지난 2년간 이어진 미국과 중국의 무역 갈등, 선진국과 개도국의 구분 없는 자국 우선주의와 보물주의로 글로벌 교역이 계속 위축되고 있습니다. 21세기를 변동성, 불확실성, 그리고 복잡성과 모호성이 가득한 비우카 시대라 부를 만큼 경영 환경도 매우 불투명합니다. 하지만 양국 경제계가 지금처럼 내일을 위한 노력을 이어간다면 어떤 파고도 함께 넘을 수 있을 것이라 생각합니다. 오늘 이 회의가 진취적이고 혁신적인 논의를 통해 다음 40년을 위한 모멘텀을 마련하는 계기가 되길 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
Wasn't that a wonderful speech? Yes, we do need an upgrade and a new engine for bilateral cooperation, and the chairman's set the pathway for us. Now we get the opportunity to hear the first of our keynote addresses. We're absolutely delighted to welcome here this morning Dr. Alan Finkel, Australia's Chief Scientist.
Thank you, Georgina, and really I appreciate the opening remarks by Simon Crean, Chair number 1, and John Woodchoy, Chair number 2, and I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Moon this morning at breakfast, and it was a pleasure to engage. As Simon Crean said, my thoughts are also with the traditional owners of the land in New South Wales, and indeed all owners of the land in New South Wales as they go through these very traumatic fires, and I can only think about what this portends for the future. It's a very, very serious climatic event that we're going through. I also want to apologise that I do have to leave before the end of the session. I have to be back in Canberra for the meeting, And I have to comment on what I think is the best ratio of screen size to room size that I've ever seen. So it's really a delight to be using such technology and having the opportunity to speak to you. And I want to talk about the opportunities for hydrogen as part of our transition to a ultimately zero emissions economy and the potential partnerships between Australia and Korea. And as you've already heard and as you well know, we've had partnerships between our two countries underpinned in recent years by the Free Trade Agreement, but as I just learned this morning, it's a partnership that's been active for 40 years and growing continuously right through. So if you look at some of the key energy trade between us, Australia is the largest supplier of coal to Korea. It's a very significant amount that we ship to you, 33% of all your coal imports, and we're a very significant supplier of liquefied natural gas to Korea, 18% of your LNG imports. And these two commodities underpin an essential energy trade between us. But other than diamonds, nothing is forever. And all agreements evolve, all trades evolve, all needs evolve. So let's talk about where energy is likely to go. So this pie chart here is from 2013, but the fundamentals are absolutely unchanged. If you look at the sources of emission of greenhouse gases, it's dominated by emissions from the energy sector. 72% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the energy sector. So it's the sweet spot. It's possibly the best place for us to invest in order to get a return on investment. And the residual areas of emissions contributions are going to be hard. I mean, solving the emissions from agriculture, I actually don't know how we're going to do that. I'm sure we will. The obvious way is for everybody to become a vegan, but it's unlikely. But we are in a position to envisage a way forward when it comes to this big piece of the pie chart. The 72% is being emitted through energy utilisation. Now we can do it, and we're going to have to electrify our primary energy sources. And there are numerous opportunities. Of course, nuclear is one and hydroelectricity is one. But where people are investing the most and have the most optimism for massive growth, because it's an unlimited resource, is the contribution that solar and wind electricity can make. But electricity in the form of electrons, as versatile as it is not always what we need. Sometimes we need a high-density transportable fuel, the equivalent of petrol. And if we want to keep our planet looking as beautiful in the future as it does today, we need that high-density transportable fuel to operate without any carbon dioxide emissions, either during its production or during its utilisation. What could that be? I ask you all in this audience. You guessed it. It could be hydrogen. Hydrogen is the fuel that is likely to deliver to the end user 15% of the demand. Now, in order to do that, the electricity that will represent the other 85% will be used to make that hydrogen. So we will be making electricity at around about 115 to 120% of our end user demand, because we need quite a lot of electricity. There are losses in the pathway. We need quite a lot of electricity to make that 15%, to make the hydrogen that will deliver 15% of end user demand. Quick chemistry lesson, but I think most of you would know this. Where do you get renewable hydrogen from? You start with solar electricity, you start with wind electricity. You need quite a lot of water. You put them into a magic mixer called an electrolysis unit, and what you get out is hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen, of course, we just release it to the atmosphere. There is nothing wrong with releasing oxygen to the atmosphere. In fact, I would put it to you, it's a good thing. The hydrogen is the product that we want, so we bottle the hydrogen metaphorically. In other words, the hydrogen goes into pipes, it goes into trucks, it goes into ships, it goes into the economy. But of course, there is a second way of producing clean hydrogen, and that's a fossil fuel pathway with a caveat. It has to be carbon free. So the simplest chemistry is to look at methane. On the left there I've got CH4. That's natural gas. Methane is the component at least at the 90% level of natural gas. CH4. Under a special process called steam methane reforming, you combine the CH4, the methane, with water. I used to call water water, now I call it H2O. So you combine the methane with H2O and you get two products. But this time the second product is not oxygen, it's carbon dioxide. So you get lots of hydrogen because the methane is actually contributing hydrogen as well as the water contributing hydrogen. But you get lots of carbon dioxide that you don't want. You have to store that carbon dioxide. And I'm not talking about storing it at the 50% level, which is about all that's ever been done around the world to date. We're talking about storing it at the 95% level, which is challenging but possible in order to have the hydrogen that is produced that way be legitimately referred to as clean hydrogen. And then again, the hydrogen we bottle because that's what we want. Now, we're not talking about taking a bottle of water once a day and turning it into hydrogen. We're talking about taking an Olympic swimming pool every second and turning it into hydrogen. So the challenges are huge. To make lots and lots of hydrogen, you need lots and lots of, if you're going the fossil fuel pathway, lots of coal, lots of natural gas, and sites for doing carbon capture and storage. There is opportunities to utilise some of the carbon dioxide, but the volumes we're talking about, it's most likely to be, if this pathway is followed, it's most likely to be carbon capture and storage. If you're going to a renewable pathway, you need lots of solar, lots of wind electricity, lots of land. It's not enough just to have high radiation per square kilometre, you've got to have lots of square kilometres. And you need, really, for all of those pathways, you need a considerable volume of water. And I'll put it to you that in Australia, as it happens, we have lots of solar, lots of wind, lots of land, lots of natural gas, lots of coal, many sites for doing carbon capture and sequestration. We do have a lot of water. The trouble is that it's unevenly distributed and there are going to be significant challenges, not getting the solar and the wind that we need, but significant challenges getting access to the water that we need. But there are solutions in hand. Some sites will be there and available without community concerns, but in other sites we'll be using wastewater, because wastewater can be purified, deionised, and it's actually quite cost effective to use desalination, where the desalination is also driven by solar and wind electricity. It adds a modest, a manageable component to the cost of hydrogen, even in a future scenario where hydrogen prices have been pushed down to a level that they're reasonably competitive with natural gas exported to other countries. It's interesting to look at a map. Australia has been identified by others as having the world's best solar irradiation and available landmass to take advantage of it. If you compare Australia in size and position to Korea, I've put Korea on that map as far away to the south of the equator as it actually is to the north of the equator. I've not tried to colour code it, but it's physically smaller. You don't have the opportunity to reap solar and wind that we have. You don't have the proximity to the equator that gives you the solar irradiation. Bright red is high intensity solar. And if you look at the population density, the Korean population density is about 200 times greater than Australia. So I think that map shows the natural partnership when it comes to renewable energy between Korea and Australia. It's not just me saying this, the rest of the world sees this enormous potential. There was a plan put out by the World Energy Council, a report where they talked about the so-called Power to X roadmap, how do we become renewable, and similarly last year the International Energy Agency put out a roadmap and they both identified Australia's potential. From the World Energy Council, us being a giant in terms of renewables, and the IEA suggests that we could easily make 100 million tonnes of oil equivalent of hydrogen, which is a lot of hydrogen. I'll come back to that later. I do not want you to try and read any words on that screen, even though it is the biggest screen for a room ratio that I've ever seen. That's just meant to indicate to you that there are a lot of pilot scale activities taking place around Australia, but we are yet to get to the demonstration scale or, of course, the commercial deployment scale. And scale is worth talking about. I'm not sure that the average person on the street would have any comprehension of the scale of what we're talking about here. So let me give you an example. I want you to imagine a future, imagine a world where Australia, I'm going to be very Australian focused here, where Australia is producing hydrogen that in energy terms is equivalent to our existing LNG exports. Now that's a large amount of energy. We are vying with Qatar on a monthly basis to be the world's largest exporter of LNG. It's not a large fraction of the total gas usage in the world, because a lot of it is domestically produced or shipped by pipeline from Russia to Europe, etc. But it's a lot of energy. Now, our exports of LNG in 2018 was 70 million tonnes. Interestingly, hydrogen by mass has 2.4 times the energy density. It's called the specific energy. It's really woeful in terms of volumetric energy density, but in mass energy density it's very high. So you only need 30 million tonnes of hydrogen to be equivalent to the 70 million tonnes of LNG in energy terms that we are exporting. Well, to make that from electrolysis and take into account losses, you need 2,000 terawatt hours of electricity. Now, you've all heard of kilowatt hours and megawatt hours and gigawatt hours and probably terawatt hours, but very few people have instinctive awareness of how big a terawatt hour is. 2,000 terawatt hours is 8 times the annual electricity generation of Australia. If you did it purely from solar, it's 900 gigawatts of solar. This is a non-trivial amount. It's huge, but it's doable. It's the sort of challenge that I can say that we as Australians love to have. In terms of land area, it's 18,000 square kilometres. Not everybody can think in terms of square kilometres. Well, it's 3/4 of the Anna Creek cattle station, which is the largest cattle station in Australia, but it's substantially less than 1% of the land area of Australia. And we've done this before. Simon referred to the LNG industry, the 40-year history. It got going because of visionary offtake agreements that the Western Australia government signed with Woodside back in 1979, which enabled them to go out and get the funding that they needed to build their extraction and liquefaction capability. And the first drop of LNG didn't leave Australia's territory until 1989, which is 30 years ago. But it's grown and it's grown and it's grown. It's just a reminder that given time and given political and industry business will, we can achieve great things, but it never happens overnight. The basic technology is there, but to get the cost out of it and to improve the efficiency, we're going to need ongoing R&D. I put it to you, in Australia, we have quite a lot of existing expertise, and the publication record will show that. But so do you and other countries, and we need to work on R&D through international relationships and not just try to do it ourselves. Given that the R&D is taking place, boy, do we have a massive test bed to test out some of the new technologies that might be developed. I'll give you one example of Australian R&D that might have an impact, but there are many other examples of international R&D that are significant as we go forward. And that's to do with ammonia. So there are many ways that hydrogen can be shipped. If the hydrogen comes from solar and wind electricity, I call that process shipping sunshine. But you ship the sunshine as pure hydrogen by liquefying it. That's a physical transformation from a gas to a liquid. Or you ship it by chemical transformation, by grabbing nitrogen from the air, combining with the hydrogen to make NH3, ammonia. And that's actually a high density carrier for hydrogen. The beauty of shipping it as ammonia is you can just go off and hire a ship today. You can hire 100 ships today to take ammonia around the world. But once it gets to the other end, it's got to be dehydrogenated. You've got to get the hydrogen out of it. And that is a catalytic process. which splits the NH3 back into nitrogen and hydrogen. It's not that hard, it uses a bit of energy, but you get this messy mixture of nitrogen gas and hydrogen gas, and extracting the hydrogen is difficult. The CSIRO announced last year that they've developed tubing based on vanadium and palladium that effectively does reverse osmosis for hydrogen. You put the messy mixture of gases down the centre of the tube, and under pressure, the hydrogen leaks out through the walls of the tube as absolutely pure hydrogen, and the messy nitrogen and remaining unconverted ammonia just goes through and gets returned back into the process. So this is potentially a groundbreaking technology. We have the political will in this area. Starting with the Commonwealth has invested over $140 million in the last 5 years, and I'm optimistic that the Commonwealth will continue to invest as we go forward. Again, I'm not going to read through them, but there is a lot of activity. The states are vigorously engaged in this process. So I'll show you Tasmania is building its credentials as a renewable energy powerhouse. ACT is doing hydrogen work. Victoria is building a hydrogen energy capacity. The New South Wales hybrid vehicle plan includes hydrogen. The really clear strategies are coming from Queensland. They've got a declared hydrogen industry strategy with money behind it. Came out earlier this year. South Australia 2 years ago put out its first hydrogen roadmap and updated it this year with a hydrogen action plan with money behind it. And Western Australia earlier this year came out with a renewable hydrogen energy plan, again clearly articulated it with money behind it. And now the collection of governments, that's all the state governments in partnership with the Commonwealth Government, is working on a national hydrogen strategy. The National Hydrogen Strategy, I'm on it. I'm the chairman of the working group that is developing the National Hydrogen Strategy for the ministers. It got initiated in December of last year at a meeting of all the ministers. The status is that early this year we put out a request for input, got fabulous returns, submissions from the community. We followed up with discussions, roundtables with industry players, we put out an issues paper, got very thoughtful submissions. And now we're on the verge, I hope, of releasing the hydrogen strategy. So a week and a bit from now, so Friday the 22nd, so Friday of next week, I will be in Perth where the energy ministers are meeting. They've got a busy agenda, and one of the agenda items in the morning is them to adopt the National Hydrogen Strategy. All indications at this stage look positive that they will. There is broad enthusiasm for hydrogen for domestic use and for export in Australia from all governments, state, territory and Commonwealth government. The hydrogen strategy is, unlike the Korean strategy, not going to be based on targets. It's very hard for us to have targets such as 1 million cars, hydrogen cars on the road by 2040. Instead, what we're doing is we're developing a framework, business ecosystem that makes it easy for industry, easy for states, governments and industry to work together in consortiums to do what they want to do to build the hydrogen economy. So we will absolutely cover all the issues of developing safety regulations and standards, training the emergency services, that's fire and police and ambulances. We will make sure that the legal impediments are resolved, regulatory impediments are resolved. We will work with the governments, or the governments will work under this strategy to form meaningful bilateral agreements with countries like Korea. And one of the things that we will do is work with our international colleagues to develop a provenance tracking scheme so that purchasers of hydrogen will know what country it came from for each kilogram. We'll know what country it came from, what technology was used to make it, and if there was carbon dioxide emitted during manufacturing, exactly how much carbon dioxide was emitted per kilogram of hydrogen. Korea, you're a world leader in not only doing things in the hydrogen space, but in articulating your strategy, and I congratulate you for that. One of the things that I'm really impressed with Korea, and I haven't seen it firsthand, but I'm going in 3 weeks to visit Korea, is your strategic thinking across so many areas, and you've very clear about becoming the leader in fuel cell technologies and the vehicles that will embody those fuel cells, but also in using fuel cells for power generation, for electricity generation. Around the world, the jury is out, and in some countries, some companies, they think that large-scale electricity generation from hydrogen will be done through gas turbines, just like natural gas turbines, but hydrogen gas turbines. And it could be that they're right. I have a lot of optimism, which I think is represented by this picture, in using fuel cells to generate electricity, even at very large scale. So this is the 60 megawatt, I won't try to pronounce it, the 60 megawatt hydrogen fuel cell power plant that's currently working on methane reforming, but it's a hydrogen fuel cell plant. And interestingly, the concept here is just like the solar industry. In the solar industry, when you build a 100 megawatt solar plant, you use the same baby panels that I might use on the roof of my house, but you just use 500,000 of them. Similarly, in a giant fuel cell plant, you use small fuel cell stacks, but you use tens of thousands of them. So you get the reliability and the quality that comes from high volume manufacturing rather than bespoke development. So it's a very attractive concept that you are pioneering, and I congratulate you on that pioneering thinking. Hyundai has a contract to supply 1,000 hydrogen trucks to Switzerland. I can't get a photo of a real one, but the contract starts this year and is meant to be finished with final delivery by 2023, so I'm sure that it's well underway. Hyundai also has hydrogen-powered buses, and this literally is my next car. You thought that was a Hyundai Nexo? Well, it is, but it's actually my next purchase. I'm on the waiting list to buy one. It's a fantastic car with enormous range, 800 kilometres of range, very comfortable, very powerful, and you can fill it up in 3, 4 or 5 minutes. What's not to love? It's pretty good. If you look at the actual strategies, as I said, careers is target-driven. I admire it, it's fantastic. 41,000 hydrogen buses by 2040, you can read through there, trucks, vehicles, fuel cells galore. You can't have a transport industry unless you have the refueling stations. We used to call them petrol stations, but now they're hydrogen refueling stations. It's a bit of a mouthful. I'm going to call them hydrogen bowsers. Lots of jobs, that's why you're doing it, and a phenomenally large industry. Ours is a softer approach, but also directed at the same end result of a vibrant hydrogen economy. We were establishing ourselves to be a domestic user and a major trusted supplier of clean hydrogen around the world. In September of this year, our Minister met with yours and signed, as we've talked about, a letter of intent to create an action plan by the end of this year. And what will be in the action plan, none of us know yet, but there is already a discussion taking place between us. So, in summary, it's all about hydrogen and our two countries, Australia and Korea. All I can say at this stage is kamsahamnida, thank you very much.
And now I would be honoured to welcome to the stage Mr. Dae-soo Moon, Chairman H2 Korea. Very honoured to have you come to the stage.
대단히 감사합니다. 이주 그리고 사이번 크린 회장님 대단히 감사합니다. 그리고 이 자리를 빛내주신 우리 알란 딩케 박사님을 비롯한 참석자 여러분께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 호주는 우리나라와 오랜 우방 국가이며 6.25 한국전쟁에 많은 군인을 파견하여 평화를 지켜준 정말 고마운 혈례입니다. 특히 한국과 호주는 에너지 및 자원산업 분야에서 더욱더 긴밀한 경제 파트너이기도 합니다. 저는 공직 생활을 하면서 여러 국가와 국민들을 만나볼 기회가 있었습니다. 그 중에서도 호주는 저에게 항상 따뜻한 인상으로 남아있습니다. 평화를 사랑하며 인간을 존중하고 자연의 가치를 소중하게 여기는 나라임을 그리고 국민임을 항상 느꼈기 때문입니다. 저는 오늘 미래 에너지인 수소에 대해서 이야기를 하고자 합니다. 오늘날 전 세계는 심각한 환경 문제로 위협받고 있습니다. 이로 인해서 인류 산업 발전에 근거가 되는 탄소 에너지로부터 전환을 심각하게 고민하고 있으며, 이에 대안으로 친환경 에너지원을 찾기 위해서 많은 노력을 기울이고 있습니다. 그 중에서도 우리는 수소 에너지를 가장 주목하게 되었습니다. 수소 에너지는 인류가 유일하게 무한히 생산해낼 수 있는 청정 에너지원이기 때문입니다. 하지만 이 이용을 위해서는 우리가 극복해야 될 수많은 과제가 있다는 것도 사실입니다. 이제껏 우리에게 없었던 기술, 산업, 인프라 등을 새롭게 만들어야 하며 현재의 탄소 에너지보다 경제적이고 효율적인 에너지 자원으로서의 가치도 달성해야 되기 때문입니다. 현재의 경제 논리로는 설명되지 않는 엄청난 재원과 투자가 장기적으로 뒷받침되어야 합니다. 이를 위해서 인적, 물적 자원, 소재와 공정 기술, 인프라, 수소 생산 및 운송 등의 투자뿐만 아니라 안전 기준, 관리 표준, 제도 및 정책 등이 뒷받침되어야 합니다. 이를 위해서 지금부터 우리는 면밀한 계획들을 세우고 추진 체계를 수립하여 단계적으로 추진해 나갈 필요가 있습니다. 긴 호흡에 장기적인 인내와 노력도 결실이 필요합니다. 인류는 이제껏 가보지 않았던 길을 가보려고 합니다. 한국과 호주의 기업은 수소 산업에 대해서 미래 가치를 보며 긴밀히 협력한다면 두 나라 수소 경제에 큰 발전이 있을 것이라고 확신하며 한국 정부의 수소 에너지 정책과 방향에 대해서 설명드리겠습니다. 먼저 한국의 수소 경제 로드맵에 대해서 설명드리겠습니다. 한국의 문재인 대통령께서는 올해 1월에 한국의 수소 경제에서의 로드맵을 발표하는 자리에서 2040년에는 수소 경제를 리드하는 국가로 되어가겠다는 비전을 천명한 바가 있습니다. 한국 정부는 2040년까지 수소 경제 진행을 위해서 시스템을 3단계로 나누었습니다. 첫 단계로 2022년까지의 수소 경제 준비 과정입니다. 2018년부터 정부는 수소 산업 육성을 위한 정책 수립, 수소차 보급 확대, 수소 충전소 건설, 법령 제도의 조성 등에 힘쓰고 있습니다. 2020년까지 수소사회 진입의 토대가 마련될 것으로 생각합니다. 두 번째 단계는 수소 산업을 확대함으로써 수소 경제를 본격적으로 창출하는 것이 되겠습니다. 이를 위해서 한국은 수소도시, 수소 생산에서 저장해주는 인프라 확충, 수소 선박, 수소 열차 등의 프로젝트를 동시에 진행할 것입니다. 2030년에는 우리는 수소 경제 사회의 실질적인 모습을 보게 될 것으로 기대합니다. 세 번째 단계로 2030년부터 2040년까지는 한국이 수소 경제에서 리더십을 발휘하겠다는 것입니다. 이때는 이산화탄소의 신재생 에너지를 이용한 그린 수소 생산이 일반화될 것입니다. 이산화탄소 배출이 없는 녹색 수소가 공급될 예정이며 부족한 수소 에너지는 해외에서 수입하여 공급될 것입니다. 호주는 한국에 수소를 공급하는 유력한 대안이 될 것으로 저희는 확신합니다. 한국 수소 경제 로드맵의 목표를 설명드리겠습니다. 본 슬라이드에 있는 도표를 참조해 주기 바랍니다. 수소차는 2018년에 약 1,800대가 생산 보급되었으며 금년 말까지 6,000대가 보급될 예정입니다. 현재 생산 시설을 계속 증설 중에 있는데 2022년까지는 81,000대를 그리고 2040년까지 620만 대를 생산하여 보급한다는 계획을 가지고 있습니다. 수소 충전소는 2018년에 14개가 있었으나 현재는 32기가 세워져 있고 올해 말까지는 약 적극적으로 40기까지 늘어날 것입니다. 2022년까지는 310기, 2040년까지는 1200기를 건설한다는 계획입니다. 또한 연료전지 발전량도 2022년까지는 1.5 기가와트로 증가할 것이며 2040년이 되면 약 15기가와트의 수소에너지로 발전된 전력이 될 수 있을 것입니다. 이 비율로 필요한 수소 공급을 계산하면 약 현재 약 13만 톤 정도가 소요되지만 2022년까지는 47만 톤, 2040년까지는 530만 톤이 필요할 것으로 예상됩니다. 여기서 알 수 있듯이 앞으로 급격한 수소 에너지의 수요로 인해서 수소의 대량 생산과 공급이 대단히 중요합니다. 현재 한국은 석유 정제 공정에서 발생되는 무수행 수소나 천연가스를 개질하여 얻은 추출 수소를 생산하여 공급을 하고 있습니다. 하지만 미래 환경을 위해서 2030년 이후에는 신재생 에너지를 이용한 녹색 수소 생산을 확대해 나가야 합니다. 이를 위해서 한국은 효율이 높은 수전의 기술을 개발하고 있습니다. 그러나 국내에서 신재생 에너지의 잉여 전력의 한계로 향후 해외에서 부족한 수소를 수입하는 방안을 검토하고 있습니다. 정부는 올해 10월 15일 미래 자동차 산업 발전 전략을 발표했습니다. 자동차 산업 발전 전략의 주요 내용은 다음과 같습니다. 전체 전기 자동차는 국내 자동차 판매 점유율의 33%를 달성하고 2030년까지 세계 시장 점유율을 10%까지 끌어올릴 것으로 기대합니다. 특히 SUV 차량과 대형 트럭을 중심으로 해서 수소차 라인업을 확대하고 2020년까지 현재 16만 킬로미터인 내구 성능을 50만 킬로미터로 늘려서 달성할 것이라고 밝힌 바 있습니다. 현재 7만 달러 수준인 수소 자동차의 가격을 2025년까지는 기존의 내연 자동차 수준인 4만 달러 수준으로까지 낮출 것으로 기대합니다. 한편 현대차그룹은 2018년에 수소 전기차 비전을 제시하고 2030년 장기 로드맵을 발표한 바가 있습니다. 2030년까지 연간 50만 대 수소 전기차를 생산하는 것을 포함해서 70만 대 연료전지 시스템을 생산할 계획을 세우고 모빌리티 기업으로 전환할 것을 약속한 바가 있습니다. 이를 통해서 자동차에 검증된 우수한 수소 연료전지 시스템을 선박, 지게차, 드론, 발전용 연료전지 등에도 적용을 확대할 계획입니다. 이를 위해서 현대차그룹은 2030년까지 6억 9천만 달러를 투자하겠다는 계획도 밝힌 바가 있습니다. 정부는 국내 수소차 보급 확대와 함께 전국적인 수소 충전 기반 시설망 구축 계획을 세우고 올해 10월에 수소 충전소 예측 계획 전략을 발표했습니다. 여기서 보시는 바와 같이 수소 충전소 위치가 10년 단위로 한국의 지도에 표시되어 있습니다. 한국은 앞서 말씀드린 바와 같이 수소차는 SUV와 대형 트럭을 중심으로 라인업을 확대하고 대도시의 수소버스 보급을 늘려나갈 계획입니다. 따라서 수소버스 전용 충전소를 2030년에 60기, 2040년에는 200기를 구축할 계획입니다. 앞으로 10년 후인 2030년이 되면 전국 주요 도시에 수소연료 충전소가 건설되어 수소차 운전자들은 20분 내에 충전소를 이용할 수 있을 것으로 생각합니다. 한국 정부는 수소 사회로의 전환이 온실가스 배출량을 줄이고 환경 문제를 개선할 것으로 기대합니다. 또한 새로운 산업의 성장으로 신규 고용 시장의 확대와 더불어서 국가적으로 많은 부가가치를 내릴 것으로 생각합니다. 한국은 2040년까지 총 에너지의 5%를 수소로 바꿀 수 있을 것입니다. 이렇게 되면 온실가스 배출량은 2,700만 톤, 미세먼지는 약 2,400톤 정도 줄일 수 있을 것입니다. 한국은 수소 경제로 전환하는 데 필요한 기본적인 기술과 경험을 많이 가지고 있습니다. 그러나 수소 경제 사회에 진입하기 위해서는 지속적인 기술 개발과 막대한 투자가 필요한 것도 사실입니다. 최근 정부는 올해 1월에 발표한 한국 수소 경제 로드맵을 구체화하기 위해서 수소 기술의 이행 계획을 수립하고 지난달 말에 수소 기술 개발 로드맵을 확정한 바가 있습니다. 하지만 수소 사회로 가기 위해서는 한 국가만 고민해서는 달성하기가 어려울 것입니다. 알람 핑클 박사님께서 이야기하셨다시피 국제 협력이 무엇보다도 중요합니다. 특히 신재생 에너지 및 자원이 풍부한 호주는 수소 생산에 대단히 유리한 역할을 갖추고 있습니다. 저렴하고 안정적 수소 공급로서의 강점을 가지고 있기에 양국간의 전략적 협력 관계를 만들어간다면 미래는 양국의 국익을 극대화할 수 있을 것이라고 확신합니다. 금년 8월에 한국의 방문단이 호주를 방문해서 많은 의견을 나눈 바가 있습니다. 지난 9월 23일에는 한국 정부와 호주 정부 간의 한호주 수소협력 의향서를 체결하고 양국이 2030년까지 수소경제 활성화를 위한 구체적인 수소 실행 계획을 수립하기로 합의한 바가 있습니다. 또한 제74차 유엔 총회에서 대한민국의 문재인 대통령께서는 호주의 난 모리슨 총리님을 만나서 호주와 수소 등 신재생 에너지 분야로 협력을 확대해 나가기로 합의한 바 있습니다. 그리고 어제 캔버라에서 열린 제29차 한호주 간의 자원협력위원회 회의에서 수소협력을 위해서 양국 정부 간의 의견을 구체화하고 실행 계획을 세우기로 합의하였고, 저도 그 자리에서 호주의 오스트리아 하이드로젠 카운슬 AKBC와 수소협력 MOU를 체결한 바가 있습니다. 이러한 노력 속에서 양국 간의 지속 가능한 공동 협력 토대 마련을 위해서 우선 한호 수소협력 추진 체계가 필요할 것입니다. 이를 통해 전체 수소 밸류 체인에 걸쳐서 양국 관련 기업의 투자 협력 과제 발굴, 기술 개발 및 표준 등 규범 제정 활동 등을 병행 추진해 나가야 할 것입니다. 호주의 수석 과학자인 발람 핑켈 박사님께서 금년 12월 달에 한국을 방문할 예정입니다. 저는 핑켈 박사님이 한국을 방문하는 계기에 한국 정부에서 한국의 수소 관련자들 그리고 수소에 종사하고 있는 여러 전문가들을 초청한 컨퍼런스를 개최할 예정입니다. 이 자리에서 핑켈 박사님이 가지고 있는 수소 경제에 대한 해안을 한국 국민들에게 정확하게 전달을 해줄 것으로 기대를 합니다. 물론 그 계기에 한국과 호주 간의 수소 분야의 연구 그리고 산업화의 모든 분야를 총괄하는 협력을 보다 구체화하는 그런 자리가 또 마련될 것으로 생각합니다. 이러한 노력들이 차근차근 쌓여지면 정말 한국과 호주 간에 지금까지 우리가 이루어왔던 자원 분야의 그런 협력 관계가 미래 수소 분야의 협력으로 빠른 시일 내에 달성될 수 있을 것으로 저는 확신합니다. 여러분들의 많은 참여와 지원을 부탁드립니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
Innovation, clear timelines, strategies to achievement, and most of all, cooperation between our two nations. May I have the pleasure and honour and delight of inviting Australia's ambassador to Korea, the Honourable James Choi, to make some congratulatory remarks.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Honourable Simon Crean, Chair of the AKBC, Mr. Chee Jong-woo, Chair of the KABC and POSCO, and the Honourable Mark Coulton, the Assistant Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment. I actually think we've just had a glimpse of the future, and it's very impressive to see how it's been mapped out. It'll be daunting to follow those impressive speakers, but I'll do my best. It's wonderful to be back in Sydney, which is my hometown, and a home to many of the people and businesses that contribute to the strong commercial partnership between our two countries. My sincere congratulations on the convening of the 40th AKBC-KABC joint meeting, a significant milestone in the Korea-Australia bilateral partnership. And speaking milestones, as referred to by previous speakers, next month marks the 5th anniversary of the Korea-Australia Free Trade Agreement. Bilateral trade has grown 15.5% since CAFTA entered into force. The success of CAFTA reflects the quality of the agreement, the strong complementarity between our two economies, and the goodwill of our officials and government and industry in both our countries. In a time of rising protectionist sentiment, Australia and Korea, as like-minded partners, are continuing to take a determined stand to advocate for the benefits of open and free trade. The benefits are indeed right before us. Indeed, there have been several significant commercial achievements in the bilateral relationship. Simon Crean mentioned a few, but I'll also highlight some other examples that demonstrate the strength and breadth of our partnership. Yuan Corporation has invested 2 billion won in a subsidiary in Australia, and Yuan's Australia-New Zealand operations will expand its global clinical network and drug development pipelines. Hanwha Group has bought the Warrakundi mixed farming aggregation in New South Wales Mudgee region for $25 million. Lotte has made a major investment in the Australian beef industry, purchasing the well-known Sandwood feedlot near Dalby on Queensland Darling Downs. South Korea's Peregrine Aerospace signed an agreement with South Australian-based Southern Launch to launch small payload rockets over the Great Australian Bight. Woodside joined Hydrogen Network, or HyNet, in February this year, and this 13-party Korean consortium, which includes KOGAS and Hyundai Motors, will stimulate demand for hydrogen in transport use and aims to build 100 refueling stations in Korea over the next 4 years. But as reflected by previous speakers, we are preparing for the economy of the future. We can clearly see and expect the widening commercial opportunities for our countries in the exciting areas of science, technology, and innovation. And one of the key themes of this year's joint meeting, the future of energy, reflects this important new phase in the bilateral relationship. Dr. Finkel and Chairman Woon outlined the ambitious plans that both our countries have in capturing that opportunity. And certainly from what I see, it is Korea's transition to a cleaner energy mix with more emphasis on renewables and scientific breakthroughs in energy technology that are presenting new opportunities for bilateral cooperation in energy generation, capture, distribution, and consumption. Hydrogen is clearly at the forefront of these opportunities, and I'm so pleased that previous speakers outlined those important opportunities. I really do want to thank Dr. Finkel and H2 Korea Chairman, Mr. Chair Do-moon, for the keynote addresses this morning. As Dr. Finkel explained, the Australian government will soon be releasing a national hydrogen strategy to support the development of a clean, innovative and competitive hydrogen industry and position Australia as a global major player in the hydrogen space by 2030. I look forward to welcoming Dr. Finkel to Korea in December, where he will hopefully launch the National Hydrogen Strategy in Seoul and also meet senior Korean figures. We will discuss how both our countries can cooperate to realise the opportunities of technological breakthroughs in hydrogen production, storage and transport. And hopefully we can get Dr. Finkel an opportunity to drive in a hydrogen Nexo car. I've personally done so myself in the Hyundai Motors factory in Ulsan. I can guarantee you they're excellent cars. Trade in critical minerals also represents an area for potential closer collaboration. Korea is a world leader in the development of emerging technologies in high-tech electronics, renewable energy, and automotive industries, including electric vehicles. All of these ventures are dependent on critical minerals, which are bountiful in Australia. Australia welcomes cooperation with Korea to establish government and commercial partnerships in critical minerals and cooperation to diversify the mineral supply chain. The fourth industrial revolution will bring a new wave of trade growth. Korea's major investments in areas such as artificial intelligence, robotics, blockchain, big data, and the Internet of Things will position it as a leader in innovation in sectors as diverse as healthcare and defence manufacturing. Australia has always been an early adopter of technology and is also making major investments in innovation, positioning us well to partner with Korea in research, services excellence, and technological advancement. And yesterday I understand that many AKBC delegates saw firsthand when they toured the Australian Technology Park and heard about the work of several startups with many already having established connections to Korea. And I also had the pleasure of meeting the 2019 Future Leaders Group during the AKBC sessions yesterday. I met them and had really good discussions on their future ideas of enhancing the bilateral relationship, and they will be the ballast for the future relationship. I look forward to the rest of the day as we map out the future of our bilateral trade and commercial relationship, and I wish all the delegates an exciting, fruitful and meaningful conference. Congratulations again on holding the 40th joint meeting of the AKBC and KABC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. And let's not forget, in the range of critical minerals, things that where there is considerable innovation, such as zinc batteries, benign, recyclable, and battery technology is going through a phase of development. It's pretty exciting out there, and lots of opportunities for innovation between our two great nations. And now I turn to my friend, His Excellency Mr. Baksun Lee, Ambassador for the Republic of Korea to Australia, to provide us with some more insightful and congratulatory remarks.
Good morning, everybody. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere sympathy as well as my support for the New South Wales government and the firefighters who are fighting very bravely against bushfires. And I would like to extend my deep sympathy as well as my condolence to the people who were victimized by such bushfire. So I hope they will get over this trouble soon. Now I will deliver my speech in Korean from now on. 먼저 제40회 한국경제협력위원회 개최를 축하드립니다. AKBC, KABC 40세 생일도 아울러 축하드립니다. 멀리 한국에서 참석해주신 최정우 한국경제협력위원회 부장님, 권태신 전국경제연합회 부회장님, 그리고 많은 한국의 기업, 기관 대표 여러분들께 감사드립니다. 그리고 특별히 기조연설을 해주신 알란 핑켈 박사님과 오늘 방금 참석하신 마크 컬턴 호주 통상차관님께도 감사드립니다. 특히 그 핑켈 박사님의 그 기조연설은 가장 어려운 주제를 가장 쉬운 방법으로 설명해 주신 아주 명강의였다고 생각을 합니다. 또한 행사 준비에 많은 수고를 해주신 사이먼 퀸 부장님께도 감사를 드립니다. 지난 40년간 한국 양국 간 경제협력 촉진을 위해 AKBC가 많은 역할을 해왔지만 앞으로 더 많은 역할이 요구되고 있기 때문에 출범 40주년에 개최되는 오늘 회의가 더욱 의미가 크다고 생각을 합니다. 여기 계신 많은 분들도 느끼시겠지만 현재 세계는 모든 분야에서 과거 70년간 경험하지 못하였던 새로운 질서의 시대로 접어들고 있어서 거의 뉴노멀의 시대라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 최근 미중 무역 갈등에서 볼 수 있듯이 전 세계 경제는 불확실성이 확산되고 있습니다. 한국과 호주 양국은 안보에 있어서는 미국과 경제에 있어서는 중국과 긴밀한 관계를 가지고 있다는 점에서 공통점이 있습니다. 하지만 특정 국가에 과도하게 의존할 경우에 미래가 불안정해진다는 사실은 우리 역사에서 많이 찾아볼 수 있습니다. 자유무역 규칙에 기반한 무역 질서를 통해 성장해온 한국과 호주는 보호주의가 확산되는 경향을 똑같이 우려하고 있습니다. 이는 한국과 호주와 같은 중견 국가들이 자유무역주의라는 보편적 가치를 수호하는 데 단결해야 한다는 것을 의미합니다. 최근 한국과 호주가 참여한 영내 포괄적 경제 동반자 협정 (RCEP) 협정 문안이 타결되어 세계 인구의 절반, 세계 GDP 3분의 1을 담당하는 거대 경제권이 새로이 출범할 예정입니다. 이를 계기로 아시아 지역 내에서 자유무역 기조가 더욱 견실해지기를 기대합니다. 한국과 호주는 1880년대 호주의 선교사 파견을 시작으로 1950년 호주의 한국전 참전, 1961년 수교로 이어지면서 자유민주주의와 시장경제를 공통가치로 하는 우방으로서 동반 성장해 왔습니다. 양국은 상호 보완적인 관계를 바탕으로 상호 이익이 되는 방식으로 경제 발전을 이루어왔으며 2014년 항호 자유무역협정 체결로 더욱 강화되었습니다. 호주는 천연가스, 광물, 쇠고기 등을 수출하였고 한국은 이를 활용하여 석유제품, 자동차 등을 수출해왔습니다. 하지만 한국과 호주가 세계 12위권의 경제 규모를 차지하고 있다는 점을 고려하면 양국 교육 규모가 300달러 수준에 머물러 있는 것은 부족하다고 생각합니다. 20세기가 대서양의 시대였다면 21세기는 태평양의 시대이며 지금은 경제 성장의 활기찬 맥박이 인도양까지 확대되고 있습니다. 한국도 과거 교육 및 경제 협력과 관련해서 미국, 중국, 유럽 중심의 수평적 확장 전략을 가지고 있었다면 이제는 아세안, 인도, 호주 등으로 수직적 확장을 중요시하는 신남방 정책을 추진 중에 있습니다. 호주의 인도 태평양 전략과 또 우리 신남방 정책은 그 맥락을 같이 한다고 할 수 있습니다. 양국은 새로운 시대의 동반자로서 미래 경제 협력 분야를 발굴하는 데 더욱 노력해야 될 것입니다. 예를 들면 현재 전 세계가 진행 중인 에너지 대준화는 시급하고도 매우 중요한 과제라 할 수 있습니다. 기후변화, 환경오염, 원전사고 등으로 친환경 에너지에 대한 요구가 높습니다. 이전의 에너지 협력이 호주의 에너지를 그대로 한국에 수출하는 방식이었다면 이제는 부가가치를 창출하는 협력, 그런 시스템을 구축하는 그 방식으로 양국의 협력 관계가 진화해야 될 것입니다. 또한 제4차 산업혁명 시대를 맞이하여서 스마트 시티, 스마트 팜, 스마트 팩토리, 핀텍, 디지털 헬스케어, 디지털 컨텐츠 등 사물 인터넷을 기반으로 한 디지털 데이터 사회로의 변화를 위한 협력 프로젝트는 무궁무진할 것입니다. 한국의 생산기술 및 상업화 능력과 호주의 연구개발 잠재력이 결합되면 양국이 윈윈할 수 있는 시너지 효과를 발휘할 수 있으리라 믿습니다. 이런 관점에서 오늘 논의될 수소에너지, 배터리용 리튬, 바이오헬스, 스포츠, 금융, 건설 인프라, 스마트 팩토리 등은 매우 중요한 주제라고 생각합니다. 오늘 각 회의 세션별 주제도 이에 맞춰서 잘 구성되어 있는 것 같습니다. 많은 생산적인 논의를 통해서 좋은 협력 방안들이 찾아지기를 기대합니다. KABC와 AKBC는 1978년 설립 이후 한국과 호주 간 민간 경제 협력이 가장 중요한 소통 채널로 역할을 다해왔습니다. 1986년 직항로 개설을 건의하여 성사된 바가 있고 2000년 한호 FTA 필요성을 처음 제기하였으며 2014년 FTA가 체결되는데 3파 역할을 하였습니다. 설립 이후 매년 개최된 한호경제협력위원회는 올해 40회를 맞이하게 됐습니다. 한국에서는 사람이 40세가 되면 주변 환경에 흔들리지 않고 자기 길을 가는 나이가 되었다는 그런 의미로 해석을 합니다. 올해 창립 40주년을 맞는 한호경제협력위원회도 앞으로 어려운 환경 속에서도 자기 길을 계속가면서 양국 경제협력의 굳건한 다리 역할을 계속해 주리라 믿습니다. 다음 40년을 같이 갑시다. 감사합니다.
Your Excellency. And now it's my great honour to introduce the Honourable Mark Coulton, who is the Minister for Regional Services, Decentralisation and Local Government, but is here in his capacity as the Assistant Trade and Investment Minister. He's also the Federal Member for Parks, an area of Western New South Wales suffering from very severe drought. I'm looking forward to meeting him, as are you, I'm sure, so let us join together.
Thanks, Georgina. My apologies for being late. Horrific dust storms are wreaking havoc with airline timetables at the moment, and yesterday afternoon the planes couldn't land in Dubbo because the dust was so thick that you couldn't see. So that's the difficult time that we're battling with at the moment, fires and drought. But I'm certainly very pleased to be here today. I'd like to acknowledge my former colleague and good friend Simon Crean, Chair of the Australia-Korea Business Council, Mr Che Jong-hu, the Korea-Australia Business Council, and our ambassadors that we've just heard from, James Chair and Lee Beck-Soon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here for the AKBC and the KABC. I've been in this job for a while. I'm learning acronyms, and when you get two put together, I'll have to speak them very slowly, but it's certainly great to be here. This joint meeting on this very important milestone, which is the 40th anniversary of joint meetings between the two councils. Today's meeting comes at a time when our trade and investment relationships continue to thrive, in no small part due to the vital work of the business community that's present here today. Business is at the forefront of our economic relationship. Because of your efforts, Korea is Australia's 4th largest trading partner, our 3rd largest export market, and our 15th largest investor. The strength and breadth of our relationship is reflected in the companies that are represented here today, covering a broad range of sectors, and they're including mining and energy, agribusiness, manufacturing, financial services, legal and professional services, health and biotech, education and transport and tourism. Some of these sectors have underpinned our bilateral trading relationship throughout the 40 years since this meeting was first held, while other sectors have grown in importance in more recent times, reflecting the much broader extent of our trade and investment links. Ladies and gentlemen, the long and successful history of these meetings clearly demonstrates the highly complementary nature of our economic partnership. Australia has been a vital source of minerals, energy and agricultural products that supported Korea's emergence as an industrial powerhouse in the 70s, 80s and 90s. In turn, Australia has become a major market for Korean manufactured goods, with brands such as LG, Samsung, Hyundai and Kia now household names in Australia. The strength of our relationship was enhanced by the Korea-Australia Free Trade Agreement, which entered into force in 2014. This agreement, which celebrates its 5th anniversary next month, continues to bring benefits to Australian and Korean exporters and investors, driving economic growth and prosperity in both countries and stimulating an expansion of our trade relationship in the new products and services. It's a high quality agreement reflected by the fact that the take-up rate of tariff preferences by our companies is over 93%. We have seen particularly strong growth in Australian exports of a number of products where tariffs have been reduced and eliminated under CAFTA. Some examples of these include liquefied natural gas, up 50% to $5.7 billion in 2018. Sheep meat, up 29% to $149.3 million. Beef, up 25% to $1.4 billion. Bottled wine, up 34% to $18 million. And beauty and skincare products, up 18% to $36 million. And as someone who represents half of New South Wales, 400,000 square kilometres, that produces a lot of the product that goes to Korea, those figures are certainly very important to me and the people that I represent in the Australian Parliament. And the Australian-Korean governments are building on the strong foundation that CAFTA has provided, with the agreement by leaders last week to finalise the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This agreement between 10 ASEAN countries, Australia, China, Japan, Korea and New Zealand, will provide a range of real benefits for companies that are doing business in our region. I just might say on a personal note, as someone who I think was involved in 4 or 5 of the negotiation rounds last year for RCEP, Korea played a very solid role as a foundation member of RCEP, and like the Ambassador said, I think the potential for this agreement is enormous, not for only our 2 countries, but this whole Asia-Pacific region as well. So in addition to improved market access, the RCEP agreement includes new scope for trade in services across the region, improved mechanisms for tackling non-tariff barriers, a common set of rules on intellectual property, rules of origin that will strengthen regional production chains, and rules on e-commerce to make it easier for businesses to trade online, and greater investment certainty for business. Our goal is to finalise the detail of the agreement early in 2020 and have it signed and enter into force as soon as possible thereafter. Given the framework provided by CAFTA and RCEP, there's significant room for more growth in our bilateral relationship, particularly in direct investment. I'd like to highlight 5 sectors in particular that we see as a priority. CAFTA has been a genuine game changer in Korea's competitive food and beverage sector. It has not only improved Australia's market access, but has also added a strong incentive for Korean investment in agriculture and food production. Australia is well positioned to provide high quality, safe and reliable food supply, not just for the Korean market, but also to meet the growing demand for our Asian neighbours. I'm pleased to see investments by Hanwha Group and Lotte in farming and feedlot operations, and it was mentioned by the Ambassador a little earlier. Australia's health and medical research is ranked among the top worldwide, and we offer an efficient and high quality clinical trial ecosystem. Korea is the ideal partner to help accelerate the translation and commercialisation of Australia's medical discoveries and stimulate the growth of this important industry. Australia offers investment opportunities ranging from early state discovery and translational research to product development partnerships. Recent investments by Korean pharma and health supplements companies such as PharmAbsign and Nutri Biotech demonstrate the potential of this sector. Australia has abundant critical minerals, a world-class resource sector and a strongly supportive government. As such, we are reliable and secure as an international supplier, which is especially important in the current geopolitical context, given the potential growth forecast for battery minerals. Australia is the perfect partner to help Korea, the home of some of the world's largest battery manufacturers, to foster technological competitiveness in energy markets such as lithium for batteries, high purity nickel and cathode minerals, and I'm also pleased to say that my electorate has an abundance of these minerals with lithium and cobalt in the Condobolin area to the rare earths that are found in abundance near Dubbo. So I'm looking forward to the development of those markets as well. There are significant opportunities for trade and investment in innovative hydrogen technology. As the ROK implements its hydrogen economy roadmap, Australia is well positioned as a potential hydrogen supplier due to our extensive energy resources and our own national hydrogen strategy to be released soon. We've also seen recent Korean investment in renewable energy projects and in major transport infrastructure projects. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just some of the areas that offer significant potential as we look to expand and strengthen our already close and mutually beneficial economic partnership. Today's meeting is an excellent opportunity for you to explore these areas and others in more depth. I am sure the meeting will facilitate new partnerships and identify new areas for cooperation. I wish you all a very successful and productive meeting. I look forward to hearing of the outcomes from your discussions. Thank you very much.
It's a great pleasure to introduce our first speaker this morning, Kate Fitchin, who's the Global Head of Oil and Gas and Principal at Macquarie Capital. Kate's topic this morning is investing in the hydrogen economy. Would you please join me in welcoming Kate?
Thank you, Daniel. My name is Kate Fitchin and I'm from Macquarie Capital. It is very good to speak to this group today because Macquarie does have a very long history and a deep history, ably led by John Walker, who I think many of you know. And that's been in infrastructure, but more recently in renewable energy and waste-to-energy plants, and even fuel cell projects are being developed in Korea. So it's very exciting to talk to you today. Chairman Moon and Dr. Finkel have presented a compelling case for hydrogen. Today I'm going to give an investor's perspective on how we might create some momentum for the hydrogen economy and explain why Korea and Australia are natural partners to demonstrate early technical and capital leadership. First question is, why green hydrogen? As I said, I think our earlier speakers talked about why green hydrogen. But from my perspective, there are two fundamental reasons why investors should be paying attention to hydrogen. Firstly, as Dr. Finkel indicated, hydrogen is exceptionally versatile and has a significant role to play in us meeting our obligations under the Paris Accord. But most importantly, it goes beyond decarbonisation of just power generation. It actually assists in sectors where we may have trouble reducing emissions, such as heavy industry, chemical production, and heavy haul transport. With ESG increasingly becoming a key criteria in the performance of fund managers, hydrogen actually offers investors a new and diversified asset class. Secondly, hydrogen offers us one of the best opportunities to reuse existing infrastructure and avoid stranded assets. Globally, it's estimated we have 3.5 million kilometres of gas distribution and transmission pipelines. Over time, without hydrogen, these assets will become stranded and users will actually have to pay more as use declines. Some of the world's largest investors hold interests in these assets, so they're heavily incentivised to find ways to avoid this suboptimal outcome. One of the key issues with hydrogen will be convincing investors that the economics of a hydrogen now make it something to focus on. After all, hydrogen has had a number of false starts. I know Korean investors have been looking at hydrogen for a long time. The key reason that green hydrogen is now gaining traction is that renewables have fallen in cost to an extent that many do believe there is a path for hydrogen to reach price parity with fossil fuels within a decade, and in terms of some applications, much sooner. Just like learning curves for solar and wind, we are already seeing the cost of electrolyzers starting to fall very quickly. But more evidence is the actual scope and nature of projects that are being executed. We've heard about some of them this morning, but a couple more. In January 2018, ITM announced they were delivering one of the world's largest electrolyzers in Germany with a 10 megawatt capacity. Just 13 months later, in February 2019, another German project was announced, which would use 100 megawatts of capacity. That's 10 times in just 12 months. In Australia, there's several multi-gigawatt development projects underway, combining electrolyzers with renewables. Macquarie is an investor in one of these. From Korea, as we heard this morning, Hyundai has partnered with Lind and others to develop a green hydrogen ecosystem in Switzerland. In this partnership, Hyundai plans to bring 1,600 fuel cell electric trucks to the hub by 2025. So investors should see the proof the economy is moving very quickly. We've learned some real lessons from LNG that can help us frame the best possible conditions for investment. Firstly, and most importantly, we need to ensure we are not duplicating infrastructure. For those of you who have flown over Gladstone and seen the 3 LNG plants with all the duplicated infrastructure around it, you will know very clearly why this is the case. Secondly, the best partnerships in both LNG and mining have come from where producers and end users are aligned in the long term. This may be via co-ownership of projects or some other form of commercial alliance. Given the scope of hydrogen use, there are multiple ways in which these partnerships can be formed. Finally, some of the lowest cost LNG projects are now being developed with funding from global infrastructure investors and common use infrastructure in the US. We need to find ways to tap into this capital. Because when we think about capital, capital is not the constraint. The amount of uninvested infrastructure capital has grown year on year for well over a decade. Funds have moved away from incorporating purely ESG factors in their impact investment product offering to now integrating sustainable investment principles across all investment sectors. 90 new sustainable funds valued at US $2.6 billion were created in 2018 alone. This is coupled with the lowest interest rates in history and debt markets seeking quality hard assets to fund. So, what are the constraints for the wall of capital that could be used by developers of hydrogen projects? What do investors need to start writing cheques? First, we need to very quickly address the concerns about safety and the negative perceptions that hydrogen still has. It was very good this morning to hear from Dr. Finkel. This is one of the things that will be addressed in Australia's National Hydrogen Strategy. Secondly, the most fundamental constraint is a clear market of contractual demand for hydrogen. While many investors see the potential for demand, efficient capital requires certain cash flows. Finally, we need supportive regulatory frameworks implemented in a timeframe that can keep pace with industry. Governments can play a key role in removing each of these constraints. So, from an investment perspective, what could success look like? The benefit of hydrogen is that it's relatively scalable, and there are multiple solutions which can be tailored to individual circumstances to optimise project economics. Green hydrogen, for example, could be produced on-site or via a green PPA where a project is grid connected. What will be important is to start with uses which are today economic or close to economic and have the fewest regulatory hurdles. The International Energy Agency advocates the development of multi-use hydrogen hubs in strategic locations. In Australia, this could be developed firstly to support our mining industry in displacement of diesel in heavy haul trucking, then to replace existing hydrogen production in things like ammonia, moving through to renewable gas and heating both domestically and for industrial purposes, and finally for export. What does this mean for partnerships between Australia and Korea? Drawing from the LNG experience, early alignment and partnership is likely to yield the greatest long-term success. Accordingly, we think there's very clear roles for both countries to play in the early stages of development of the hydrogen economy. Korea is further advanced than almost any country on its strategy and approach to the meaningful rollout of hydrogen infrastructure. This is supported by its advanced manufacturing expertise and its established export and logistics supply chains. In addition, the Korean government has shown very clear leadership from both a regulatory and capital perspective. Australia has an outstanding renewable energy resource, expertise with large infrastructure projects, as we've demonstrated in LNG, and now a very, very strong government focus. The potential is great. Industry and governments need to act quickly to get tangible projects moving, which will establish expertise and the scale required to create global cost advantage vis-a-vis fossil fuels. The opportunity is very, very close. We just need to grasp it. Thank you.
That's terrific. Thank you, Kate. Our next presenter this morning is Mr. Hyung-Kun Park, the Principal Researcher at POSCO Research Institute. And Mr. Park will talk on the changes in Korean energy policy and the business opportunities between Australia and Korea. Would you please join me in welcoming Mr. Park?
It's a great honor to be here. Thank you for inviting me to this meaningful joint meeting. I'm Hyung-Kun Park from POSCO Research Institute, and I'm going to tell you today about Korea's energy policies and cooperation opportunities between Australia and Korea. Sorry. So as you may know well, there has been agreement set in the year of 2015 between the global leaders. The Paris Agreement changed how the world reacts to global warming. If we have take a deeper look inside, the global leaders have agreed on keeping global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius and giving their best effort to keep it below 1.5. And also they agreed that developed countries would provide financial support to the developing countries to cope with the global warming issues. And they also made an agreement that they would make assessment progress with reviews every 5 years. The first review will be held in year 2023. Global leaders like Germany, Japan, and England, and France, of course Korea and Australia, are now trying to reduce their CO2 emissions, as you see here. Germany will cut their CO2 emissions by 95% by 2050. I won't go all over the figures. Let's take Germany for example. And they're trying to reduce their energy consumptions by half by 2050. And they will reach 60% of renewable energy electricity generation by 2030. And since the Fukushima crisis, the world is trying to reduce the dependence on nuclear power. So, for example, Germany is trying to not generate any electricity from nuclear power by 2022. In Korea, the situation is very similar. So Korea is now moving towards LNG and renewable energy-centered energy mix. If you look at the figures, in 2017, Korea has been very dependent on nuclear and coal. Now it's in a transition to LNG and renewable centered energy mix. And if you look at the activities of the government, when this current government started in 2017, they have announced that they would go to zero nuclear energy mix. So now, no more additional nuclear plants will be built. Of course, there's a great debate going on in Korea still on this issue, but the trend is, I think, very solid. And as for coal plants, they're trying to revise plans on the progress on the 10%, and they would minimize the operation rate. So, as in Korea, it is very expensive to generate on natural gas. The cost has to be cut down, but since we're depending on imports of natural gas, like Australia, it is very difficult. But we are still trying hard to move to LNG and renewable energy because we have to cut down the, of course, greenhouse gas emissions. Still, there are some issues to be solved. Since renewable energy and LNG generation in Korea is very expensive, we have to cope with price issues, and the aggressive renewable energy target has to be reached. As you see in the picture, last year Korea has reached 8.8% of renewable energy generation of total electricity demand. it is targeting to reach 20% of the energy mix by 2030. So we have a new policy called Renewable Energy 30-20, which means we will be reaching 20% of renewable energy by 2030. The government is trying to strengthen the renewable portfolio standard, which means if you're a power generator, you need to have 10% of renewable energy in the year of 2023 within your energy mix, and 28% by 2030. And the government is also trying to enhance the renewable energy credit system, which means it would give favor to renewable energy generators. And it's supporting also building renewable complexes. So there are many renewable mega projects going on in the public sector, and they're trying to utilize idle farmlands and so on. This January, current government has announced hydrogen economy roadmap, which includes very detailed figures, as you see. I think it's around 5,000 units of fuel cell vehicles sold this year. In 2040, it will be 6.2 million units built in Korea. And as for fuel power plant, last year we had 307 megawatts of capacity. In 2040, Korea is targeting to reach 15 gigawatts of capacity. To reach this goal, we need to produce 5,260 kilotons of hydrogen gas at a price rate of 3,000 won per kilogram. If you go to the refueling station currently, hydrogen refueling station, you have to pay around 8,000 won per kilogram, so you have to cut down the cost by more than half in the coming years. As you may well know, Korea has leadership in future energy business portfolio. Hyundai Kia Motors has a full lineup of electric vehicle lineups and also fuel cell vehicle. And large-scale fuel cell power plant is provided by POSCO Energy and Doosan Fuel Cell. Hana Fuel Cells and OCI is a leader in solar industry, where they produce photovoltaic module and polycrystalline silicon. And also in wind power energy, the Unison and Hyosung, they produce core components like gears. And as you may know well, Korea leads in the ICT industry, and we have big names like SKT, KT, and Samsung. And also in the lithium-ion battery, we have global top-tier producers like LG Chemical, Samsung SDI, and SK Innovation, which are ranked within the top 10 global players. Now I want to introduce to the POSCO Energy's material portfolio. We produce cathode and anode materials for the lithium-ion battery, and we have also invested in lithium raw materials, mainly in South America and here also in Australia, in Pilbara Minerals. The plant in Gwangyang will be producing around 30,000 tons in 2021, lithium carbonate and hydroxide materials. Also a key component in the electric vehicle era, there's this electrical motor. And within this motor, you have to have a very highly efficient electrical steel, which is produced by POSCO, the steel maker. And the brand name is Hyper-NO, which stands for non-oriented electrical steel. Also, we have LNG power plant in Incheon, and we'll be building our coal power plant in the east side of Korea, Samcheok, by 2024. And also to generate this LNG power plant, we have to provide natural gas. So we heavily invested in trading natural gases and overseas projects like Myanmar Shui natural gas project and Oman LNG liquefaction plant. To keep the RPS, we also have built solar and wind power plants in Shinan and Jeonnam. POSCO is also an active participant in advancing the hydrogen economy. So we are working closely with Hyundai Motors. We provide the metallic separator for the fuel cell stack, which is made of stainless steel. And since POSCO is a steel maker, we're also trying to decarbonize its process. We have this conventional blast furnace and next generation technology, which is called Finex, which in its off gas, we have 20%, around 20% of hydrogen, which can be easily separated. So in the future, we're trying to use this gray hydrogen and green hydrogen to decarbonize the process. And ultimately, we'll be making steel using green hydrogen and electricity only. So I've gone far through the journey introducing you about the policies and the business opportunities in Korea. I think since Korea has leadership in renewable energy technology and Australia has very deep know-how about how to handle it and rich resources, I think there is going to be a big synergy expected when we exchange our knowledge and capital and R&D resources. This was my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Park. Our next presenter this morning is Vikram Singh, Lead Advisor, Low Carbon Transformation at Australian Gas Infrastructure Group. And Vikram's topic this morning will be decarbonising gas networks with a reference to the Hydrogen Park SA project. Would you please join me in welcoming Vikram?
Thank you, and it's a real pleasure to be here today to address this audience. As presented, my name is Vikram, and I'm from the Australian Gas Infrastructure Group. Just a quick summary of who we are. We're a large gas infrastructure player in Australia. We own gas distribution networks in Victoria, South Australia, Queensland, and significant gas transmission assets in Western Australia and the Northern Territory. And we have significant gas storage assets as well in Western Australia. So we're all in gas, and picking up from the Macquarie presentations, we have a lot of invested capital in our networks, and we are looking very strategically and aggressively to transition to a low carbon environment. It's not just only AGIG, it's the gas sector in Australia. Recognizing this challenge to decarbonize gas networks and move towards zero carbon, the gas sector put out its Gas Vision 2050 document in March of 2017 with an update released just a couple of months ago. And what that document does, it sets out a vision on how we're going to transition to a low carbon future or a lower carbon future and move towards zero carbon. Our pathway and strategy is very clear. It's made in 3 chunks. The first chunk is 0 to 5 years, where we will implement pilot projects, successfully blend small amounts of hydrogen and biogas into our gas distribution networks. 5 to 20 years, that's phase 2, where we'll wrap that up and achieve 10% blending by 2030. And by 2050, we'll convert all our networks, gas networks, to run 100% on hydrogen and biogas where strategically doable. And I'm glad to say that we are ahead of schedule with several pilot projects underway. With several pilot projects underway, and I will talk briefly about 4 key initiatives, hydrogen initiatives, which AGIG is sponsoring and developing. The first one is Hydrogen Park, South Australia. And this is a world first project where we'll make renewable hydrogen in Adelaide, in Tonsley, and then inject 5% renewable hydrogen blend into a suburb of Adelaide. I'll talk a bit more about that. That project is live and has been supported by the South Australian government. We're also looking at Hydrogen Plant Gladstone, our initiative in Queensland, where we will make renewable hydrogen and blend into the Gladstone distribution network. That project is still subject to funding from the Queensland government. I'm glad to say that we have established the Australian Hydrogen Centre as well, with support from governments, South Australian government, Victorian government and industry partners and ARENA, to establish the Australian Hydrogen Centre, where we'll be doing detailed feasibility studies to take regional towns and states to 10% hydrogen and then full hydrogen conversion. We'll talk a bit more about that. And we're doing a feasibility study to test how much hydrogen we can inject into the Dampier-Bunbury natural gas pipeline in WA. So these are the 4 key hydrogen initiatives. The Hydrogen Park SA, Australian Hydrogen Centre are up and running, and the 2 are still awaiting funding approvals. We're also doing 2 biogas projects, one in South Australia, one in Victoria. What the facility will look like. This is an artist impression. It is a construction site at this point in time. We have got a $4.9 million grant from the South Australian government, which have really shown a lot of leadership in really kick-starting the hydrogen discussion and projects, not only in South Australia, but I think it has a spillover effect and all the other states are following suit. So thank you for that. Just a schematic, because engineers like schematics. We'll be putting in a 1.25 megawatt electrolyzer, making renewable hydrogen. There are a couple of things we'll do with that renewable hydrogen. The first thing is we'll be injecting 5% blended gas into Mitchell Park, the suburb of Mitchell Park, where about 710 households will be operating with 5% blended gas come May, June next year. We're also putting in tube and trailer facilities where we'll be storing hydrogen in large BOC tankers and supplying industrial customers in regional South Australia. So that's also going to be a world first, which is very exciting. And while we're talking Hyundai and with our Korean partners, we will be ready by May 2020 to service 3 to 5 to 10 hydrogen refueling stations and develop that network in Adelaide. The infrastructure will be ready. So a bit about the project location. The plant is located at the old Mitsubishi Assembly building, which is being redeveloped by Renewal SA, or the Urban Land Authority in SA. And it's now been transformed into a really innovative hub, which is the Tonsley Innovation District. Our plant is located there. That's the yellow oval is where our plant will be built, or is being built. And the blue line is the blended gas pipeline, which circles around the northern side of the precinct and onto the suburb of Mitchell Park. Towards the right is the map of Mitchell Park, the suburb in Adelaide, which will be receiving 5% blended gas. So that's very exciting. Some pictures on construction to date. So yeah, pretty much everything's been built. And we are now waiting to assemble it all. Talking about customer acceptance, the reason we are doing this project and the way we shaped this is to ensure that we get the customer acceptance. This is not a PowerPoint, this is a live project. We've engaged with customers, we've got a website, the customers and the community know that they're going to be getting 5% blended gas. We're engaging with them. So far, all the response has been either neutral or positive, which is really great for our project and for our scale-up ambitions. We're giving customers value in terms of sort of free gas safety audits and appliance checks, and we've got and also a linkage with the Gas Manufacturers Association, where we're giving discounted appliance as well. So this is all happening live. I'd encourage you to go to our project website and have a look. And we went live July 12th of this year. So where are we? We plan to achieve commercial operations by mid-2020. We've done our engineering, we bought all the kit, the land's been finalized. We have received our development approval, which is a big milestone. We have started engaging with the community, so everyone knows what we are doing. We're not doing it surreptitiously. Safety is also very important. We've been working with the safety regulators, and we've submitted a safety case, and we hope to get and we expect to get approval very soon. We've got our electricity connections all done. We are doing extensive appliance testing, just to ensure that appliances work safely at 10, 15, 20% hydrogen blend. That work is being done through the Future Fuel CRC, testing labs, and the University of Adelaide as well. So extensive testing with appliances. Tube and trailer, we're forging a partnership with BOC and the Lindy Group to get that happening. So we are on track to start blending in the suburb of Mitchell Park by May, June next year. The second thing I'd like to talk and present about is the Australian Hydrogen Centre. Our ambition, as you know, is not to sort of do a suburb, but to do a town and do a state and do full decarbonisation of networks. So with that ambition in mind, we've established the Australian Hydrogen Centre with funding from governments and industry partners. We'll do 3 projects there. First is we'll share the learnings of KABC. It's really is a world first project. And we want people to know what we've done, lessons learned, and hopefully with that data and insight, particularly about appliances and customers, networks can then confidently scale up. So it's a good scale up platform. The second project we're going to be doing detailed feasibility studies to take 3 regional towns, 2 in Victoria, 1 in South Australia, to 10% hydrogen blend. So that's our next. So that's a detailed feasibility project. So that'll be done, and then we'll do detailed feasibility studies to take Victoria and South Australian gas networks to 10% hydrogen blending. And that takes us to about 700 megawatts of electrolysis. So we're in the market for buying 700 megawatts of electrolysis right now, and we're engaging with appliance manufacturers and electrolysis manufacturers. And then the third bit is a lot less feasible and implementable now, but more conceptual, is to how do we move from 10% to 100% network. We can't go from 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 because appliances are set for a certain gas spec. So we've kicked off that, and we had our first founding members meeting last month, and we are well on our way. So it's a $4.15 million sort of program to do all these feasibility studies. We've got the Victorian government, South Australian government, ONG, NEON, AusNet, and us participating as founding members. Another exciting project is Hydrogen Park Gladstone. So here also we are looking to make renewable hydrogen and put 10% blend renewable hydrogen into the whole city network of Gladstone. Now, while we're doing this project is important because it takes us into the small commercial industrial appliance space. And if we are to do a city or regional town, we've got to look at how residential appliances behave with the blended gas. But if we want to do a regional town or a city, we've got to look at industrial appliances as well. And Gladstone is a good small network with domestic, about 1,000 domestic customers connected, but more importantly about 100, 200 industrial customers connected. So that'll be a great test platform for industrial appliances as well. We've got a partnership with CQ University, excuse me, we're putting some solar and electrolysis, and we'll ship it via tube and trailer to our Gladstone City Gate and inject it there. We are seeking final funding and confirmation from the Queensland government for this project. So they're the sort of initiatives we're doing really to ensure that it turns from a PowerPoint to actual delivery, which can be then scaled up to regional towns and hub networks. And our ambition really is to put 10% hydrogen blend into Victoria and South Australia by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. Okay, moving right along, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next presenter, Mr. Taeong Kim, Managing Director from Hanwha Energy Australia. Would you please join me in welcoming Mr. Kim?
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 한화에너지에서 호주 사업을 총괄하고 있는 김태용이라고 합니다. 먼저 한호주 경제협력위원회의 40주년을 진심으로 축하드리며 이런 뜻깊은 자리에 초청해 주신 데에서 주최 측에 다시 한번 감사 말씀을 드립니다. 한화에너지는 지난 수년간 호주에서의 사업 기회를 모색해왔고 작년 2월에 태양광 사업 개발을 위한 법인을 시드니에 설립을 하였습니다. 그리고 가천해 12월에 전력 리테일 사업을 위한 또 하나의 법인을 설립하는 등 호주에서의 사업에 박차를 가하고 있습니다. 오늘은 짧은 시간 말씀드리는 만큼 너무 상세한 얘기보다는 저희 그룹과 회사에 대해서 간략히 소개를 드린 후에 한화에너지가 호주에서 추진하고자 하는 퓨처 에너지 비즈니스가 어떤 방향성을 갖고 있는지에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 한화그룹은 1952년에 설립되어서 2018년 기준 자산 250빌리언 호주달러, 매출 84빌리언 호주달러를 기록한 대표적인 한국의 대기업 그룹 중에 하나입니다. 한국 내 70여 개 계열사와 전 세계 325개의 오피스를 보유하고 있습니다. 주요 사업으로는 항공기계, 석유화학, 건설, 금융 부분, 서비스 레저 부분, 그리고 마지막으로 태양광을 중심으로 한 에너지 비즈니스가 있습니다. 한화그룹이 다양한 비즈니스를 호주에서 전개를 하고 있는데요. 오늘은 특히 이제 한화에너지가 호주에서 하고 있는 비즈니스를 중심으로 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 특히 태양광 사업의 경우에는 그룹 내 역사가 가장 짧지만 가장 빠르게 성장을 해온 비즈니스로서 원재료인 폴리실리콘부터 인고도 웨이퍼, 셀 모듈까지 매뉴팩처링 분야와 EPC, IPP, 에너지 리테일에 이르는 다운스트림 부분까지 다수의 계열사가 참여를 하고 있습니다. 한화케미칼을 비롯해서 한화큐셀 그리고 이제 한화에너지가 주로 이 비즈니스를 영위하고 있습니다. 제가 속해 있는 한화에너지는 방금 말씀드린 태양광 에너지 사업 부분에 속해 있으면서 왼쪽에 코제너레이션 플랜트에서 사업을 시작해서 태양광 사업 등 오른쪽으로 그 영역을 전개하고 있습니다. 코제너레이션 플랜트는 한국의 여수와 군산에서 전기 및 스팀을 생산 판매하고 있습니다. 태양광 개발 및 IPP 사업은 새로운 성장 동력으로 최근 수년간 가장 빠른 성장을 보인 비즈니스입니다. 현재 미국의 10기가와트를 비롯해서 유럽과 주요 시장에서 총 12기가와트가 넘는 프로젝트 파이프라인을 보유하고 개발을 하고 있습니다. 특히 미국 법인의 경우는 작년에 유수의 평가 기관으로부터 넘버원 US 프로젝트 디벨로퍼로서 평가를 받기도 했습니다. 에너지 솔루션 사업은 한국 내 저희가 1위 사업자로서 자리를 공고히 하고 있고 현재 미국과 미국 본토와 괌 그리고 유럽의 아일랜드 등에서 ESS 프로젝트를 진행하고 있습니다. 하이드로젠 퓨얼셀 같은 경우는 현재 50메가와트 규모의 공장을 한국 대산에 건설 중에 있습니다. 이는 저희 계열사인 하나토탈의 공정 중에 발생하는 부생수소를 이용한 방식이고요. 내년도 상업 생산을 예상하고 있습니다. 또 하나 저희가 하이드로젠 퓨얼셀 관련해서 진행했던 부분은 작년에 미국 아리조나에 있는 스타트업 기업에 저희가 지분 투자를 한 부분이 있습니다. 이 투자는 미국에서 하이드로젠 퓨얼셀을 활용해서 트러킹 비즈니스를 제공하는 기업인데요. 저희는 단순 투자만이 아니라 각 수소 충전소에 필요한 일렉트로라이저에 전기를 공급하는 태양광 발전을 같이 병행해서 진행하는 형태로서 앞서 닥터 핑켈이 말씀하신 신재생 에너지와 하이드로젠 퓨어셀의 관계를 갖는 유사한 비즈니스 모델을 미국에서 시험적으로 진행을 하고 있습니다. 마지막으로 전력 리테일 사업은 앞서 말씀드린 다양한 비즈니스를 통합해서 B2B에서 B2C로 최종 소비자에게로 접근할 수 있는 비즈니스라고 생각을 하고 그에 따라서 저희가 적극적으로 추진하고 있는 비즈니스입니다. 현재 미국, 호주, 스페인 등에서 사업을 전개하고 있습니다. 미국은 올해 6월에 텍사스 휴스턴에서 비즈니스를 시작을 했습니다. 그리고 호주에서도 현재 시범 운영 중에 있고 내년 초에 본격적인 비즈니스를 시작할 예정입니다. 하나에너지의 글로벌 네트워크를 잠시 말씀드리겠습니다. 하나에너지는 본사가 있는 한국을 중심으로 아시아에는 일본 도쿄, 베트남의 호치민과 하노이, 그리고 싱가포르에 현지 법인이 있습니다. 유럽에는 스페인 마드리드에 태양광 개발과 리테일 비즈니스를 위한 법인을 올해 설립하였고 미국에는 캘리포니아 얼바인, 텍사스 휴스턴, 뉴욕에 각각 태양광 개발과 리테일 사업을 위한 법인을 설립 혹은 인수하였습니다. 여기 호주에는 앞서 말씀드린 바와 같이 시드니의 태양광 개발 사업을 위한 법인과 전력 리테일 사업을 위한 법인이 있습니다. 태양광 개발 사업은 이미 저희가 퀸즐랜드와 빅토리아주의 2개 프로젝트에 지분 투자를 하였고 현재 자체 개발 사업으로 뉴사우스 웨일즈주의 2건의 대형 프로젝트를 개발 중에 있습니다. 전력 리테일 사업은 올해 저희가 조직을 셋업하고 지난 10월까지 필요한 라이선스를 모두 확보하였습니다. 현재 시범 운영을 하고 있는 중이며 내년 1월에 본격적인 비즈니스를 시작할 예정입니다. 마지막으로 저희가 생각하는 퓨처 에너지를 어떻게 저희가 호주에서 전개할 건가에 대해서 간략히 저희 방향성을 소개를 드리겠습니다. 하나에너지의 퓨처 에너지 사업은 앞서 설명드린 태양광 개발과 전력 리테일 사업을 통합한 구조로서 태양광을 중심으로 한 클린 에너지, 그리고 가정용 및 산업용의 다양한 디스트리뷰티드 에너지 리소스, 그리고 디지털 플랫폼에 기반한 스마트 리테일러로서 정의를 할 수 있습니다. 최근 신재생 에너지의 성장과 디지털 트랜스포메이션으로 상징되는 다양한 정보통신 분야의 발전으로 인해서 타 산업과 마찬가지로 전력 리테일 사업에서도 많은 변화가 일어나고 있습니다. 과거 아날로그 방식의 미터기를 통해서 빌링에 머물렀던 시스템은 디지털 플랫폼을 통해서 보다 효율적이고 새로운 서비스를 고객에게 제공할 수 있게 되었습니다. 또한 대형 발전소가 아닌 각 가정에서 태양광을 통해서 전력을 생산함으로써 다양한 분산 발전원으로 인한 전력 확보의 독립성을 높였습니다. 또한 에너지 매니지먼트 시스템의 발전은 개별 단위 전력 소비를 최적화를 가능하게 하였고 또한 이러한 변화는 결국 소규모의 분산된 발전원을 하나의 유기적인 시스템으로 운영 가능하게 하는 버추얼 파워 플랜트로의 성장까지 가능하게 하고 있습니다. 궁극적으로 이러한 변화는 개별 소비자가 과거의 수동적인 위치에서 벗어나서 정보에 대해서 접근성을 높이고 자신의 에너지 소비를 적극적으로 매니지하거나 컨트롤하며 또한 지붕에 얹은 태양광 발전을 통해서 생산된 여유 전기를 이웃과 시장에 다시 판매할 수 있는 컨슈머가 아닌 프로슈머로서의 어떤 위치를 재정립하게 되었고요. 그리고 이러한 시장 참여자로서의 새로운 역할을 갖게 되었습니다. 한화에너지는 이와 같이 새롭게 대두되는 에너지 생태계에서 클린한 에너지와 차별화된 서비스를 제공하는 스마트 에너지 프로바이더로서 시장의 변화를 선도하고자 합니다. 다만 이러한 변화에는 아직까지 여러 가지 가야 할 길들이 있습니다. 기술적으로도 다양한 시스템 플랫폼에 대한 개발들이 필요하고 제도적으로도 다양한 부분들의 변화가 필요합니다. 저희가 호주에 와서 발견한 부분은 수많은 스타트업들이 이런 플랫폼이나 테크놀로지 관련해서 많은 기술들을 보유한 호주 기업들을 저희가 발견했습니다. 하나에너지는 호주에서 저희 단독이 아니라 다양한 호주의 비즈니스를 가지고 있는 플레이어들과 협력해서 이러한 새로운 에너지 생태계를 만드는 데 일조하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. Our next presenter today is Dr. Dong-Sung Lee, Head of Part at the Fuel Cell System Engineering Design Team within Hyundai Motor Company. And Dr. Lee will be talking about Hyundai Motor's hydrogen vision. Would you please join me in welcoming Dr. Lee?
그 현대자동차 연료전지 사업부 이동선이라고 합니다. 만나뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 저는 그 현대자동차에서 엔지니어를 담당하고 있고요. 주로 연료전지 퓨얼셀 비클이라고 해서 FCV의 그 부품들의 설계해서 특히 이제 관심이 많은 이제 하이드로젠 탱크 관련돼서 제가 직접 이제 디자인을 하고 있고요. 네, 오늘 이렇게 그 한국하고 호주 경제협력 그런 위원회에서 발표를 하게 돼서 굉장히 영광입니다. 내용이 조금 많아서 제가 빨리 좀 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 예, 요즘 언론이나 이제 신문 매체 그런 것들을 보게 되면 저희가 자동차 하면 떠오르는 게 딱 세 가지가 있습니다. 보시게 되면 커넥티드 모빌리티, 클린 모빌리티, 그리고 프리덤 인 모빌리티 이렇게 세 가지 정도가 핫 이슈가 되고 있는데요. 커넥티드 모빌리티라고 하는 건 저희가 이제 일반적으로 커넥티드 카라고 얘기를 하고요. 그리고 클린 모빌리티는 친환경 자동차, 그리고 프리덤 인 모빌리티라고 표현을 했는데 이거는 자율주행 자동차를 의미합니다. 그래서 저희 현대자동차 같은 경우에는 이러한 세 가지 큰 디렉션을 그 방향성을 가지고 자동차를 연구 개발을 하고 있고요. 이러한 흐름에 따라서 저희는 수소 연료전지 자동차 같은 경우에는 경제적이고 친환경적인 그런 자동차에 대해서 연구를 하고 있습니다. 오늘 주로 이제 말씀드릴 내용은 클린 모빌리티에 관한 내용인데, 친환경 자동차에 관한 내용인데요. 친환경 자동차로 대표되는 전기차와 수소차에 대해서 장단점이라든지 이런 거에 이런 어떤 의미인지 이런 것들에 대해서 설명드리겠습니다. 요즘 그 지구 온난화 때문에 날씨가 점점 더워지고 있습니다. 한국과 같은 경우에는 저희가 이게 다 이제 이산화탄소 CO2 때문이라고 하는데요. 저희 이제 한국과 같은 경우에는 저희가 주로 먹는 바다에서의 오징어라든지 명태들이 요즘에 잘 안 잡힙니다. 그리고 이제 저희가 못 보던 백상어 같은 그런 것들이 이제 출현을 하고 있습니다. 백상어는 이제 그 열대에서 사는 어종들이 이제 출현을 하고 있는데요. 이런 것들이 이제 지구 온난화의 첫 번째 그런 징조라고 할 수 있고요. 또 하나는 저희가 한 2년 전에 미국의 이제 애리조나에서 비행기가 이륙을 못한 적이 있습니다. 그게 이제 대기 온도가 너무 높게 되면 약 50도씨 이상이 되게 되면 그 공기의 밀도가 낮아지기 때문에 비행기가 그 부력이 발생이 안 돼서 비행기가 그 이륙을 할 수 없게 됩니다. 예, 이런 것들이 이제 지구 온난화의 이제 징조라고 할 수 있겠는데요. 그 지구가 머금을 수 있는 CO2의 한계가 있다고 합니다. 그래서 저희가 계속 인간들이 CO2를 만들게 되면 이런 지구 온난화가 점점 더 이제 심해지는 거죠. 그래서 2015년 파리 기후 협약이라는 데서 세계 각국의 정상들이 모여서 이 CO2를 저감하자는 협약을 하고 옵니다. 그런 약속들을 하고 오는데요. 예를 들어서 이제 한국과 같은 경우는 2030년까지 약 37%의 CO2를 저감을 하겠다. 그리고 일본과 같은 경우에는 2013년 기준으로 해서 약 26%의 CO2를 저감을 하겠다. 그런 약속들을 하고 오게 됩니다. 근데 이러한 약속들을 지키려면 굉장히 힘든 시간을 보내야 됩니다. 특히 이제 자동차 엔지니어 같은 경우는 이러한 힘든 정도가 아니라 이 회사의 생존이 달린 그런 문제라고 할 수 있겠습니다. 네, 여기 보시는 이제 죄송합니다. 네, 여기 보시는 이제 130g/km라는 것은 2015년 유럽 법규입니다. 그 연비 법규인데요. 이 의미는 자동차가 1km를 달리는데 CO2를 130g 이하로만 내야 된다라는 그런 법규입니다. 그래서 이 법규를 못 맞추게 되면은 저희가 이제 페널티를 물어야 됩니다. 벌금을 물어야 되는데요. 이 기준도 맞추기가 좀 어렵습니다. 어려운데 당장 내년 2020년이 되면 95g/km의 연비를 맞춰야 됩니다. 이러한 식으로 해서 저희가 2050년에 목표가 정해져 있습니다. 1990년을 기준으로 해서 2050년까지 약 95%의 CO2를 절감을 해야 되는데요. 그 자동차 엔지니어들은 2015년부터 2050년까지 매해마다 27%의 연비를 향상시키는 그런 업무를 해야 됩니다. 저희 회사에서 지금 판매되고 있는 자동차 중에 소나타 하이브리드가 있는데요. 소나타 하이브리드 자동차임에도 불구하고 저희가 약 88g/km의 CO2를 내고 있고요. 그리고 저희 회사에서 그 최고의 연비를 자랑한다는, 이게 전 세계 거의 이제 최고의 연비라고 잘 알고 있는데요. 그런 아이오닉 하이브리드가 약 79g/km를 그런 연비를 내고 있습니다. 그렇게 되면은 2025년까지는 저희가 그 81g/km의 규제를 맞추면 되기 때문에 하이브리드 자동차로 이제 맞출 수가 있게 되는데요. 2030년이 넘어가게 되면 59g/km는 지금 현존하는 내연기관으로는 연비를 맞출 수가 없습니다. 그럼 이걸 맞추지 않게 되면 저희가 예를 들어서 2015년 기준으로 기술 개발을 하나도 안 했다라고 쳤을 때 2020년이 되면 2020년이 되게 되면은 95g/km인데요. 약 한 35g의 규제를 못 맞추게 되고요. 그러면 1g을 못 맞추는데 95유로의 벌금을 물어야 됩니다. 그래서 95유로 곱하기 저희가 35g 곱하기 저희가 유럽의 자동차를 한 해 한 100만 대 정도 팔고 있는데요. 그걸 다 합하면은 1년의 벌금만 한 3조 7천억 원. 그러니까 지금 달러로 따지면 한 5억 달러 정도의 벌금을 내야 됩니다. 근데 이거는 유럽에만 그런 거고요. 유럽하고 미국, 중국 여러 나라에 대한 규제가 똑같이 있기 때문에 이런 벌금들을 다 합하게 되면 저희가 한 7조에서 8조, 그러니까 달러로 따지면 한 70억에서 80억 불 정도 벌금을 내게 됩니다. 그래서 저희 현대자동차 한 해 이익이 한 10조 내외 정도 되는데요. 이런 연비 규제를 못 맞추게 되면은 자동차를 팔아서 다 벌금 내는 데 써야 됩니다. 그래서 자동차가 살아남기 위해서는 이런 친환경 자동차, 저희가 이제 수소차와 전기차로 대표가 되는데요. 이런 거를 이제 만들지 않을 수 없게 됩니다. 그리고 죄송한데 한 말씀만 더 드리자면, 그래서 뭐 이제 회사들이 우리는 벌금 내고 자동차를 만들겠다라고 하더라도 유럽 같은 데서는 친환경 자동차에 대한 세제 혜택이 있기 때문에 저희가 일반 가솔린이나 디젤 엔진을 하게 되면 그런 세제 혜택을 받지 못하게 됩니다. 그래서 소비자들도 어차피 저희가 벌금을 내고 차를 판매하게 되더라도 소비자들이 저희 차를 선택하지 않게 되는 것이죠. 해서 저희가 이제 연비 규제 때문에 친환경 자동차, 수소차나 전기차를 만드는 것도 있지만 전 세계적으로 지금 내연기관 자동차를 친환경 자동차로 바꾸려는 그런 흐름들이 있습니다. 미국과 같은 경우에는 전체 차량 판매량의 지금 현재는 한 10% 정도를 친환경 자동차로 의무적으로 판매를 해야 됩니다. 여기 이제 친환경 자동차는 그 전기 자동차, 그리고 수소 자동차, 그리고 플러그인 하이브리드라고 해서 요거까지 이제 들어가게 되는. 여기서 그 정해진 의무 판매량의 한 대라도 팔지 못하게 되면 저희가 5,000달러, 저희 이제 하나로 따지면 500만 원 정도의 벌금을 물게 됩니다. 근데 이런 것들은 이제 저희가 크레딧이라는 걸 사서 이제 그 만회를 할 수가 있는데요. 그러니까 그 미국의 테슬라 같은 전기자동차 회사들은 그 차를 만들어서 영업이익을 잘 내지를 못하기 때문에 대신에 이제 차를 팔게 되면 그 미국에서 친환경 자동차를 판매했다는 크레딧을 받게 됩니다. 그 크레딧을 저희 자동차 회사에 이제 팔 수가 있습니다. 그래서 한 벌금으로 내면 저희가 5,000달러 정도 되는데요. 이제 테슬라 같은 데서 뭐 3,500불이나 4,000달러 정도의 이제 크레딧을 팔게 되면 저희가 그걸 사서 이제 할 수가 있는 거죠. 그래서 그런 벌금들을 안 내려면 저희가 의무적으로 친환경 자동차를 약 10% 이상 사야 됩니다. 중국과 같은 경우에도 중국은 좀 특이한데요. 이전까지는 친환경 자동차를 의무적으로 이제 판매하기 전에는 친환경 자동차에 대한 보조금을 지급을 했습니다. 중국이 이제 대기업이 굉장히 심각한데요. 근데 이게 뭐 1000대, 10,000대 정도 할 때는 감당이 됐는데 10,000대, 10만 대 이상 넘어가니까 정부에서 지원금을 주는데 이제 한계가 있기 때문에 중국에서 고민을 하다가 미국을 보니까 친환경 자동차 의무 판매가 있어서 이걸 이제 똑같이 따라하게 됩니다. 그래서 올해부터 이제 중국에서도 자동차를 판매하려면 약 전체 자동차 판매량의 10% 정도를 친환경 자동차로 의무적으로 판매를 해야 됩니다. 그리고 그런 이제 자동차를 의무적으로 이제 친환경 자동차로의 이동을 좀 유도하는 것뿐만이 아니라 아예 이제 판매 금지하려는 그런 동향들도 저희가
With your hard questions for our panel, please. In the meantime, Craig, given you haven't presented, again, welcome to the session. Perhaps could I ask you just to reflect on what you've heard this morning, given your experience in the energy sector. Maybe over to you, provide some of your thoughts and observations from the presentations this morning.
Sure. Thanks, Daniel. Anyway, so I might not need this, but here we go. Look, I thought I'd just offer a couple of observations, particularly from an Australian perspective, which is the market that I operate in the most. I don't think the challenges that we've all discussed this morning are any different in Australia than they are in most other countries, but they are perhaps more extreme, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, we have probably the most carbon-intensive electricity system on the planet. Those carbon emissions are falling relatively quickly, but it's still a very carbon-intensive system. The second reason for that is we have almost the highest penetration of intermittent renewables of any country in the world as well, particularly obviously solar and wind. The third reason is we have a very long, skinny network. Obviously Australia is a very large country with relatively small population centres, quite spread out. So the challenges of integrating intermittent supply in such a network are heightened. And fourth, we're, if you like, becoming a laboratory for dealing with these issues, because those issues and the transition we're going through has led to much higher prices for electricity, and we've gone from one of the lowest cost countries in the world for electricity to one of the highest cost countries in the world for electricity. So we've certainly got plenty of opportunities for improvement, and that creates opportunities for business from Korea and from other parts of the world, and there's many parties here looking at contributing to solve the problem that Australia has, given we're almost like a laboratory for integrating a greater amount of renewables, intermittent renewables into the electricity system. And I'll just touch on the key opportunities. Obviously, people have talked about hydrogen a lot, so I won't put on that. But there are others. Obviously, there's lots of opportunities in the upstream gas sector for those who have a position. Because of that volatility, gas will be that transition fuel. There's certainly opportunities in transmission, electricity transmission. On any measure, we're going to be spending a significant amount of money on electricity transmission over the next 5 to 10 years. Opportunities for ownership are somewhat limited at the moment, but I think there may be further opportunities in that space. And obviously, very large opportunities around end-use / storage type issues, because really we're desperately in need of that. We're obviously approaching a summer. For those of you here yesterday, it was quite a hot day. When those hot days arrive, our peak demands are extremely high, and there's good reasons to believe there might be reliability issues this summer if we do have a long hot summer.
No, that's great, Craig. Thank you. I suppose in keeping with that theme around opportunities, actually, I might bring you in here, Mr. Kim. Of course, congratulations first on being approved as a new electricity authorised retailer by the Australian Energy Regulator just 2 months ago. But I suppose I'm interested in your thoughts on the opportunities to perhaps disrupt the energy sector and the market here. But building on your presentation too, perhaps just expanding a little bit further on your proposed business model for Australia.
Yeah, thank you for the chance to explain a little bit more about our business. 저희가 앞서 말씀드렸듯이 기술적으로 그리고 경제적으로 조금 더 개선이 된다는 전제하에 저희가 궁극적으로 지향하는 모델은 각 가구 단위로 태양광 루프탑을 설치하고 그리고 에너지 배터리 시스템을 설치를 하게 됩니다. 그리고 이제 홈스라고 불리는 홈 에너지 매니지먼트 시스템을 통해서 실질적인 태양광의 발전량에 대한 예측, 그리고 고객의 전력 소비 패턴, 그리고 이제 홀세일 전력 마켓의 이제 가격들, 그런 여러 가지 변동 사항 등을 고려해서 고객에게 가장 최적화된 전력 가격을 제시하는 것이 저희의 목표입니다. 다만 이제 이러한 과정에서는 여러 가지 이제 관련된 정보들이 동시에 공유가 돼야 되고요. 그리고 또 제도적으로도 이제 정보 공유에 대한 여러 가지 이슈들은 해결이 돼야 됩니다. 그리고 이제 궁극적으로 저희가 각 가정 단위에서 이러한 전력 최적화가 일어나게 되면 이제 각각의 가정을 다 애거리게이션해서 저희가 소위 버추얼 파워 플랜트라고 하는 가상의 발전소를 구성하게 됩니다. 저희가 단순히 이제 그 제품에 대한 판매나 아니면 그 태양광 전력에 대한 판매만이 아니라 리테일 비즈니스에 대한 라이센스를 획득한 이유는 결국 태양을 통해서 발전을 통해서 전력이 생산되는 시간 외에 나머지 많은 시간 동안에도 결국 고객이 전력을 필요로 하고요. 그리고 태양이 발전되는 시간이 현재 가장 태양광 일수율가 낮은 전력 중에 하나입니다. 그래서 그 시간을 활용해서 나머지 시간에 대해서 어떻게 전력 사용에 대한 패턴들을 이제 시프트하는가에 따라서 고객에게 더 높은 밸류를 제공할 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
That's terrific. Thank you, Mr. Kim. I suppose moving on to hydrogen now, I'm really kind of interested from the panel's thoughts on where they see perhaps the most progress being made in the development of the hydrogen economy in the short term and why. Maybe Kate, can I throw it to you?
It's quite difficult to, I think, be specific about that because it will depend on the jurisdiction. So it depends on government policy, it depends on whether you have low-cost renewables or even stranded renewables. But when you have a look at Korea, what you've seen today is an enormous amount of government support in terms of rolling out infrastructure and a very supportive automotive industry. So what you can definitely see in the short term from a Korean perspective is passenger and light vehicle demand path being very clear. Australia's a little bit more difficult. There has been a lot of government focus and that is creating momentum. The two areas though that I think we should focus on is firstly the mining sector, and the reason for that is that and we saw with the last speaker, heavy haul transport actually mining makes sense. Hydrogen makes sense. And the other thing about mining is that the end customers are actually starting to look at their products and look at the supply chains and want decarbonised products. So we need to make a resilient export sector in mining, and we can do that by decarbonising it. The second place that I think Australia is really interesting, and this was just touched on before, is just the energy pricing patterns in South Australia and Queensland. You're seeing negative solar pricing in some of those jurisdictions, and that gives us an opportunity. So in those jurisdictions, you may see hydrogen in the short term being used for firming and potentially even decarbonising some of the harder to abate sectors like ammonia. The pricing's hard at the moment, but in the future it may work, and refining.
Thank you, Kate. I wonder, Vikram, did you have any thoughts on that? Where you see that sort of most progress being made in the short term in developing the hydrogen economy?
Yeah, sure. So I think, being part of AGIG, we've got a vested interest, obviously, to promote decarbonization of gas networks. And we see that as a ready market, and quite a sizable market to build scale and momentum and really get some projects off the ground. So we don't really have to wait for refueling infrastructure or a mining infrastructure to come along. We're ready now. And with the prices we're seeing for electrolyzers, falling quite rapidly, and with really low-cost renewable electricity generation, with solar, particularly in South Australia, Victoria to follow soon. We think it's quite an exciting place to make renewable hydrogen and blend into gas networks. The market is there. We're really blessed with high-quality solar and wind resources, and it's great sector coupling as well. The gas industry can just take it away and store it away. In terms of all the excess surplus renewables, we're having a lot of conversations with solar developers and wind developers, and they're now very seriously beginning to put electrolysis in the mix for long-term storage and really enhancing value not only the gas sector but the electric sector as well. So it's great sector coupling, which is happening now. And the market is there now, so we don't have to develop a market.
Thanks, Vikram. I wonder, Mr. Park, I'd like to bring you in here. What do you see as perhaps the biggest risk in developing the hydrogen economy, you know, in the coming years?
I'd say it's the economies of scale, because to use the hydrogen gas, you have to make you have to produce it economically viable, and then also the emissions. If you look the whole process, it has to become green, which means you have to use renewables to generate hydrogen gases and so on. So I think that will be the most risky part of the hydrogen economy, and it's the infrastructure itself is very costly currently. For example, the hydrogen refueling station is extremely pricey, which you cannot easily afford. So I think we have to overcome those barriers to approach hydrogen economy.
I suppose as we transition, we've been talking about developing the hydrogen economy, but of course I know Korea talks in terms of actually developing a Korean society, and I suppose implied in that is bringing the community on board and addressing some of the safety concerns which you touched on, Kate. And so I suppose in that regard, Dr. Lee, I might bring you in here on this issue of safety. I mean, how safe is your Nexo?
우선 아까 이제 진행을 너무 오래 해서 죄송하다는 말씀드리고 짧게 말씀드리겠습니다. 네, 지금 안전과 관련돼서는 뭐니 해도 이제 수소 탱크에 관해서 그 안전에 대한 우려가 굉장히 많습니다. 자동차로 보게 되면은 저희가 이미 이제 미국이나 유럽, 한국에서 그 안전성 최고 등급을 받은 상태고요. 그리고 궁금해하시는 이제 하이드로젠 탱크 관련돼서는 저희가 그 수소 탱크는 저희가 CFRP라는 카본 파이버로 만들게 되는데요. 이게 일반 스틸에 비해서 6배 정도 가볍고요. 그리고 4배 정도 강합니다. 네, 그런 탄소 섬유로 수소 탱크를 만들고 있고요. 저희가 700바로 주입을 하게 되는데, 압력을 700바로 주입을 하게 되는데, 실제로 저희가 디자인하는 거는 한 1800바에서 2000바 정도로 이렇게 견딜 수 있도록 수소 탱크를 만듭니다. 다 만들고 나서는 저희가 떨어뜨려서 드랍 테스트도 하게 되고, 임팩트 테스트, 저희가 불에 태우는 파이어 테스트, 그리고 여러 가지 그런 내부 테스트들을 많이 거친 다음에 비로소 이제 저희가 차에 실을 수 있기 때문에 안전 부분에서는 뭐 세상에 100%는 없지만 제 생각에는 안전하다고 확신할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So, with that, I would like to throw it open to you for questions. We have one already. Can we have the microphone for Peter, please?
Peter Cleary from the AKBC. I think Dr. Park, you pointed about economies of scale. We've got a long way to go to drive the cost curve to the place where it's accepted against other fuels. And Kate, you raised a point about Australia's pretty poor record in the LNG business of actually competing with infrastructure rather than cooperating with infrastructure. How can we do this differently? Now we've got a second chance, especially if we're going to export this product to Korea. How are we going to cooperate to make sure that we minimise the infrastructure spend and create the efficiencies of scale rather than compete against each other because our egos get in the way?
Really good question, Peter. Thank you. I mean, my sense is that industry, government, everybody needs to collaborate before we can compete. But Kate, did you perhaps want to have a go initially at tackling that one? Or?
I think that's a really hard question, and I actually do think there's parts of the LNG chain we've done incredibly well, but that duplication of infrastructure, as everyone looks back and said we should have done it better. One of the things about hydrogen that I think each of the state governments is thinking about are hydrogen hubs, and hydrogen does lend itself to that. And when you start with quite a small electrolyser, you build up over time. That makes actually natural sense. You scale something And so I think what we need to be doing is encouraging governments to think very carefully about hydrogen hubs. Think about whether they can underwrite them. You know, we have a great history in Australia of public-private partnerships. And there's actually ready sources of demand for hydrogen, perhaps in partnership with some of our Korean colleagues in the transport sector. If you think about it, each level of Australian government has quite big transport fleets in various ways. So the federal government has Australia Post, huge transport fleet, not passenger but light vans. They have defence. The states, some of them still have utilities which have very significant maintenance fleets. And then at a local level, you have things like waste fleets. Each of those could actually underwrite the beginnings of a hub, and then you could build it up. So if we do it on a more scalable basis, and we do it hand in hand with government, and they actually use some of the mechanics that have worked well in other sectors, I think we have a real chance of avoiding that.
Thanks, Kate. Craig, did you have a comment?
The only other thing I'd add to what Kate said is obviously some policy and regulatory certainty. Obviously, we've seen a long period in Australia, at least 15 years, where the lack of certainty around carbon and carbon emissions has stalled a lot of investment and caused some investments that might not otherwise occur. And without that broader certainty, at the COAG level, probably it's difficult for individual state governments to take things forward.
저희가 그 태양광 사업을 하는 입장에서는 결국 그 수소 쪽에서의 그 규모의 경제 부분이 또 하나는 그 원가에서 가장 중요한 부분을 차지하는 게 결국 전기 가격입니다. 그래서 많은 이제 대규모 태양광과 윈드 프로젝트들이 호주에서도 개발되고 있는 걸로 아는데요. 그 미국과 유럽에서의 경우 같은 경우는 그 전력 가격이 킬로와트아워당 한 4센트, 좀 낮게는 한 2에서 4센트 정도 규모를 가져와야지 경제적으로 이제 가능하다라고 보고 있고요. 결국 태양광 발전이나 이 윈드나 대형 유틸리티를 통해서 어느 정도 가격을 다운시킬 수 있는 효과가 또 하나의 중요한 팩트라고 봅니다. 그리고 결국 이러한 전력이 이제 그 수소 연료 전지를 만들기 위한 그 발전 설비까지 뭐 가까이 있으면 좋겠지만 연결되는 데는 또 하나는 이제 그리드 부분에 대한 투자가 같이 병행되어야 될 것 같고요. 특히 이제 호주 같은 경우는 그 지역이 워낙 넓다 보니까 그리드가 굉장히 길게 연결되어 있습니다. 그래서 여러 가지 프로젝트들이 다양하게 연결되었을 경우에 그리드 쪽에 부하도 많이 생기는 거예요. 그래서 사실 그런 부분의 인프라스트럭처 투자는 같이 좀 고민이 돼야 되지 않을까 싶습니다.
Very good point. Next question.
I've got the microphone, I think I'm safe. My name is Damon Thomas, I'm the Honorary Consul for the Republic of Korea in Tasmania. I've got two quick questions. I'm going to try to merge them a little bit like Dr. Lee getting a couple of questions in at once. Tasmania, my home state, is being mooted as a potential hydrogen economic powerhouse due to our access to low carbon renewable energy required in the production process. But these conversations are being held behind closed doors at a state and federal level. Panel, our cities are the powerhouses of our country, but in this case, particularly capital cities as major consumers of energy and producers of the world's greenhouse gases, how can we as cities play a role through these critical development periods in order to take first mover advantage? And the second is one that I think came out from this morning's sessions. We are a great supplier to the world, first of all in our original mining boom and now potentially with hydrogen after liquid nitrogen gas. But we appear to be supplying to the Republic of Korea, our close friends, but we have those discussions, or are those discussions possible, where we can become part of the development and the innovation rather than just a supplier. We've clearly heard from the Adelaide speaker that we have potential, but all of those PowerPoints this morning about Korea's innovation, we're not part of it. We're simply a supplier. And surely we can start looking at commercial arrangements whereby in exchange for supply benefit, we can be part of the innovation and potentially part of the IP.
Thank you, Honorary Consul General. Good comments, good questions. I mean, I thought Dr. Finkel addressed quite well Australia's standing and some of the great IP and R&D that has been happening here in Australia, and I think there is a genuine opportunity that he was throwing out to both sides to collaborate in that technology development, whether it be around the electrolyser, whether it be around the transport. But on your question of the cities and the role cities can play, I suppose, Vikram, it's that might be one for you. Are you happy to take that one on, given what you're doing in South Australia?
I just keep coming back to the obvious market we have here to build up scale and get it done quickly without any major infrastructure barriers. So all the city networks have large gas distribution networks, big gas consumers, Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Perth as well. And so if you're looking at scale production and making hubs and integrating with solar and wind as cities decarbonize their electric supply, it's a great sort of system coupling benefit, and the market's already there, so you can really get started and get on the innovation platform for scaling up hydrogen production, renewable hydrogen production, and integrating it with wind and solar.
Thanks, Vikram. I think we do have time for one more question. I think our friend from Deakin has a question here, just down in the front, please.
Thank you. Adrian Hanno from Deakin University. A question to Vikram, and it's a self-serving one because I get asked it all the time. There are countries around the world, Singapore for example, has 50% hydrogen in its gas stream, 50 to 60. What do we learn by injecting 5 to 10%?
Excellent question. So Singapore has 60, Hong Kong has 60 as well, and up until the late 60s, Melbourne, Sydney, we're all on town's gas, which is 60% hydrogen, right? But I think times have changed. Whenever we change our energy mix and transition to something else, we've got to now take the community with us. And that is why we simply can't go to 10%, because we've got to go through the process of making sure that we prove to the regulators and the customers that 10% is safe. And I just got an email today that we got our safety case approved from the OTM, so that's another good step in our project. But it's been a long journey just to get that, I won't say social license, but social acceptance. To make sure that when we do scale up, we can point to a suburb or a community which is already operating in 10% hydrogen gas. And the other thing which is quite interesting is appliances are sort of tuned to a certain fuel type. So the appliances in Singapore and Hong Kong are tuned for city gas of 60% hydrogen, whereas appliances here are tuned for up to 30% hydrogen, but they haven't really operated with any levels of hydrogen. So just to get the appliance manufacturers on board and do a lot of appliance testing to make sure it's all safe, we need to go through that process. So once we go through that process, then we can basically all networks around Australia can go up to 10% or 20% pretty easily. But there'll come a point where you've got to change your appliances to go from 20 to 100%. So we are working with appliance manufacturers to really make that scale up as painless as possible.
Thanks, Vikram. I know we could keep this session going for some time, but of course, in the interest of time, we will wrap the panel discussion there. I do encourage you to ask questions over lunch and over the rest of the day of our presenters and panelists today. Please just stay on stage for a moment, please. But would you join me in thanking our presenters and panelists?
이제 그 수소 에너지를 비롯해서 에너지 쪽에 이제 세션을 가졌습니다. 오후에는 Industry Growth Engine, 그리고 두 번째는 Evolving Opportunities in Traditional Industries, 이렇게 두 개의 세션이 진행이 될 예정입니다. 그리고 이어서 어제 진행된 차세대 리더 회의 결과 보고를 들은 후 마지막으로 공동성명서 채택 그리고 폐회 순으로 진행이 되겠습니다. 그럼 이제 오후 첫 세션 신산업 성장 동력 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 세션에서는 전 명륜의 권태신 부회장님께서 모더레이터를 맡아주시겠습니다. 권태신 부회장님은 한국의 기재부 차관, 그리고 주 OECD 대표부 대사님, 그리고 국무총리실 실장 등을 역임하셨습니다. 지금은 한국경제연구원 원장과 동시에 정경련 부회장으로서 정경련을 이끌고 계십니다. 큰 박수로 권태신 부회장님을 모시겠습니다.
Thank you. My name is Tae-shin Kwon, and I'm Vice Chairman and CEO of the Federation of Korean Industries, and FKI has been co-host of this meeting for last 40 years. Because we had a wonderful, delicious meal, I think some of you may sleepy. So, as usual, I would like to start my presentation by telling you a joke. One rich Chinese businessman visited Beverly Hills, good restaurant, where he met famous movie director Spielberg, Steven Spielberg. So he was so delighted, and then shook hands, and then tried to introduce him, but suddenly Spielberg slammed the head of Chinese businessman. "Why do you hit me?" And then Spielberg answered, "You invaded Pearl Harbor, and my father was killed there." So he said, Chinese gentleman said, "That's Japanese, not Chinese." But Spielberg answered, "Japanese, Chinese, Taiwanese, all same to me." So suddenly, Chinese man slammed the head of Mr. Spielberg. "Why do you hit me?" Chinese gentleman answered, "In 1912, when Titanic collapsed, sank into the water, you killed my great-grandfather." And then Spielberg answered, "That's iceberg, not me." But Chinese answered, "Iceberg, Spielberg, Carlsberg, all same to me." That is the reason why we need to understand and then communicate each other. When I was Vice Minister, Minister of Finance, Economy, I was very well known to many ministers of the world for my joke. Even the everybody, like Peter Costello, you are treasurer. When I met him, I told him, "You become Prime Minister soon." He was very happy, but he didn't succeed. But I told the same story to Gordon Brown. He finally succeeded. So when Gordon Brown chaired meeting, he always gave me right to speak. And then many of you younger than me, I was born before Korean War, so I would like to tell you what is our relationship. When I was in elementary school in 1950s, we have never seen jet airplane. So whenever we see noise of jet airplane when we were in elementary school, we ran and followed it and tell everybody that is Australian airplane, Australian jet plane, jet fighter. So we call it Hojuki in Korean, means Australian. So we know that Australia was the first country after USA in 1950 to defend Korea against North Korea's invasion. So from that time on, we had a very close relationship, and many Koreans, all Koreans, do not forget what you have done to help us. So in that sense, because I have been Vice Minister, I usually go to World Bank, IMF, EBRD. In those international financial institutions, Australia and Korea are always in the same constituency, because we share the same value, that is rule of law, free democracy, market economy, and then free trade, and then human rights, all those issues. So as we discussed this morning with your chairman, the world situation is not good because the trade war between USA, China, and then many countries become protectionism. That is the reason why we need to strengthen our ties between Australia and Korea, middle countries, gather together for the rule of law, for free trade. And then I would like to try to boast myself again. When I was the ambassador to OECD, I have a lot of friends of Australia. We are in the same group. Veronique Ingram, who used to be Treasury Department, and now used to be Inspector General and Chief Executive of Australian Financial Securities Authorities. And then her follower, Christopher Longman, is now Deputy Secretary of Department of Foreign Affairs. So Brenton Byrne, whom I work, is now Australian ambassador to Paris. So I have so many friends like Mr. former ambassador, Mr. Colin Heseltine, and then Mr. Bill Patterson. They invited me to their residence, and then we had a lot of good discussions. Thank you, thank you. So the topic of this session is new industries as growth engines. The world is currently facing a range of drastic revolutions, such as the decline of the manufacturing industries and new emerging industries like AI, drone, bio, robotics, the sharing economy, and changes of international trade architecture. Because we are seeing that multilateralism, from multilateralism to bilateralism, from rule of law to rule of force, from free trade to protectionism. And as a result, world trade is reducing, which hurts mostly Korea and also Australia. As you are well aware, Korea is highly dependent on exports of the manufacturing industries and advances in IT technologies. As such, the development of new industries is crucial to its survival. Australia has also been nurturing its economy through state-of-the-art technologies and the service industry sectors. So I know that Australian government is trying to do Industry 4.0 as momentum for further economic development and enhancing competitiveness. So in the Prime Minister's office, they have Industry 4.0 task force. Also, Australia is known as a country that has wisely been developing new growth engines based on its openness to innovations and its unsparing state-level investment in high-tech industries. Yesterday, we visited Australian Technology Park. We visited many places like CSRIO Data 61 and Cicada Innovations. So I think there are a lot of places we can cooperate each other in that area. In today's session, we will explore the possibility of win-win cooperation between Australia and Korea in the area of new growth engines. As we did in this morning session, we will first listen to the presentations, which will be followed by a panel discussion. Because the late start, and then because of time limit, I wish our speakers, if possible, within 15 minutes each. And the first presentation will be given by Mr. Kang-seok Seo, Director of Korea Sydney, KOTRA, Sydney. Director Seo has served in emerging markets such as Beirut, Baghdad, and many advanced countries like the US, and has a significant insight into exploring new businesses. Now, please join me welcoming Mr. Seo.
안녕하십니까. 저는 코트라 시드니 무역광장 서강석입니다. 저희 코트라는 무역과 투자를 진행하는 준연구 기관입니다. 그래서 오늘 좀 한국에 왜 투자해야 되는지에 대한 좀 거시적인 얘기를 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 토픽은 제가 세 가지를 설명드리는데 왜 한국에 투자해야 되는지, 그리고 현재 한국에 어떤 형태의 투자가 이루어지고 있는지, 그리고 앞으로 투자할 분야는 어떤 게 있는지 세 가지 부분으로 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 우선 왜 한국에 투자해야 되는지 하는 이유입니다. 보시다시피 한국의 그 경제 다양지수를 발표했는데요. 이게 지금 왼쪽에 보시면 한국 순위가 한 29위 정도로 상당히 낮습니다만 경제 자유주의 수준과 한 12가지가 있는데 그 중에 비즈니스 자유도 지수는 한국이 홍콩하고 대만이 4위를 차지하고 있습니다. 그만큼 한국이 시장 경제에서 자유롭게 비즈니스를 할 수 있는 여건이 조성되어 있다고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 한국의 산업을 잠깐 보겠습니다. 이미 잘 아시겠지만 한국은 특히 그 비메모리 반도체에서 세계 시장 점유율 71.8%, 디스플레이 57.8%, 그리고 조선도 현재 잘 나가고 있습니다만 44%, 그 다음에 화학, 리튬, 그 다음에 스마트폰, 석유화학, 그 다음에 또 화장품, 그 다음에 철강, 자동차 분야에서 세계 시장 점유율을 계속 높여가고 있고 이외에도 TV라든가 그 다음에 세탁기 이런 가전제품 측면에서도 한국이 높은 시장 점유율을 현재 유지하고 있습니다. 또 최근에는 저희가 비메모리 반도체라든가 또 기계 부품, 그 다음에 소재, 전자장비에 대한 투자를 확대해 나가고 있습니다. 한국이 IT가 잘 나간다는 얘기는 이미 잘 알고 있겠습니다만 ICT 분야에서도 현재 저희가 한국이 세계 2위를 차지하고 이거는 사용자의 그 효율성이라든가 접근성 측면에서 현재 1위를 차지하고 있습니다. 그리고 한국의 그 ICT 제품 수출도 보시다시피 우측에 보시면은 독일이나 일본에 비해서 훨씬 많은 현재 5위 정도를 차지하고 있습니다. 저희가 작년도 2018년도에 저희가 한국 수출이 약 한 6,055불 정도를 수출했습니다만 이 중에 반도체로 단일 수출이 1,267억 불을 했습니다. 그래서 저희가 지금 IT 반도체 분야에서 현재 세계적인 우위를 차지하고 있습니다. 그리고 저희가 금년 4월달에 세계 최초로 저희가 5G 상용화에 성공했고 시작한 지 한 6개월 됐는데 현재 가입자 수가 한 350만 명. 그 다음에 저희가 금년 연말에 한 500만 명의 가입자가 가입할 것으로 현재 예상하고 있습니다. 또 우측에 보시면은 이 표준 필수 특허 등록 건수가 있는데 이게 저희가 한국이 중국에서 2위로 현재 시장 특허 건수로는 한 25%를 차지하고 있습니다. 이거 보시면 또 미국이나 일본에 비해서 저희가 특허 등록 건수가 훨씬 많다는 것을 볼 수 있습니다. 오늘 어제도 여러 가지 얘기가 있었습니다만 저희가 5G 시장에 대한 시장 선전 그리고 상용화를 가속화해서 이를 통해서 또 스마트 시티, 또 스마트 공장, 그다음에 자율주행차 같은 분야에서도 통신 기반 산업을 기반으로 해서 저희가 좀 현재 적극적으로 이 산업을 현재 육성하고 있습니다. FTA 저희가 세계에서 세 번째로 FTA 체결을 한 국가가 많습니다. 지금 현재 52개국하고 FTA 체결을 하고 있고 또 지난주에 잘 아시다시피 그 RCEP 협상이 타결돼서 15개국가가 현재 포괄적인 영내 포괄적 동반자 협정에 현재 가입되어서 되어 있습니다. 한국이 현재 세계 수출 순위도 현재 6위로 대표되어 있습니다만 저희가 무역의 경제 영토를 계속 확대하고 있고 또 한호 FTA도 아까 여러분들이 말씀하셨습니다만 가장 성공적인 모델로 저희가 평가하고 있고 또 호주산 프리미엄 농산물, 소고기 등이 한국에서 이미 잘 알려져 있고 많은 수출을 현재 하고 있는 중입니다. 저희가 한국이 여러 가지 측면에서 경제 기적의 역사를 만들었습니다만 이러한 경제 성장의 뒤에는 우리 한국인들의 뛰어난 그 DNA가 여러 분야에서 영화라든가 또 음악이라든가 스포츠 여러 분야에서 드러나고 있습니다. 금년 저희가 그 프랑스에서 했던 그 칸느 국제영화제에서 기생충이 황금종상을 받으신 건 아실 테고 또 가수 BTS가 빌보드 차트에서 계속 1위를 하면서 한국에서는 이게 영국의 60년대 비틀즈에 본가는 인기가 아니냐 이렇게 평가하는 사람들도 있습니다. 또 2015년대 조성진 씨가 피아노 콩쿠르에 쇼핑해서 또 역시 최우수상 받았고, 뭐 여러 분야에서 또 우리 프로골퍼들은 여성 프로골퍼들이 세계에서 계속 1등하고 있는 걸 잘 아실 것입니다. 그리고 요거는 저 가운데 있는 그림은 제가 지난달에 호주에서 제일 유명한 그 요리사 피트 길모하고 제가 한국을 갔었는데, 한국의 전통 발효식품이 세계에서 가장 우수하다는 이런 평가를 받고 있습니다. 그래서 여기 저 오페라 하우스에 있는 그 베넬롱, 그다음에 큐 레스토랑에 있는 최고급 식당에서 하고 있는 음식들이 한국에서 지방에서 생산되고 있는 식초라든가, 그다음에 간장이라든가 된장, 고추장 등 6가지를 이제 요리를 하고 있고, 제가 이번 한국에 가가지고 한국의 한정식, 그다음에 저녁 템플에서 입고 있는 선식, 또 그 외에 여러 가지 이제 한국의 전통 음식을 직접 저하고 시험을 했고, 또 그 한국 식재료의 구성을 우리가 같이 체험하고 왔습니다. 한국 투자 동향에 대해서 잠깐 설명을 좀 드리겠습니다. 표에서 보시는 바와 같이 한국에 들어오는 FDI가 10년 동안 계속 증가해왔고, 2018년도에는 약 269억 불의 해외 직접 투자가 이루어졌습니다. 요것을 분야로 보시면 지금 서비스 투자가 한 60%, 그 다음에 제조업 투자가 37% 비중을 차지하고 있습니다만, 특히 제조업 투자의 증가율이 39%로 높습니다. 그리고 전기나 가스, 건설 같은 분야는 투자 금액은 미미하지만 증가율은 매우 높은 것으로 현재 나타나고 있습니다. 한국에 대한 투자를 좀 지역별로 잠깐 살펴보시면은, 아시아 국가의 투자가 한 작년에 94억 불 정도였는데 가장 많고, 그다음에 유럽과 미국 순으로 나타나고 있습니다. 투자액 증가율로 보면은 유럽이 27% 증가했고, 미주 쪽이 24% 증가했습니다. 아시아 국가의 투자도 13.6% 증가하고 있는 중입니다. 투자를 유형별로 보시면은 그린필드 투자가 약 한 200억 불로 74.4% 차지했고, 그다음에 M&A 투자가 25.6%를 현재 차지하고 있습니다. 그린필드 투자가 전체 투자에서 작년에 큰 폭으로 증가해서 27.4% 증가했고, M&A 투자는 오히려 약간 감소를 보이고 있는 실정입니다. 보시는 바와 같이 그동안 외국인 투자 기업 수가 계속 증가하고 있고, 작년도 기준으로 18,714개사가 현재 한국에서 영업을 하고 있습니다. 그만큼 한국 시장이 글로벌 기업들의 관심과 투자가 계속 증가하고 있는 것을 보여주고 있습니다. 요것이 그 FTI를 국가별로 보시면은 미국, 중국, 그다음에 호주, 홍콩 등 순으로 되어 있습니다만, 특히 호주가 작년에 큰 폭으로 증가를 했습니다. 그다음에 중국, 미국, 프랑스, 스페인, 벨기움 등이 증가했고, 일본이라든가 영국, 그다음에 홍콩 국가들은 투자가 감소세를 보이고 있습니다. 지금 작년 투자가 급증한 이유는 호주의 그 GM 자동차 조립 공장이 폐쇄되면서 그 자본들이 일시적으로 한국에 대폭 이전이 되었습니다. 그래서 이번 일시적으로 자본 이전에 대해서 투자가 급증한 요인이라고 볼 수 있습니다. 저희가 이전에 최근 2년 동안 한국에 투자 등 신고를 한 건수 한 60건 정도 있는데, 다 설명드릴 수는 없지만 지금 대표적으로 맥콰이리 그룹 와 계십니다만 한국에 많은 투자를 하고 있고, 또 카세이즈닷컴은 우리 SK 엔카를 지분 인수했고, 또 페페그룹도 계속 지속적으로 한국에 저축은행 투자를 현재 확대해 나가고 있습니다. 또 저희가 이제 중요시하는 필바라 미네랄도 역시 지금 광양에 리튬 생산 용이 현재 투자를 하고 있고, 또 잘 진행되고 있는 것 같습니다. 현재 투자 현황을 말씀드렸고, 앞으로 어떤 투자가 있을지에 대해서 해야 되는지에 대해서 잠깐 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 물론 민간 프로젝트도 많이 있습니다만 한국에는 7개의 프리 이코노믹 존이 있습니다. 특히 인천에는 바이오, 그다음에 예스 평택입니다. 평택 쪽에는 스마트 자동차, 그다음에 황해 지폐대는 파인 케미칼, 부산 진해는 기계라든가 물류, 그다음에 대구는 헬스케어, 그다음에 충북에는 역시 바이오 IT, 그다음에 강원도 쪽에 있는 폐재선 이제 은폐로 메탈 이런 쪽에 산업이 특화가 돼서 이제 투자를 유치를 하고 있습니다. 한국에는 7개 프리 이코노믹 존이 있습니다만 이외에도 105개의 외국인 인베스트먼트 프로모션 존이 있고, 그 다음에 항만을 중심으로 해서 13개의 프리 트레이드 존이 있습니다. 그리고 1207개의 산업 단지가 이제 한국에는 조성되어 있는데, 각각의 단지별 투자 인센티브는 나중에 필요하시면 저에게 연락을 주시면 상세하게 설명을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 한국에는 이 표에는 다양한 투자 인센티브가 있습니다. 물표에 보시면 9가지가 있는데, 특히 이제 한국에는 캐시 그랜트가 있습니다. 캐시 그랜트가 있는데, 세금 감면도 있고, 그다음에 토지증도 있는데, 특별히 저희가 이제 지방자치단체에서 폐지에서 현금 지원하는 프로젝트들은 특히 투자하시는 분들에게 많이 도움이 될 것 같은데, 자세한 내용은 지금 이제 제가 표에 있는 사이트를 보시고 상세한 내용을 좀 검색해 보시면 도움이 될 것 같습니다. 폐지에는 굉장히 많은 프로젝트가 있는데 저희가 다 설명드릴 수는 없고 몇 가지 맛보고 설명드리면, 인천 폐지에는 지금 현재 골든하버 프로젝트가 현재 진행 중에 있습니다. 금년 12월 달에 신국제 여객터미널이 개장할 예정인데, 거기에 바로 연결이 골든하버 프로젝트가 현재 진행되고 있고, 여기에는 해양이라든가 크루즈 선박, 정박시설, 그 다음에 호텔, 그 다음에 리조트 상업시설 등 복합 레지 시설이 현재 건설될 예정인데, 현재 미국 기업들이 대규모 투자를 이제 진행 중에 있습니다. 그다음에 황해 경제학 과역구청인데, 이거는 평택 한쪽에 소재였고, 중국하고 물동량 이동이 용이하고 또 수도 서울하고도 지리적으로 굉장히 가깝게 있습니다. 그래서 여기는 지금 현재 반도체라든가 그다음에 자동차를 중심으로 해서 삼성전자, LG이노텍, 그다음에 쌍용차, 현대차 등 다수가 있고, 또 외국 기업 중에는 수리엠이라든가 시멘스 같은 회사들이 현재 이게 존재하고 있습니다. 대구 경북 폐지도 현재는 여기 정보통신이라든가 그다음에 의약, 헬스케어, 그다음에 자동차 부품 위주의 산업을 현재 육성하고 있고, 또 투자 유치를 현재 하고 있는 중입니다. 부산은 우리나라 제1의 항만입니다만 여러 가지 물류 프로젝트 외에도 지금 현재 방사선이라든가 의과학 단지를 현재 최근에 중점적으로 육성하고 또 투자 유치를 하고 있습니다. 다음은 저희가 외국인 투자가들이 한국에 있는 기업들에 대한 M&A 수요가 있는데, 인수합병이라든가 아니면 합작 투자를 하겠다는 수요가 있을 경우에 저희가 정보를 제공하는 사이트입니다. 이게 인베스트 코리아 마켓플레이스인데, 나중에 사이트를 한번 들어보시면 ITM에 가시면은 투자 가능한 정보가 14개 산업별로 전체 한 288개의 투자 매물이 이제 등록이 되어 있습니다. 그래서 이 내용을 하나하나 크게 들어가 보시면은 유용한 정보를 확인해 볼 수가 있습니다. 여기에 좀 제가 샘플을 하나 들어가서 본 건데, 보시면은 업종별로, 그다음에 투자 금액별로 100만 불에서 한 2억 불 이상까지 금액별로도 되어 있고, 그다음에 업종별로도 분류가 되어 있어서 검색을 해볼 수가 있겠습니다. 그냥 제가 랜덤으로 좀 이제 샘플 하나를 좀 띄워놨는데요. 그 회사의 개요라든가 제품, 서비스, 그 다음에 어떤 기술에 대한 설명이 되어 있고, 또 회사 프로파일이라든가 재무정보, 그 다음에 비즈니스 플랜 이런 것들이 다양하게 설명되어 있습니다. 또 저희가 코트라에서 하고 있는 서비스 중에는 글로벌 기업들이 합작 투자라든가 기술 이전 등 여러 가지 프로젝트를 개발하고 있는 갭스 서비스가 있습니다. 그 다음에 또 외국인 투자가들이 공항에 올 경우에 레드카펫 서비스를 인정하고 있고 모든 정부의 파견기관들이 다 파견해서 원스톱 서비스를 인정하고 있습니다. 일단 간단히 투자 환경 설명드리겠습니다. 최근에 한국 경제가 중국의 사드 보복이라든가 그다음에 일본의 반도체 규제, 그다음에 북한의 미사일 등 어려움이 있습니다만 이런 어려움과 도전을 잘 현재 극복하고 있고 한국 경제가 현재 강한 제조 경쟁력을 바탕으로 잘 나가고 있습니다. 그리고 외국인 투자주도 계속 지금 증가하고 있는 추세입니다. 이러한 점을 감안해서 한국에 투자하기 원하시면은 저희가 코트라시든 뭐니까 언제든지 연락해 주시면 언제든지 어디든지 저희가 찾아가서 지원하도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 우리 호주 기업들이 한국과 또 경제 협력 투자를 통해서 성공적인 비즈니스를 할 수 있도록 저희가 적극 지원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Mr. Saw. Our next presentation is by a speaker from Australia. As you know, one of the most important areas of the Industry 4.0 is biomedicine, which is a new industry that will have a significant impact on our lives, beyond simply curing diseases to preventing it, enhancing quality of life, and extending lives. Dr. Ryan Powlett, he is a Director of Business Management of the Thermo Fisher Scientific. And then he's got his PhD of Medical Research at Queensland University, and he has been consultant of Deloitte Consulting, and he has many other experiences. Now I would like to ask you to welcome Dr. Ryan Powlett.
So my presentation today really is looking at biopharmaceutical drug development and how we can help fast-track the development of drugs for Korean companies by capitalising on the capabilities that we have here in Australia and also in Korea. Sorry, which button am I using? Oh, very good. Okay, so just to provide some context, so Thermo Fisher Scientific, you probably know us as a product company where we generally make reagents for medical and scientific use and also equipment. But about 2 years ago, Thermo Fisher Scientific acquired Patheon, which really is now the services arm of the organisation for pharmaceutical drug development. So this encompasses our historical Patheon service offering, where we manufacture the drug substance, which really is the active pharmaceutical ingredient that goes into drugs, as well as our drug product capabilities, where we then send those drugs into another facility where it gets put into a vial or a syringe, or even made into a tablet, which then gets administered to a patient. All the way through, then we can manage the entire supply chain through to administration of the patients. We can also then manufacture those drugs to support both the clinical development of those pharmaceuticals, all the way through then to supporting commercial manufacturing to support market launch and market sales. In terms of the scale and the capability of Patheon across our network, we have 45 plus facilities, and one of those is in Australia. Sorry, going the wrong way again. B button. So we have a number of company facilities across the globe. In terms of the biopharmaceutical drug development, we only have one of those facilities based here in Australia, which is located in Brisbane, where we make the biologics drugs, which really are the new and up-and-coming pharmaceuticals that are entering the market, like monoclonal antibodies and other therapeutic drugs. But really what I want to talk about today really is the interaction that our facility has with the Korean organisations and really then around, I suppose, how we can help fast-track those companies into drug development. Just to focus though initially on the Brisbane facility, we were originally set up in partnership between the Queensland Government and the Federal Government back in 2013, and we started manufacturing in 2014, where we manufacture currently to support clinical trials all the way from phase 1 to phase 3, mostly outside of Australia, but also in Australia. The Brisbane facility is co-located on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus, where there's over 300 clinical trials conducted every year on campus. In terms of our capability at the Brisbane facility, we can manufacture to support all of the standard biopharmaceutical processing technologies, from fed batch through to diffusion, at all the different scales that a company that is developing a biological drug needs. So we manufacture typically in 500 litre or 2,000 litre bioreactors, where we grow up their cells, which produces the biopharmaceutical in these reactors, and then we purify the drug from the culture supernatant. And it's that active pharmaceutical that we purify from the culture supernatant that is then used as the active ingredient. On site, we've manufactured over 85 batches to date with no contaminations, which is fairly unique for the industry, and that really reflects, I suppose, the staff that we have on site. And we're quite unique in Australia in that we have a very high proportion of staff which have high degree education. So unlike other manufacturing facilities around the world, we have a very high number of PhD and master's degree qualified students that come through that we employ. We currently employ on site currently at about 135 staff, but we hover between 135 to 150 staff at any one point in time. Something that I did want to touch on, which is relevant for today's conversation, is the Australian R&D tax incentive. And about 72% of our clients that are eligible for this program do claim the R&D tax incentive. So the R&D tax incentive is a federal government-based program which provides potentially a cash refund of up to 43.5% on R&D activities that are spent in Australia. But not only what is spent in Australia, but potentially also what can be spent in Korea also. So I did want to share a case study later on where we have been working with a Korean startup company, which is a spin-out from a Korean university, where they're capturing the costs of their activities, not only that they spend in Australia with us and on clinical trials, but also what they're spending back in Korea in R&D activities. So in terms of the Korean market for us, it has changed significantly. I would say about 2.5 years ago, we had one Korean client. Today, Korea represents our third largest export destination for our services, behind the US and Japan. We work both with very large organisations where they want to outsource, I suppose, the manufacturing to us as a secondary source to offset their own capacity needs. So we're currently in discussions with a very large biopharmaceutical company at the moment in Korea, which, if that deal does go ahead, will be a multi-$100 million deal that will employ 100 to 130 FTEs in the Brisbane facility. Unfortunately, we're trying to get that deal closed by this meeting to make an announcement. Unfortunately, that's still ongoing. In addition, then, a large proportion, though, of our clients, though, about 85% of the companies we do work with are small to start-up companies. And we recognise that in terms of the new biologics that are coming through the pipeline, about 80% of those assets are in the SME space and in the startups. So we do work very closely with those startup companies where they can rely on our expertise around developing the manufacturing process and to scale up that to support their clinical demand. And what we are really seeing from these clients, and both from the small and the large companies, is that there really is a need to shorten the development timelines and get to market as quickly as possible and as cheaply as possible. And in order to do that, we have developed a particular program called the Quick to Clinic program, where we are able to shave off potentially up to 6 months off the development timeline for developing a biopharmaceutical drug. But not only that, in companies that are coming to Australia, they are also accessing other aspects of the supply chain in Australia, mainly in relation to conducting clinical trials. So the Australian government, through the Therapeutic Goods Administration, has a very good regulatory environment whereby companies can start and dose their first patient in a clinical trial quicker in Australia than they can elsewhere around the world. And that's through the clinical trial notification program. So it's really, instead of in the US where you're going and talking to the US FDA, in Australia it's just simply a notification program. So I did want to quickly go through and provide you this case study where this is really where we're working with a startup company that's a spin out from one of the universities in Australia. They've set up an Australian subsidiary company and outsourcing their R&D activities to us, as well as to a number of CROs in Australia. So, as I mentioned, back in Korea, they've undertaken a number of R&D activities, but that has come before they've come to us to assist in manufacturing. They're also planning to undertake future phase 2 clinical trials in Korea, and in Australia, they're undertaking the manufacturing with us, as well as conducting phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials. And really this is the impact then on what the R&D tax incentive means for this startup company. And given that the R&D tax incentive provides non-dilutive capital, this is very attractive both to the company shareholders and to future investors. So for what the program would cost, a bit over $14 million for the development of this drug to get to the end of a phase 2, it now costs them a bit over $8 million. So a considerable saving to the company. So in the end, it really is a mechanism to help fast track the company development through the timelines, as well as reducing their development costs. And companies also know that if they do come to Australia, the data that we produce both from a manufacturing perspective and from a clinical trial perspective, they can take back to the Korean regulators as well as to other global regulators, which will accept that data for regulatory approvals. So I just wanted to say thank you very much again, and here is depicted a picture of our manufacturing facility where you can see a couple of our bioreactors. So there's a 2,000 litre bioreactor as well as a 500 litre bioreactor for those who haven't seen that inside of a manufacturing facility before. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Paulette. Next, we will hear from Mr. David Nathan, Chairman of the City Fertility Centre, which is a successful joint project between Australia and Korea. And Korea is a child medical group. The birth rate of Korea is among the lowest in the world, and the low birth rate has become major social issues. Child medical group is a very advanced clinic, famous, the largest clinic in Korea treating infertility area. And now Child Medical Group also has a presence in advanced countries such as New York and Los Angeles, and in the US and Japan, and is renowned worldwide in the area of infertility treatment. Now please join me welcoming Chairman Nathan.
To give another insight into healthcare sectors and how the emerging sector in Korea can assist and work with what's been traditionally a worldwide leading industry in Australia. And the company I chair is capitalising on that emerging trend. little bit of history. City Fertility was established also in Brisbane, like the company that we just heard from, with modest ambition, it's fair to say, to be the largest fertility provider in Brisbane. I'm originally from Melbourne and now living in Sydney, and I would say who cares if it was just Brisbane. But that ambition has become a more bold ambition. Just to put it into perspective, about 60,000 Australian women each year seek fertility treatment, and if you have a child or a grandchild starting in a primary school in Australia today, about 1 child in 25 are born as a consequence of the support they get from the IVF industry, which is an industry that has been well supported by governments of both persuasions over the last 30 years plus. What did CFC or City Fertility look like in 2016-17? It's a clinician-owned industry, or business rather. It had a number of sub-brands that you can see on this slide. EDA stands for Egg Donors Australia, SDA stands for Sperm Donors Australia, and Rainbow Fertility was a business that we established specifically for the LGBTI community, to name but 3. But 12 years in the making led to a time for reflection, and we realised that there was a changing domestic landscape for healthcare, and in particular a changing sector with Virtus listing on the Australian Stock Exchange in 2013, and Monash IVF, the original name in IVF in Australia, if not globally, by dint of it having the first pregnancy way back in the 1980s, listing also on the stock exchange in 2014. And there's been significant development in terms of technology that's promoted an enhanced need to have access to best technology, and that costs a lot of money. Clean room technology, temperature control technology, embryoscope enhancements, genetic screening, supportive pharmaceuticals are all part and parcel today of the delivery of services to patients seeking IVF treatment. And in addition to that, there's an enhanced need to have access to big data to make sense of what's driving performance and pregnancy rates from woman to woman to woman. So in 2017, City Fertility embarked on an investor search process with the assistance of PricewaterhouseCoopers. We looked at international IVF players, not domestic players. The only reason we didn't accept the possibility of domestic players was because of ACCC concerns and potentially cultural challenges with our doctors. We looked at domestic and international healthcare groups, and of course private equity. We identified at the beginning, before we went to the market, some investment criteria which we figured if we established before starting our search would stand us in good stead. As I knew from personal experience, one tends to retrofit the criteria to sort out one's preferred bidder over other bidders. So this way we were compelled to have regard to the criteria that we agreed to before we knew who might be potential investors in the business. We had a substantial array of interest, which led to a substantial amount of travel, particularly through Asia Pac, as we tried to make sense of these potential bidders and how they fitted in with our investment criteria. Ultimately, we received final binding bids from a range of players and measured them up against our investor criteria, and that led to us selecting a consortium of Char Healthcare and Singapore Medical Group. And our marriage is now 18 months in the making, having reached closure on the 1st of April 2018. We agreed with our partners to have a unique structure to preserve some skin in the game for our existing clinicians, who, as I mentioned before, were indeed the only owners of the business before we took on our investors, and we were able to complete the transaction in 100 days with a great deal of cooperation from everyone, culminating in what was, on any analysis, a quaint signing ceremony at CHAR's headquarters in Seoul back at the end of March 2018. So why CHAR SMG seems like a sensible question, and I think that the guts of it has been that CHAR represent international reach, not only through Asia Pac, but into the US. They have a strong commitment to research. They offer potentiality for complementary premium healthcare segments, including stem cell treatments, biobanking, anti-aging, and cosmetics. There's a picture of the CHAR building on the right of this slide. It's the best massage I've ever had. And the cosmetics that they produce, including what's called the Absolute Luxe Ageless Cell Cream, is what my wife swears by, and has driven, as we saw a minute ago, she single-handedly is being able to cover the 8.5% global market share that Korea enjoys in the cosmetic market. Additional synergies, of course, include that we've been able to find a way to be culturally compatible. The aspirations have been similar, their reputation, and a number of key medical drivers, which I alluded to a moment ago, and for the benefit of time, I can see a sign up. I've got to keep finishing quickly. So the journey so far after 18 months, importantly for us, we've been able to attract better clinicians than we've ever been able to attract, who have been enthused at the prospect of our global partnership with CHAR SMG. We've had a similar reaction to patients. We've seen that strong corporate and cultural synergy. We've been able to enhance ourselves by getting access to better global health partnerships and suppliers of equipment that obviously is extremely expensive and is evolving very quickly. We've been able to build and use stronger business analytics and technological platforms to enhance our business. I'm going to skip those two, given time. What we have enjoyed in particular, both for our staff and I think also for the CHAR SMG staff, is technical collaboration. We had a fabulous conference early this year, in the middle of the year I think, up on the Gold Coast with lots of attendees, similarly recently in Thailand, and we've had some staff shifting between the two countries, learning from one another, helping getting best practice from one country to the other. Repositioning for the future. Well, next Thursday, 21 November, we open our flagship clinic at Gateway on level 18 here at Circular Quay. It is undoubtedly the most sophisticated and up-to-date IVF clinic in this country, and we couldn't possibly have got to a point in our evolution of having this clinic come to life without our investment partners in CHAR SMG. So 18 months, it has been a positive experience for City Fertility Centre. We found a partner not only with IVF capability, but with healthcare leadership globally. We've got on well with them, we've enjoyed one another's company. They think long term, we like long term. They've helped us evaluate, reflect and think about problems in different ways than we might otherwise, and I think hopefully we've done the same for them. We've built some strong foundation stones for the future, and I think it's a great case study in how Australian Korea can build 1 and 1 equaling 3. So there's little doubt in my mind that our expectations have not only been met, but been exceeded, and we look forward to working with our investment partners in the future as we continue to expand and grow in this market and beyond. Thank you very much for the opportunity of addressing you.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan. Lastly, we will listen to Mr. Kim Gi-soo, Senior Vice President of POSCO. And Mr. Kim had his PhD in mechanical engineering at the Sheffield University, UK. And then he has worked at the POSCO Technology Research Center for many, many years. And as you know well, and then he will present on the smart factory industry. But I learned that even in Australia Department of Industry, Innovation and Science are doing a lot of the test lab for smart factory issues for Australian businesses to cope with the Industry 4.0. So I hope POSCO is the largest steel maker, but is now expanding to state-of-the-art IT technologies. I hope we will be able to find direction for further growth for the declining manufacturing industries. Dr. Kim will now give his presentation. Please welcome him.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction. My name is again Ki-soo Kim from POSCO. It's my first time to be in Sydney and second time to be in Australia. I'm very happy to be here in this wonderful event. Thank you very much. The title of my presentation is POSCO Smart Lighthouse Smart Factory. Actually, it has been 3.5 years. I mean, we have been trying to be more smart technology into our work. And then, firstly, I would like to start with this slide. I mean, between Korea and Austria, there is a strong relationship in terms of resources and manufacturing. That is quite important for us. And then I would say there is kind of a political code for our industry. So without Austria, we cannot be successful in terms of business. As you can see here, we import lots of iron ore and coal altogether, and then manufacture and transform it to the steels. And then, as you know, we are producing more than 73 billion tons per year, and then half of them are exported to all over the world, automobiles and shipbuildings and so on. And so it's kind of good collaboration. Yeah. So key material in the world, steel, is now produced by this wonderful steely collaboration, I think. And then looking at our industry at the moment, as you know, steel business is now stalled. I mean, looking at Chinese market, there is a huge amount of steel production. So at the moment, our market and production is now stalled. So we need to find a new way to grow. As you can see here, POSCO is now producing almost 43 billion tons per year. And then in terms of capacity, we have been growing, but in the future, we are not sure which way we have to go. So that's why we have started this kind of new technology, I mean smart technology in our steel works. And then another thing I would like to say is that the steel usage per capita, as you can see here, in South Korea, we consume more than 1 ton per person, which means number 1 in the world. Yeah, that means, I mean, we are producing steels, and then we also exporting lots of steels to China, Japan, everywhere in the world. So that is the current situation. And then we are facing 4 major difficulties in our company. As you can see here, first one is environmental issues. There. As you know, CO2 is quite the headache for us. I mean, technically, there's no magical way of reducing CO2 at the moment. So we are trying to find out new technical solution for reducing CO2. And then another thing is now competition is so high. Yeah. Looking at China, South Korea, and Japan, it is like more than half of production is concentrated in that region. So competition is too high, and then we need to find a way to survive. And then one more thing I'd like to mention is safety issues. Safe industry, looking at these numbers, yeah, as you can see here, for more than 10 years, there is no big dramatic decrease in terms of casualties in steel works. That means we need to find out new solutions for reducing safety issues. And then one more thing, lastly, experienced operators are leaving now because we have been operating for 50 years, which means our experienced operators are leaving. There's a new generation which is called millennials, is now growing. At the moment, more than 20% of employees are millennials. So they don't have any experience on our steelworks, which means our performance is like less and less. So that is our 4 major difficulties. To overcome those kind of difficulties, yeah, we introduced smart factory concept. But looking at all of the industry, smart means quite difficult to define. I mean, for assembly industry, it's very easy. Automation. Automation is kind of smart. But in steel production, it's not assembly. It's like a continuing process. Old steel to rolling and then final products. Yeah. So what does that mean? I mean, smart means. So we concluded this one. Intelligent. Intelligent is our definition of smart. So we have excellent domain knowledge, which has been for 50 years. And then we can introduce new ICT technology. And then combining all together, we want to create a new value. So that is the concept of our smart technology. We started with sensing. Without data, you cannot do anything. So first step to the smart technology is collecting data. That is smart sensing. And then using that data, we have to analyze the meaning of the data. And then finally, control. Yeah, we would like to introduce AI into our steelworks. Yeah. So altogether, we have been trying to reduce cost and then increase our quality, efficiency, and even wellness of our employees. So we say that reducing 4D, dull, dirty, dangerous, difficult. Yeah. So using this smart technology, we can have safer steelworks. Okay, so far we have finished more than 200 smart projects, from order to iron making, steel making, and then rolling, part inspection, all chain. So at the moment, I would say 41 AI algorithms are operating in our steelworks. So I'd like to show you 2 of the main results. Yeah, here, first one. smart blast furnace. Okay. As you know, blast furnace is a huge system. So the thing is that we don't know about the correct situation inside. It's like black box. And then temperature is very high inside here. It's more than 2000 degrees C. So hot. So the body can't measure the inside of the blast furnace. And this system is quite big, I mean huge. Height is like more than 100 meters. Yeah. So on the bottom there is a molten steel. And then in between there is a mixture of solid and liquid. And then upper there is a solid. So all together it's quite hard to understand the whole system without the data. So traditionally that system has been totally highly dependent on experienced operators. Yeah, all over the world. Yeah. At the moment, we I mean, in POSCO we have 9 blast furnaces. Yeah, so they all are operated by the human intuition and then experiences. So you can see here we put lots of iron ore core, and then we put hot air, and then we can get molten iron and slags. Yeah. So this system should be highly effective. Yeah. So far, we didn't have any technological solution to enhance this performance. So we first we tried to find out data. Yeah. So there was no numerical data inside of the blast furnace. So we have been trying to find out what kind of data. So we have some intuition and then long-term experience. We try to change this information into some numerical data. And then it's like a human body. I mean, if you don't know about the input, what kind of food you eat, you cannot analyze the inside. Yeah, so we measured all the quality of the raw materials and then temperature and so on. Yeah, so before there was no any numerical data, but we create hundreds of thousands of data for this kind of analysis. And then finally we established a 5 AI prediction algorithm here. So using this technology, we can operate more efficiently blast furnace. Yeah. So I think this technology was the world's first technology. At the moment, we have 5 prediction models, AI models, to control the blast furnace. Here, the results. Yeah, it's fantastic. Because I mean, before this kind of technology, all the operation is dependent on the operator. So the results has been changed from operator to operator, or shift to shift. Yeah. So that was disappeared. I mean, using AI, we can have more stable operation. As you can see here, we have more production using AI, autonomous control. And then there is less reducing agent, which is coal consumption is reduced. So as a result, yeah, at the moment, we can, which is not that dramatic, but this quantity is quite big, I think. 1% of reduction of CO2 can be possible. Okay. Next one, I would like to explain to you the zinc coating processes. Yeah. Here, as you can see, normally we have a steel and there is a zinc layer to protect corrosion. Yeah. But there is a 7 to 21 microns thickness. Yeah. That thickness costs a lot because zinc price is going up at the moment. So before, there was operator. As you understand, the operator is highly experienced, and then strip goes into the zinc part, melted one, and then strips go up, and there is a air injection system to control the thickness of the zinc layer. Yeah, that was done by operators. So that means there was a huge deviation. Yeah, beginners and 20 years of experienced operators, yeah, they've got different results. So we have some AI system. I mean, we collect all the data here, temperature and speed, and so on. So using AI algorithm, we can have more, stable zinc coating layer thickness. As you can see here, using AI system, we can reduce the zinc deviation, which means we can reduce the cost of the production. Yeah. And one more thing I would like to say is that in the world, we have 14 CGL galvanizing line. We have 14 altogether. But in South Korea, we have one room which can control everywhere. So all the data transferred to the Korea, and then we can analyze that and then transform it into AI prediction model. So this kind of a new system to control, remote control, or some kind of, we call AI zinc master. Yeah. So it's kind of new system in the world, first time. Okay, one more thing I would like to mention is the robot technology. We don't have any the robot technology in our research field. So this is the one technology we have to introduce. So important thing is application. We find the right place like this. I mean, there's some culvert system. As you can see here, there's a lots of cables here. But before, there was inspectors. Once they inspected all the system. But at the moment, we are developing a robot system here, as you can see here. And then we can measure the fire or temperature differences. And then one more thing is the cleaning system. I mean, before, workers are, people are cleaning all the sludges. It takes a whole day. You need to stop the whole plant. Yeah, so we developed a new kind of robot system for cleaning. And drones. Yeah, drones is another solution for our smart technology. As you can see here, inventory inspection management. Yeah, we have a big coal and iron ore yard. Yeah, it's very important to measure the exact amount of the iron and coal. So that is done by drone, measuring 3D images. And then we can calculate it into a volume. Yeah. So it's quite promising to reduce our some cost. And then there is another one. We have a very high chimney. As you can see here, it's like more than 200 meters, something like that. So it's very dangerous to inspect all of the safety cracks or some damages. Yeah. So drones can be used for inspection, and then, as you can see here, thermal images. Yeah. This kind of new technology can be utilized in our steelworks to have more safer places. Yeah, I have been talking about AI and big data and IoT stuff produced by small SMEs. Yeah. So this kind of triangular system, collaborative system, is key for the smart technology. So we have achieved some good examples, and then this year, early this year, we have accepted as a steel manufacturing company for lighthouse factory by Davos for first time in South Korea. So we'd like to collaborate more to find out good solutions. These are my solutions and conclusions. Lastly, I would like to mention about man-machine. Sorry. Sorry, I mean, okay, yeah. Man-machine collaboration is very important. I mean, many people are worrying about losing jobs because of new technology. But I think it takes so many years. At the moment, man-machine collaboration is key. I mean, AI is only dependent on the data. It's a closed system. I mean, if there is a new kind of situation, AI cannot react. Yeah, there might be a huge disaster. Yeah, only human can control that kind of system. So at the moment, solution is human and machine collaboration is very important. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. He raised a good issue about the AI and then IoT. According to expert about IoT issue, Mr. Alec Ross, who used to be chief supporter for IoT issues for Hillary Clinton, he wrote a book named Industries of the Future. And in that book, within 20 years, about 60% of jobs in America can be taken away by robots and AI. So that is one good issue. Another issue, I went to Las Vegas for Consumer Electronics Show for last 2 years, and the theme was smart home and smart city. And then it is all interconnected with voice recognition system like Alexa of Amazon or Google. But the problem, the company collect all the voices recordings for their future data development. That means your privacy can go to the company. That's another issue, privacy and then protection of the secret issues. So thank you. I appreciate all the wonderful presentations by the speakers. I would like to call them upon to the stage. Because of time limit, it's 15 minutes before 3. I would like to finish this meeting by 3. So I will ask a question, 1 per person, and then I possibly open the floor to you all. But Mr. Richard Job, please sit next to me.
The experience in truth has been that Australia's hospital companies have been operating around the world, led by the likes of Ramsay and Sonic, who have invested their expertise, particularly through Europe. So there haven't been that many international players coming into the Australian market in the same way. I think we are a heavily regulated market. In terms of the way we go about doing what we have to do, I think what we are, though, is a welcoming market in terms of overseas investors, subject to anxieties that the FIRB or competition issues might cause. But otherwise, we welcome international investment, and I think that's part of the success story of Australia, is that willingness to accept that investment.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Mr. Kim Ki-soo. At the World Economic Forum, POSCO, for the first time among Korean companies, was selected as a lighthouse factory for leading innovation in the manufacturing industries by actively introducing core technologies of the fourth industrial revolution. It seems that robots and AI have yet to achieve complete stability and commercialization. Can you explain us the current status and the level of the related technologies?
Yes, I think it's beginning, just beginning. I mean, in terms of still manufacturing processes, still we have lots of missing data. I mean, as you know, for this kind of smart technology, data is the key element. Yeah. So we would say there are three factors. First one, data. Second one, data. Third one, data. Yeah. So I think based on our experience, the first step should be collecting right data. As you know, garbage in, garbage out. If you fail to write data, you cannot accomplish the smart technology. So robot or drone or anything, that technology should be started at collecting right data. Okay.
Thank you. In agricultural society, the key factor is land. When it comes to industrial period, raw materials still is very important factor. When it comes to Industry 4.0, data is very important, as you mentioned. But I visited China recently twice, and then they are far ahead of Korea in the area of AI, and then face recognition system, and then other big data, because they don't have the privacy protection laws. So it is big issues for us how to compete with China in the coming years. So that is the reason why Australia and Korea should go hand in hand and cooperate further, which Simon and I agreed fully that how to say, this is very fast in international trade, the environment, and protectionism, and then aggression of China. Therefore, Korea and Australia have enough huge potentials for future collaboration and then the cooperation. And then I would like to open the floor. I will please raise up your hand for questions to any one of them. Maybe our topic is too specific and technical. Yeah, please.
I'm Peter Cleary. We're talking about cooperation in many of these between Korean companies and Australian companies, particularly with the IVF program. You had a good list of things that you wanted to achieve. If you could write that list again today, what would be the extra bits that you'd add to it that would make your success a better success?
I think in truth it's early days, 18 months on. If I had my time again, I probably would have developed with our investors some guiding principles on how we wanted to work together so that we could be more efficient. We're not as efficient as we should be. So for example, the new clinic that opens next week, we had some debate about furniture to go into the clinic, and was that a decision to be made by us here, or what involvement should Sol have in that decision? And I think that if we anchored it back to some guiding principles when we set about with our investment, we would have been able to answer that just by relying on those guiding principles. But I think they're small things. Overall, it's been exciting and stimulating for everybody. And hopefully we can go forward a bit faster, having had that first 18 months under our belt.
Okay, thank you. Due to time restraint, I think I need to close the panel discussion now. I appreciate that all of you actively shared your views with us during the session. It is our sincere hope that Australia and Korea will lead the global market in the future industries by supplementing each other's weaknesses and cooperating tightly further. And please join me welcoming appreciating our speakers.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for the opportunity to be invited to facilitate this final session this afternoon. I hope everyone's had their sugar hit from the coffee just now. I know the last session of the day, I know it's hard sometimes, but we're all here, you're all committed, and we want to make the most of it that we can. But equally, we don't want to go too long because we're running a little over, and we have some important documents to sign, and of course we have drinks after that, which I won't hold you back from. So yes, my name is Brian Tyson, I'm the Managing Partner of Newgate Communications, and we're delighted to be associated and helping to sponsor this event today. We've had a long-standing relationship with the Australia Korean Business Council, and we've been working with business interests between Australia and Korea for many years. We're involved with a couple of industry bodies in the negotiation of the Free Trade Agreement back in 2014, I think that was, when Andrew Robb was the Trade Minister, and we have an ongoing relationship with Samsung. So a bit about Newgate, just briefly. We're a strategic communications firm, and we operate across financial comms, public affairs, government relations, media communications, issues, crisis management, that type of thing. Essentially, where sort of business, media, politics, and the market intersect is kind of like how we position it. So we've worked across a lot of the sectors that have been discussion points today, and equally importantly, that will be a focus of the final session today, which is more focused around our traditional industries or longer-standing industries that have been a feature of the relationship between Korea and Australia over the years. So those industries are around agriculture, livestock and beef production, engineering and construction, sustainable investments in superannuation. So these industries, long-standing, very much a platform of the relationship in a business sense between Australia and Korea, but have had to be adaptable with changing circumstances around the world. So that's what the focus of this panel discussion will be about, is exploring how these industries have adapted and how they need to continue to adapt as we confront issues around globalised trade or trade tariffs, digital disruption, climate change and the like. We have 4 great speakers who will speak on their topic of expertise, and then we'll have a panel discussion. We'll be joined by another 2 panellists as well. So I would encourage questions from the floor. So if you're thinking as you're listening to the presentations about things you would like to raise, we get that opportunity at the end of the process, and we'll keep that short and sharp if we can. All right, so to our panellists. How this will work is that each panelist will come up, they'll speak to their topic of expertise, we'll sit down, and then we'll have the panel discussion. So let me introduce the first speaker for today, for this afternoon's session, is Dr. Zach May. Dr. May is the Executive Director of Strategy and Policy at IFM. Prior to that, he was a Director of Policy for Industry Super Australia, and before coming to Australia from the US, where he served on the staff of the US Securities and Exchange Commission, assisting with US regulatory response to the last global financial crisis. Welcome, Zach.
Thanks very much for the introduction, Brian. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. All right, so I'm going to talk about 2 things this afternoon. The first one is the Australian superannuation system, which is a trust-based retirement savings system. And this is relevant for our discussion today because Korean policymakers are considering reform to their corporate pension system. And the second thing I'm going to talk about is the contributions to financial stability, to business funding, and capital formation that has been attributable to the Australian superannuation system. I think both of these things will be of interest to Korean policymakers and Korean businesses as that country explores its reform. So just to start off with, I think I'll give a thumbnail sketch of the Australian superannuation system. Now, although most of the Australian delegates in this room will know that system well, I hope, our distinguished Korean guests may not be so familiar with it, so I'll give a little bit of a sketch of that. So, starting off in the 1980s, and you can start the story in a lot of different places, but we'll start in the 1980s. The Australian union movement campaigned on an industry-by-industry basis for the employees in those industries to receive superannuation, which is a term that refers to a percentage of a person's salary being set aside every year for retirement. And despite initial opposition by employers, that has changed, and today, and starting in the late 1980s, employers became strong supporters of the superannuation system. And in 1992, the government at the time passed legislation requiring substantially all Australian workers to receive superannuation, starting at 3% of salary, but today it is 9.5% of salary, and that's legislated to increase to 12% by 2025. So it's a great example of the collaboration between government, between employers, and between trade unions. And as you can see from this slide, the growth in superannuation assets has been absolutely tremendous. The superannuation system is larger than the Australian listed equities market and the size of the Australian economy, and is projected to just keep growing. And importantly, the establishment of the superannuation system and its growth raises a key question. Someone, or some entities, needs to manage those savings. Now, because the campaigning for superannuation was done on an industry-by-industry basis, employer groups and trade unions came together and they established industry superannuation funds. And today, industry superannuation funds are the largest institutional segment in the Australian retirement system. And these funds manage the retirement savings of over half of the working population of this country. Industry superannuation funds are organized as not-for-profit trusts, and they're governed by a trustee board. The trustee board is typically an equal number of directors that have been appointed by employer associations of employers, and an equal number of directors who are appointed by trade unions and employee representatives. Industry superannuation funds are operated on a not-for-profit basis, which means that all the profits of investing goes back to the beneficiaries of the fund. And again, this is relevant to our discussion today because South Korea is exploring and maybe moving forward toward reform to its corporate pension system. Policymakers are considering reform that would enable the establishment of entities that are essentially similar to Australian industry superannuation funds. That is, they would be not-for-profit trustees that would manage the savings of employees, and they would have equal representation governance, i.e. representatives of both employers and unions employees, and would have the ability to pool workers from across industries and occupations to develop scale. And that these Korean policy reformers are expressly considering the Australian system as one of the models or inputs into the dialogue. And there's a good reason for this. As you can see from this slide, not-for-profit superannuation funds have performed very well, delivering about 1.5% more per year in terms of higher investment returns to their beneficiaries than other kinds of super funds. In addition, the Australian system as a whole has performed relatively well compared to other countries. If you take the pension funds in the Netherlands and Denmark and the Australian industry superannuation funds, and all of these countries' systems have similar essential features. They are trust-based systems. The trustees operate on a not-for-profit basis, and they're governed jointly with joint directorships of unions and employer groups. So they share similar features. And I'd also add that the Canadian pension funds, their mature Canadian pension fund DB plans, are essentially similar. Now, where does IFM fit into this picture? IFM used to stand for Industry Funds Management. So IFM was established over 20 years ago by around 30 industry superannuation funds to help them pool their resources and to achieve greater scale and enable investment in unlisted infrastructure. IFM and the industry funds were widely considered to be some of the pioneers of infrastructure investing. IFM is today the largest financial investor in Australian infrastructure. But however, IFM invests in a range of asset classes and strategies today. So IFM continues to invest on behalf of our original foundation investors, the industry super funds, as well as over 400 like-minded institutional investors around the world, including quite a number in Korea now. And our funds under management have tripled in size over the last 5 years. This compound average growth is almost 20%. And this slide sets out a bit more about IFM, but the most important thing from my standpoint is, like our founders, the industry super funds, we performed very well, with over 90% of our products performing better than client benchmarks. So it's quite good performance. And this good performance flows directly back into the accounts of beneficiaries with millions of people around the world. So while there are a lot of positives with the Australian system, of course not everything is perfect. And we wish Korean policymakers the very best as their reform progresses, and we'll continue to monitor and engage if we can. And I'll just pause for a moment to acknowledge the fabulous efforts of Ambassador Choi and Rodney Comerford of Austrade for building bridges with policymakers in Korea and helping to share and exchange information about the different pension systems. So we at IFM will continue to monitor this, and the engagement is important to us because we have a rapidly growing presence in Korea and a commitment to that market. Our Korean investors have been embraced within our firm in the same way, the same alignment model that we use for our Australian industry funds and our international similarly like-minded institutions. And I'll give you just an example of what that means, that alignment model and focusing on investors, what that means with a particular example that our Korean investors particularly liked. A couple of years ago, IFM had a wonderful year from a financial point of view. But rather than retain those profits for ourselves, we actually rebated fees back to our investors around the world, a 7.5% fee rebate, which as far as we know is an unprecedented thing to do, and it represents the alignment that we have, that we're truly focused on the best outcomes for the investors that trust their money with us. So while the Australian system has achieved strong growth and a solid long-term investment performance, it's also made a positive contribution to the Australian economy. And I'd like to talk about 3 ways in which that's happened in particular. First is financial stability and resilience. As you can see from this chart, the superannuation system is essentially pure equity, and this enables the superannuation system to operate as a shock absorber and a source of business funding when markets get turbulent. So for example, during the global financial crisis, Australian corporations were seeking to deleverage, but they were seeking to do so at a time when global capital markets had largely frozen. What happened was superannuation investors in Australia were able to inject equity capital into ASX-listed firms and help them deleverage and recapitalize during that time. And if you look back at the data from that period of time, you'll find that Australian corporates' level of equity rose while their price-to-book ratios dropped. So the share prices were dropping, but their equity levels were going up because of the injection and the counter-cyclical forces that the Australian superannuation system delivered. Superannuation also contributes to capital formation, and I'll use some of the investment activity of IFM to demonstrate this. First, in infrastructure, IFM is allocating over $10 billion over the next few years to major expansions across a number of airports. And this continues a long-term trend of expansions and investments, which includes things like transitioning Darwin and the Northern Territory airports to substantially renewable energy generation, and a new terminal at Melbourne Airport, and on and on. How do I go back? All right, second is maybe business funding, primarily through corporate debt, for this example, and consumer finance. Superannuation acts as a source of complementary and sometimes competitive funding with the banking sector. It is funding that's provided to a broad spectrum of traditional industries. So while large cap corporates are generally quite well served by the major banks in Australia, the mid-market and smaller businesses can sometimes find that financing a little bit more challenging. What happens is superannuation funds, working with IFM, will help fill that financing gap through direct investments into mid-market funds and through the funding of non-bank lenders for the small business market. And as you can see, many of these transactions can be quite small, so servicing that market is important. So just to sum up, the not-for-profit trust-based retirement income systems, Australia, Denmark, and the Netherlands provide a good empirical foundation to support Korean corporate pension reform, and hopefully will provide a guide for those policymakers. Second is IFM has helped Australian, Korean, and global investors build productive capital and also deliver superior long-term investment returns back to their beneficiaries, and we hope to do more of that. And lastly, that the Australian superannuation system has invested significantly, helping companies through the global financial crisis and filling small and medium-sized business funding gaps. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to give you the introduction a little bit about the JSENC as well as the JS Group. And at the same time, we'd like to share the experiences I had for the past 3 years in Australia. Basically, JSENC was part of the LG Group before. So 2005, the GSENC was split it, and now there are separate group, LG Group and GS Group. GS Group, based on the as of 2018, total asset is 84.8 billion Australian dollar, and the sales revenue is 76.4 billion Australian dollar, which is the seventh largest conglomerate in Korea at this moment. And then we are based more on construction businesses as well as energy and service businesses. So GSENC is more like a construction and engineering arm of the GS Group. And this is the line of businesses we are doing. GSENC was ranked as the 36th largest global contractor by ENR and the 38th international contractor by ENR. For the infrastructure businesses, we are specialized in the underground spaces and rail and metro, and the bridging and land development and marine types of works. And for the plant businesses, we are specialized in petrochemical, oil and gas, and refinery businesses. And also the power, we were specialized in combined cycle businesses and thermal fire, and also nuclear power plant, and also transmission line and the substation types of businesses, and renewable energy as well. And also for the environmental businesses, we are doing the waste and water treatment, incinerators, and the desalination plant types. And for the building and residential development leisures, we do high-rise office buildings, education, schools, and hospitals, and then the high-rise apartment, and then the land development, resort, like golf courses and resort facilities. And based on 2018, our new order was 13.8 billion Australian dollars. And also sales revenue was 16.6 billion Australian dollars. And then we have around 60% the turnover from the overseas and 38% from the domestic market. Now we are working in 19 countries. So there are 16 overseas branches and 11 overseas subsidiaries. Mainly for American continent, Africa, Middle East, and Asia Pacific, and Europe and CIS countries. And then we are working at 28 countries at this moment. So this is the list of projects we have done so far in different countries. I would like to add someday here. Oh, sorry. Add here Australia. And then as I mentioned to you, since 2016, we tried to enter the Australian market. And then one of the reasons why we selected Austria as a new market is because we see the market seems to have a long-term planning horizon, as well as has a very strong productability. And also we see there is a lot of needs for the infrastructure development. And also market seems to be very transparent comparing to the rest of the world. And also we see, we found out that there seems to be some competitive edges of GSENC comparing to the competitors in the market. So that's the reason why we chose Australia as one of our new market. And so since 2016 and 2017, we established our GSENC Australia, and then we participate on the transportation PPP project in Brisbane, but unfortunately we failed. And now we are working on the different project in Melbourne at this moment. And then, especially in the Australian market, at this moment, GSENC, you're more focusing on PPP businesses here, because we see that the client seems to be financially and professionally seem to have more credibility, and also internationally, Australia considered as one of the most developed PPP market. And also there is as a PPP model, Australia has availability payment types, which doesn't have the demand risk. So that because of these reasons, we are now at this moment focusing on the Australian transportation PPP business more. And as you see, here we found out that the New South Wales and Victoria, Queensland state has a tremendous of the government committed infrastructure investment plans. And then, as far as I understand, Australia has the try to have population growth at least 2% every year. So because of that, and also most of the immigrants seem to have a tendency to stay in the major cities like Sydney and Melbourne and Brisbane. So because of that, we see a lot of the population growth in the major cities, and because of that, the neighboring area also seems to have a lot of growth as well. So there seems to be a lot of the lack of the transportation in between, and also due to the in order to catalyze quality of life and productivity, as well as enhancing the quality of infrastructure, these major cities needs to have a lot of the infrastructure development. And this is that project list which announced by the Treasury of the Commonwealth of Australia by the October 11, 2009. So as you see here, there are a huge amount of the project in the pipeline. Especially we are now, as a second try, we have worked on the North East Link PPP project. The next one is our lessons learned for the past 3 years. If you look at here, the GDP is, Korea GDP is a little bit bigger than Australia based on the 2018. But the construction industry in the GDP, the Korea has like a 4.74% and versus Australia has a 6.64%. And then since last 3 years, we, especially for the PPP transportation businesses, we realized that, well, first of all, that the bid cost here in Australia is way high. That's mainly because of the high design cost and legal cost, and also we need to engage multiple external consultants with the extensive expertise. And also we realized that Australia seems to have very strict property regulations, which is good for us. And also there is a very strong requirement for the local contents, even though there are different state has a different requirement, but there we need to have the we need to prove substantial amount of the local contents. And another thing is that there are interactive tender workshop during the bidding stage. That's more like a regular meeting between the bidders and the client. So we can share that ideas, which helps us to provide a proper proposal based on that client requirement. And meanwhile, we also realize that in order to be successful in this market, we need to have the reliable local partner first. So in order to avoid mistakes, and also we can share the complementary strategy together. And also in order to have the efficient cooperation, we need to have the sustainable relationship as well. And then this one, another one is issues, prompt decision. This is typical issues with Korean companies working in the overseas, because in case of the Korean companies, all the decision comes from the head office based in the Korea. So there is always delay in the decision, working with the Australian partners or the international partners in the different countries. So that's the issues we have to overcome. So in order to overcome these issues, we try to delegate powers more on the people on the job site. And also communication issues, not only the Englishes, but also understanding of the culture here. So this is a lesson learned we had for the past 3 years. And then since GSENC tried to enter Australian market 2017, there are several followers from Korea who like to try Australian market. Then I would like to help them, for them not to make a mistake. And then we like to be, so this is the way we like to approach to this market. GSENC basically has a long-term perspective to this market. And also we like to have, that's why we like to have a sustainable relationship with Australian partners. And at the same time, we like to bring the competitive Korean financing, as well as GSENC's international EPC experiences. So in that way, we can contribute to the infrastructure development of Australia. Especially, we like to have a focusing on the customer's requirement, and then also the Australia is especially very concerned about the environmental and the safety as well. So those mega-size PPP transportation project is very, based on our experiences, seems to be very complicated. Looks good, but it's very risky. So, but anyway, GSENC is like to stay here in Australia as your long-term partner. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Lee. I think one of the other issues that you no doubt had to confront coming into Australia is the unique nature of our federation, of which Simon Crean, our chairman, obviously understands very much as well. The relationship between the federal government and the various states, and the different rules in forbidding processes, etc., in different states, which certainly makes it challenging. All right, a shift to agriculture now. Could I please invite to the stage Hugh Killen, who is the Managing Director and CEO of the Australian Agricultural Company, AACO, which is Australia's largest cattle and beef producer, and interestingly, it's Australia's oldest continuously operating company. Welcome.
Okay, so I'll got the brief and I'll stay on time, because I do know that I'm standing between you guys and a beer. So, thanks for the introduction. AACO is Australia's oldest running company. We were founded in 1824, and we were founded by royal decree here in New South Wales to feed the then fledgling community of New South Wales. So we've been involved in Australia since its inception, and in one way or another we've been involved in agriculture and feeding people ever since then. So I'm really proud to represent the company. I'm not planning on going through a PowerPoint deck today. I think there are some images that we'll just scroll through today, because I want to give you an idea of AACO as a branded food business as opposed to a pastoral business as I go through my talk. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. I'm delighted to talk about our great friends and our great partners from eMart, one of Korea's largest supermarket chains. And in particular, I'd like to welcome Miss Lee So-min, representing eMart today, so thank you for coming. And as part of our team, I'm also really delighted to welcome our friends from OK Meats, who are our Korean distributors. Mr. Hong, the President, CEO and founder of the company, and Mr. Kim, who's the sales director, and we're very well known and part of the AACO family. So it's really wonderful to have you here today. It's also an honour to be invited here today by the Australian Korea Business Council. It's my first outing here today, and I've really enjoyed it. As I said to a few people this morning, I think I've been living under a rock for the whole hydrogen conversation, so I learned a lot this morning. That was fantastic. And you know, AACO, and for me, AACO and EMART are a symbol of the depth and the strength of the relationship between our two countries. And this gives me enormous pride to be here today. I'd also like to acknowledge the Council's members and leadership, representatives that were here this morning from various parliaments and governments, and obviously throughout the day, important leaders from industry on both Korea and Australia. Thank you for bringing us all together to celebrate one of Australia's most important relationships. Important for some people in the room here, I'd also like to make a special acknowledgement of Simon Crean. Simon's knowledge of both politics in this country and from my industry, from the agricultural industry, is absolutely invaluable in what we do every day of the week. His leadership has been absolutely terribly significant for many of us in this room, and he's played a pivotal part in agriculture and politics over many years. So I'm absolutely delighted he's sitting at the front of the room here with us today. Now, our Korean relationships are built on a genuine team effort. To have so many different Australian leaders working together makes this relationship possible, and it's wonderful to have all of you here with us today as well. This year, AACO will deliver around $50 million of the world's best beef into Korea. In fact, we export 60% of the Wagyu that goes into Korea in any one year. We are really proud to own one of the only international consumer-facing beef brands in Korea. While most other beef is generically labelled by country of origin, AACO's Darling Downs is labelled under our own brand. Now, this is important for us because we believe our brands are our company's future. Of course, the quality of our product is our absolute foundation, and it's a non-negotiable now and always for us. But this quality must be reflected in the strength of our customer connection, and that's where our brands are so important. Our Korean customers connect to us through the Darling Downs brand. They trust Australia's clean, green reputation. They trust the eating, and they trust the quality of the product that we deliver. And this trust lives in the promise that we make them through our brand. Now, AACO is uniquely placed to deliver the highest quality beef in the world at scale. This depends on the strength of our value chain partnerships, like our partnerships with EMART and OK Meats. These relationships allow us to connect our beef, our brands, and our story to more customers every day. Now, we're executing on this global strategy as a company right now. And as we do so, we constantly draw on the lessons we've learned from our relationship with EMART and OK Meats in Korea. So there are a couple of the lessons I want to talk about today. The first and most important lesson is about partnerships along the value chain. EMART is one of Korea's largest and, in my opinion, best supermarket chains. They have a unique presence in Korea. They have cultivated a special brand for themselves with real depth of connection to Korean families. In a similar way, OK Meats have carved out their own market in Korea. They are a highly respected professional distributor. They are trusted to deliver quality product on time and on budget every single day. And as they have grown, they've also relied on the strength of their partnerships up and down the value chain. Now, when AACO started working with EMART and OK Meats, which was around 16 years ago, we were on a learning curve, especially at AACO. At the time, we'd been presented with a global market opportunity. Concerns about existing beef supply, particularly out of the US, had opened the door for us. We knew that we could provide a reliable supply of quality, healthy product, and were absolutely able to fulfill that market need. But we knew that short-term opportunities could actually be fickle. We needed to rapidly establish trust with our distributors and obviously also with EMART. And through them, we needed to get to know our customers. This was the only way we could turn a short-term opportunity into a genuine long-term partnership. We began with an initial supply of less than 100 metric tonnes in 2003. Last year we supplied around 2,000 metric tonnes at a value of $32 million to EMART alone. And this year, we're on track to outperform this number again. In that time, together, we've built Darling Downs into one of the few international consumer-facing beef brands in Korea. To capture this opportunity, we had to reconfigure our production system at AACO. In 2002, we acquired the Aranui feedlot on the Darling Downs. Aranui allows us to ensure steady production of animals feeding into our Darling Downs brand in Korea. Without it, we would not be able to meet the growing demand from EMART customers for the Australian Darling Downs brand. And we certainly would not have been able to transition Darling Downs into the $50 million a year brand that it has now become. We made our Aranui investments because of the potential we saw in branded beef in Asia and the potential of relationships like the one we have with EMART. The investment we made has been fundamental to turning an opportunity into one of our longest and most valued international partnerships. Now, the second lesson is what it means to understand the customer. EMART is an innovator. They are able to use the product AACO provides to develop new offerings for their community. These include different values of cuts of meat, unique product presentations, and new offerings including specially designed meal packs. AACO has worked to supply the particular cuts and beef products that EMART wanted, and together we've grown sales volume and value every single year of our partnership. We've also supported EMART's Darling Downs promotions efforts, including developing a special Darling Downs Wagyu zone within stores, newspaper and other advertisements for Darling Downs products, support for product seminars, and support for in-store tasting and other promotions. Through this work, we've learned from EMART's deep and growing knowledge of its customers. This has allowed us to grow our knowledge of the Korean market and has shaped our approach to customers around the world. The third lesson we've learned is about working together to strengthen our partnerships. As I mentioned, we've invested heavily in reshaping our production systems. In the case of our Aranui investment, we did that to meet the needs of our partners like EMART and our Korean customers. More recently, we were conducting an intensive brand refresh exercise. Together with OK Meats, we were driving deep customer research in Korea. We want to know more about our customers' relationships to our brand and our product. And we want to map the future for these products and this relationship. Now, by working with OK Meats and EMART on this effort, we are laying the foundation for an even bigger future. Today, I'm proud to say that our businesses know each other well. Our friends from EMART and OK Meats regularly visit and learn about our land, our animals, and our people. And they welcome our people right along our value chain to come and learn about their business, their customers, and their market. I'm really proud that this trust has been rewarded in the marketplace. There is one final lesson we continue to learn from our relationship with EMART. That lesson is what it means to be responsible for a brand. Through EMART, the Darling Downs name and image is recognised as a mark of quality, and it is a promise to Korean families. They know it represents good eating and good value, but they also know that it represents clean, green, healthy food, and they know that they can be confident that when they feed our product to their families. This type of connection is always built on quality and reliable supply, but it is built on much, much more. It is built on a positive tone in all our branding and marketing efforts. It is built on the history and provenance of the product, and it's built on the Korean people's ideas about Australia, our land, and our people. These things can't be created out of thin air. They have to reflect something about who we are and why we produce our beef. They have to be cared for, protected, and preserved. Put simply, for this type of connection to work, we have to honour our brand, and we have to honour it every single day. Right now, AACO is building new brand relationships with new customers all around the world every single day. This is our strategy. It is the future of our 200-year-old business. The work we've done with our friends at EMART and OK Meats serves as a template for us for the future. This is why I'm delighted to be here today to honour our Korean friends and to pay tribute to the relationship between our two countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker before we move to the panel discussion session, and I think to the other side of what Hugh's just talked about there with regards to the importance of a partnership in a commercial relationship. Could you please welcome to the stage Ms. Lee So-min, who is our final speaker for this afternoon. Ms. Lee is in charge of purchasing imported meat, and we've just heard the other side of that discussion from Australia and other countries around the world. Would you please make a welcome?
everyone, thank you for having me here. My name is Somin Lee from eMart, and I'm here to give you a presentation about this strategic partnership in Korean meat industry, which is doubling down Wagyus in eMart. So first of all, to help you understand about this presentation, I'll introduce eMart and Korean meat industry very briefly, and then I'll go into the history of doubling down Wagyu in eMart. So I prepared a short video about eMart, so please play the video and then we'll continue.
Shinsegae Group, a leader of consumer lifestyles. By understanding the lives of our customers and offering our own distinctive values, we here at Shinsegae are creating new standards to move forward. Shinsegae's humble beginnings started with the opening of Korea's first department store in 1930. Fast forward to 2009, Shinsegae's Centum City was listed in the Guinness Book of Records as the world's largest department store. And as Korea's representative department store brand, we are adored by our customers. We opened Korea's first hypermarket, eMart Changdong, in 1993. And by acquiring Walmart Korea in 2006, Shinsegae surprised the world by becoming Korea's #1 discount retailer. As we continue our successes even through today, pursuing customers' better lives and always looking for the newest innovations, Shinsegae is the lifestyle partner with our customers. With new, innovative lifestyles to offer, our journey here at Shinsegae continues on. Shinsegae.
Because so far the video has been played very well, I'll switch my presentation into Korean because I needed to give a cue to him play the video. 네. 지금 영상에서 보신 바와 같이 이마트는 신세계 그룹의 일부로서 1993년에 설립된 대한민국 최초의 그리고 최대 규모의 할인마트입니다. 그리고 AA코는 방금 휴 사장님께서 설명해 주셨듯이 호주에서 가장 오래되고 가장 큰 규모의 소고기 생산 회사이자 가축 전문 회사이죠. 그리고 이 두 회사가 함께 만들어낸 것이 바로 한국인을 홀린 이 검은 소입니다. 한국의 축산업에 대해서 말씀드리기 위해서는 두 나라를 먼저 비교해 보는 게 좋은 방법일 것 같은데요. 보시다시피 한국의 인구는 호주의 2배이지만 소 생산 두수는 호주의 10%에 지나지 않습니다. 그래서 한국은 소고기를 매우 많이 수입하는 국가 중 하나인데요. 2018년 기준 한국은 호주에서 3번째로 소고기를 많이 수입해간 나라였습니다. 한국의 소고기 수입량은 경제 발전에 따라 한국의 고기 소비량이 늘어남에 따라서 계속 증가해 왔는데요. 이 중에서도 소고기가 한국 사람들에게 지니는 의미는 매우 특별합니다. 오래전부터 농경사회였던 한국이기 때문에 주요한 동력원이자 소중한 자산이었던 소고기를 먹는다는 것은 다소 사치스러운 일로 사람들에게 인식이 되어 왔고, 이는 소고기가 많이 대중화된 지금까지도 마찬가지입니다. 그래서 소고기라고 하면 한국 사람들은 보통 특별한 날 먹는 음식 또는 특별한 사람과 먹는 음식을 연상할 때가 많은데요. 이 특별한 음식을 먹을 때 한국 사람들은 고기를 좀 두껍게 잘라서 오븐에 구워 먹거나 바베큐를 해 먹는 서양권과는 달리 고기를 얇게 썰어서 익혀 먹는 구이 문화식으로 주로 소고기를 소비합니다. 이런 문화가 곧 마블링을 중요시하는 경향으로 이어지는데, 이는 소고기를 얇게 썰어서 많이 익혀 먹기 때문에 마블링에서 나오는 풍미가 맛에 중요한 영향을 미치기 때문입니다. 그리고 오래전부터 계속된 이 소고기 사랑에 위기가 되는 순간이 한 번 있었는데요. 바로 미국에서 BSE, 일명 광우병 사태가 발생했을 때입니다. 2003년 그 소고기 수입량이 급감하였고, 이에 이마트와 저희 협력사인 OK미트에서는 새로운 소고기를 찾는 프로젝트에 돌입하게 됐습니다. 그리고 저희가 찾게 된 것이 바로 달링다운 와규입니다. 새로운 소고기를 찾기 위해서 저희는 처음에 원산지에서 시작했습니다. 소비자들이 믿을 수 있는 원산지, 그리고 판매자이자 수입자인 저희가 신뢰할 수 있는 원산지. 답은 두말할 것도 없이 호주였고요. 한국인들이 입맛에 맞는 좋은 마블링을 가진 소고기 품종을 찾기 시작했는데 그렇게 해서 나온 것이 바로 이 와규였습니다. 호주에는 굉장히 많은 와규 브랜드가 있는데 저희는 처음부터 AA코를 선택했습니다. 장기적인 관계를 이어나갈 수 있는, 신뢰할 수 있는 파트너라고 생각했기 때문입니다. 그러나 처음부터 달링다운 와규 운영이 쉬웠던 건 아닌데요. 당시 수입육에 대한 소비자 불신이 팽배하고 있었고 와규라는 품종에 대해서 소비자들이 잘 몰랐기 때문에 처음에는 달링다운 와규 판매에 어려움이 있었습니다. 이런 어려움을 극복하고 2003년부터 지금까지 달링다운 와규라는 브랜드를 운영하기까지는 각 회사의 역할이 매우 컸습니다. 먼저 호주 축산공사에서는 소비자와 판매자를 대상으로 한 세미나를 개최하고 매장 안에서 시식 행사를 진행하면서 요리 클래스를 열거나 판매자들을 호주로 초청해서 호주 축산업을 경험할 수 있는 기회를 제공함으로써 호주산 소고기에 대한 한국인들의 인식을 긍정적인 방향으로 바꾸는 데 큰 기여를 하였습니다. 또한 AA코와 OK미트의 경우는 초반 와규 시장이 매우 불안정했음에도 불구하고 끊임없는 투자를 통해서 와규의 생산량을 늘리고 이마트에 달링다운 와규를 계속해서 수출해 주면서 한편으로는 다양한 달링다운 와규를 알리기 위한 다양한 캠페인, 신문 광고라든지 달링다운 와규 조닝을 만든다든지 하는 여러 프로그램에 공동으로 투자를 진행해 주었습니다. 그리고 저희 이마트는 신문 광고와 전단 광고를 통해서 달링다운 와규를 홍보하고 할인율이 50%에 달하는 대형 할인 행사를 진행함으로써 이마트의 소비자들이 달링다운 와규를 쉽게 사 먹어볼 수 있는 기회를 제공하였습니다. 또한 소비자들이 좀 더 달링다운 와규를 쉽게 발견할 수 있게 하기 위해서 매장 내에서 가장 매출이 잘 나오는 골든존의 달링다운 와규를 진열하였습니다. 그 결과 2003년에는 약 14톤에서 시작했던 달링다운 와규가 작년에는 2,000톤 이상을 판매한 이마트의 대품으로 거듭날 수 있었습니다. 또한 달링다운 와규는 아시다시피 소비자들에게 매우 좋은 평가를 받고 있고요. 계속되는 브랜드 발전을 위해서 저희는 신제품을 계속해서 고민하고 새로운 프로모션을 기획 중에 있습니다. 시장은 언제나 다이내믹합니다. 여러분도 지금 아시겠지만 돼지열병과 같은 질병이 지금 전 세계를 강타하고 있고 미국과 중국의 무역전쟁 역시 축산업에 영향을 미치는 매우 중요한 요인 중에 하나입니다. 그러나 이런 다이내믹한 환경에도 불구하고 달링다운 와규라는 브랜드가 발전할 수 있었던 것은 각 회사에서 서로 각 굳건한 파트너십을 저버리지 않고 각자의 역할을 최선을 다해서 진행해 주었기 때문이라고 저는 생각을 하는데요. 이런 굳건한 파트너십은 결국 달링다운 와규라는 브랜드가 저희 소비자들에게 전달해 줄 수 있는 가치에 대해서 이제 저희가 믿었기 때문에 지금까지 달링다운 와규 브랜드를 발전시켜 왔을 수 있었던 것이라고 생각합니다. 흔히들 역사는 미래의 거울이라고 말하죠. 저희는 지금까지 함께 믿고 협력해 오면서 성장할 수 있었던 과거를 바탕으로 앞으로도 달링다운 와규 브랜드 그리고 한국 축산업의 발전을 위해서 계속해서 협력해 나가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
I think we've got about half an hour because I think we do want to keep to that timetable. But that gives us enough time to perhaps explore and have some more of the points that were raised in the discussions today. But can I first start with Adam, perhaps didn't have the opportunity to speak. I might start with Frank, with your new project. And can you just give us an insight into what it is and how it's progressing and what you see as the potential for the products you're finding in that market?
Yes, thank you for inviting us to give us an explanation on our project. Arcane is an Australian gold mining and mineral processing company. We have our operation in Dubbo, which is roughly 400 kilometers close west of Sydney. And apart from the gold mining project, Alkane had a rare metal mineral deposit in Double, which we have been developing for its technology for the mineral processing side of it for the last roughly a decade in combination or in partnership with Double. And the project itself is construction ready. So as it became construction ready, we approached South Korean business entities and institutes to see if there would be any partnership opportunities that we can develop together. And as we actually progressed, we realized that the type of material that we're producing typically has a very fragmented value chain in the world. For example, most of the what we call rare metals in Australia pretty much like zirconium based product, rutile, mineral sand, for example, which are typically just made into a concentrate, and they are traditionally being exported to another country where it gets beneficiated, and then it's actually sent over to another country where it goes through a different process to be made into some form of metal, and then it goes into a different value chain where it becomes a component of parts, and eventually it gets imported over to Korea as a component part that is utilized for producing various different type of products. Now, as the distinguished panel members and the speakers today, in terms of geopolitical tension over in Northeast Asia, there has been a lot of media exposures about potential threats in terms of, well, probably the most well-known case is the rare earth element probably coming from China, and then potentially other political tensions with Japan, for South Korea involving other type of strategic material and metals like titanium became an important issue for the Korean government to look at the efforts to domesticate certain metal production in Korea, at least by 2030, to probably replace about 10% of entire rare metal import, which is roughly about $1.5 billion a year. 100% import. There's no metal production over in Korea to be able to produce, at least replace at least about 10% of that domestic production. So Alkane has realized the opportunities on that, and especially as an Australian traditional mining company, if you approach the market as a traditional mining sense, in rare rare metal sector, it doesn't really work because of the fragmented value chain. People don't really understand, for example, like people would understand the iron ore or the ore or lithium or cobalt. Compared to that, it's a very fragmented market, so therefore we decided to actually have a vertically integrated operation to do the mining and the mineral processing in Double and the metallization to be achieved over in Korea. So we are in a process in combination with one of the Korean National University. We invested for a pilot plant to be operational as of February next year. So we're looking forward to actually have a commercial operation for the metal production over in Korea within the next 24 months. So looking forward to that. And just for example, the rare metals are not that difficult to understand. You can understand where the titanium might be used, and there is another material called niobium, which is also used in the steel industry, in HSL, which is a high-strength low alloy steel, and also in automotive and construction steel, and also in the power generation. Recently, Korea's Doosan Industries announced that they have developed their own gas turbine generation, which the actual component will require alloys, we call it super alloys, which requires hafnium, which is also part of the rare metal that's also producible out from Double. And also, companies are utilizing high purity niobium for superconductor wires and so forth. So there is a big demand for it. And for example, I'll just give you a slight example. There is a demand for a couple of 100 tons of zirconium metal over in Korea, which is entirely used for nuclear industry. And then that is entirely imported, and the nuclear zirconium metal, if it's not there, then technically all the nuclear power station will stop. This is very, very important material where Korea has been
putting a lot of effort, especially the Korea Nuclear Hydro has been putting a lot of effort to have an access to it. But for the last 15 years, they were not able to access the metal, where we are actually offering them that we're producing the metal in Korea for them, using our stable mining resources available from Double. So they're pretty happy about that. And then we should be going through the initial test phases with them December this year. And I think the whole project could actually give us a good example as a showcase of a cooperation between Australia and Korea in enhancing the actual traditional industry.
Thanks, Frank. Thanks. I wasn't here for this morning's discussion, but I understand it was a very interesting discussion around the development of hydrogen, and obviously nuclear energy is there's other energy suppliers that has low emissions. We won't start that debate here, but related to that is a question I want to raise and put to Craig, which is around challenges confronting the Australian agricultural industry with your ag industry hat on. Obviously, Australia's in the grip of a pretty tough drought. We've seen bushfires all up and down the east coast yesterday. Your views on that and sort of the impacts of potential climate change on the ag industry more broadly, but other issues you see that are confronting agriculture in Australia?
Yeah, so that's a big topic, Eric. Can I first say thank you for investing in Dubbo. I'm a Parkes boy. I grew up in Parkes, about 60 kilometres east of Dubbo. So it's good to see Dubbo getting some love, because God knows it needs it. It's been tough out there, particularly on the eastern seaboard. So one thing that people need to be aware of, though, is that Australia's a massive continent. So if you think about the traversing of the continent from Perth to, say, Sydney or Brisbane, it's equidistant to New York, LA, right? It is a vast expanse. And so, yes, the eastern seaboard, from at least sort of Derby south, has had a really, really dry period. There are pockets, however, if you look at the broader continent, that have actually done relatively well, certainly not beating any averages, but parts of South Australia and WA that have still risen to the occasion for the export task that we do every year. This year we'll probably be punching about 90% of our total exports being, of our total on-farm production being exported. Typically in a given year it's between 60 and 80%, but because of the contraction on the east coast, that's going to be a very high percentage. The bushfires have been horrible, and if anybody was in Sydney last night, you would have seen as the cloud cover came over just on dusk, it was like a, how would you describe it, a browny, reddy, yellow hue in the sky. It's not normally like that. And that is a direct consequence of all of these blazes that are happening on the eastern seaboard. But as an Australian community, we face into that every year. If it's not a bushfire, it's a flood. And in fact, as Hugh could tell, there was devastating floods through a large part of northern Queensland this year, which had massive impact on local economies and people's livelihoods. Having said that though, this is Australia. And Australia is inherently a resistant group of individuals, and proud of that. We're also incredibly diverse, and the northern parts of the country, it gets wild and woolly up there, and it's not for the faint of heart. Down south, it's more like the European parts of the world. So it's a puzzle with many different parts. And it's a sector that this year will probably hit 58 billion in terms of contribution to the economy. Hopefully next year we're up to 60s, 70s, maybe 80s.
Thanks, Craig. And Hugh, you've obviously lived that in terms of your business and the experience you've had up in Queensland, which is also experiencing pretty intense drought. So just a question on that, how you're adapting and how you're coping with that. But then I want to segue into talking about your ground investment. But first, your views on the
No worries, thank you. And part of your question's around what is exchanging climate, and then how do we deal with that in a production system that's some 7 million hectares or 1% of Australia. So we operate in a vast amount of country, about the size of Belgium. I'm on the record of completely accepting the science of climate change, and I've made sure that my board and the company is all behind me on that one. What we do need to have in Australia is a rational debate about actually what that means, and there's going to be more climate volatility going forward, so we need to actually make sure that our businesses are well prepared for it. So the ways that we do that are we make sure that we have the right strategies around managing our forage, for instance, and making sure we have enough feed for the cattle. We don't overstock our country. We make sure that where we have to impact the land, we actually remediate it. And we actually change our production systems continually to make ourselves more efficient and bring down our impact on the environment. So we look through all of that. Having said all of that, things happen. We were heavily impacted by the flood up in the Gulf country this year, where we lost about $40 million worth of cattle in literally 24 hours. There's not much you can do about that piece, but you know, we make sure our production systems are as well assured as they possibly can be.
Yeah, because reliability of supply is obviously a critical part, and we obviously heard a lot of that in your discussion as well, Sabine. Can I just delve into the discussion around the brand, because in Australia as a whole we've obviously grappled with how we sort of sell the Australian, broadly Australian produce around the world, and we see, look across the ditch and we see New Zealand, the success of the pure New Zealand branding. I'm just interested in the investment you must have made into the Darling Downs brand. Any sort of insights or advice for Australian regulators, government decision makers around broader branding? What are some of the tips you would give around the type of investment in branding you need to make?
Look, I think a brand is essentially probably the most important thing that you need to enable when you're actually going to other markets, or even your domestic markets for that matter. The EMART presentation showed MLA, for instance, and the work that MLA
Civil Infrastructure Business Division, which I'm in charge, we had a lot of experiences, metro, and the tunneling, and the bridge, and marine works types. So fortunately, there are so many transportation infrastructure PPP projects here in Australia, and also, but at the same time, there are only few local contractors. So we see a lot of the, I see we can bring a lot of the competitiveness in that aspect.
And obviously, as you pointed out, there aren't a lot of competitors. It's a big market. There's lots of projects happening. Are you getting enough cooperation from, or are you getting sort of signs of support from state governments and others who are making these, providing these big tender opportunities? Are you getting the kind of support you're hoping for from them?
Yes, that's the one thing I forgot to mention during my presentation. I do appreciate very much about the support, help from the authority in Australia. I also mentioned that the credibility of the client here. So, so far, I very much happy and very much appreciate the support from the government authorities in order to create healthy competitions among international and local contractors.
Excellent, that's good to hear too. So from the builders of the infrastructure projects to the investors in the infrastructure projects, what are some of the traditional industries Australia's superannuation investors, obviously infrastructure, have made the greatest contribution, but where else do you think there's scope to do more?
Right, so as you say, where the greatest contribution has been made by the Australian superannuation system to the economy, it's going to be probably first and foremost in national infrastructure. If you think about the asset allocation of Australian superannuation funds, they differ from many of the retirement savings funds around the world in that they have a greater asset allocation to liquid assets and growth assets. And so as a result, you'll have a greater degree of a flow of fund from the individual and the household through the funds into the economy, into things like infrastructure and real property. So those are some areas where the Australian system is relatively strong. And you asked where they could do a bit better? Well, not only because of the fabulous presentations that have been presented to us today with respect to agriculture, I think you'd probably say that there's scope for the Australian superannuation system, partnering with global investors through entities like IFM, to do a better job of providing funding support to the agriculture industry. If you think about, yeah, a big pardon? Well, let's have a sidebar because there's quite a lot of...
It's a really interesting conversation because if you look at the capital inflows from pension funds worldwide into the Australian agriculture sector, who's the #1 investor? It's not Australia, it's Canadian and North American pension funds. So what have they got in common? They've got a long-term outlook with a relatively reasonable expectation of returns and have been willing to have boots on the ground to deploy the capital.
So I'll say a couple things. Yes, was first. If you think about where the Australian funds have been, they had about 0.2 to 0.3% of assets invested in agriculture maybe 5 or 6 years ago. It's now up to 0.5%, but it's not equivalent to say the scope, the share of the GDP that agriculture had, which is around 3%. So there's certainly scope to increase. To your point though about the experience of foreign investors versus Australian investors, one of the things you'll hear when you talk, and I'm sure you have had many discussions with Australian institutional investors, is there's a track record that hasn't been it hasn't been just a straight series of wins for institutional investors in agriculture here in the country. National Mutual and others over the decades didn't go as well as it could have. So, but notwithstanding that, there's a strong appetite to continue to find avenues in and to do a better job. So your comments are very well taken.
I'm about to open the floor to questions, or questions from the floor. So if anyone has any questions, there's a mic coming around. We've got about 5 minutes to go.
Question relating to Korean investment in Australia and agriculture. Earlier today we heard that there has been some Korean dollars placed into a feedlot, I think in the Darling Downs area, and also to other agricultural assets around Mudgee. But there doesn't seem to have been a great deal of interest from Korean investors in Australian agriculture, and I was wondering whether, first of all, that's correct, and if it is correct, is there an explanation?
Yeah, well, one of those is one of my clients. So yes, they have invested money here. I think what would characterise that particular investment and hopefully future investments is a very clear articulation of the strategic intent of what they're trying to do. And that will be a continuing learning process for that particular business around what they're trying to achieve and the markets that they're trying to serve and what is the art of the possible with the production system that we have available to us here in Australia. I think to cut right to the chase, if you look at the free trade agreement, it's pretty clear in terms of when the brakes come on in terms of exports back into Korea in the beef sector. It is very clear. So we have a trigger limit at 170,000 tonnes of beef exports per annum, over which there is a mechanism by which the tariffs escalate and or can come down. 2028, based on the agreement that I understand, is when the tariffs come away.
This is on beef?
On beef exports, yeah. It's by far and away the biggest, so the next step in order of magnitude is sugar, and then it falls away. So I think year-to-date August, it was 1.5 billion Aussie dollars, and we're at 174,000 tonnes, chilled and frozen, all that sort of good stuff. As people in the industry know, and as those investors that have already come here know, it takes a long time, and as you, with more than 100 years of history, it takes a long time to shift the pendulum in terms of quality. We're talking literally life cycles here, right? It's a biological process. And to get the genetic gains to shoot the lights out like Hugh has with the AOCO brand and the Darling Downs, particularly in the Wagyu segment, which is it's increasing, but a relatively small amount of the total herd size, it's hard work, right? It's taken David Blackmore a hell of a long time and a lot of money to get to where he's got to with his genetics, and it'll take any new entrant equally as long, right? It's a biological process. So I think the most important thing though is clarity of the strategic intent, what you think you can can do here?
Can I just add a little bit to that as well? So there's been, outside of Korea, we've seen a lot of money come into Australian agriculture. China's a good example where they've deployed capital, and I think it goes to the point around really understanding strategic intent. Now, if you're coming to Australia with capital to get a real estate yield of 3 or 4%, which you can get in agricultural assets now, that's great. If you're coming in here then to operate the asset, that's another question altogether. And what's happened, we've seen a lot of money that's come into Australia where people want to invest and operate assets, and it's very, very difficult. And that's before you start thinking about genetics and whatnot. And so, you know, this is the interesting thing for the Canadian pension funds that are huge investors in Australia that are very happy to take the 3 to 4% rental property yield plus rental yield on the assets and have Australian operators operate those properties, and it's a really nice blend. So I think for foreign investors coming into agriculture, it's a difficult mix between do you want a real estate return or you've got an operational company that sits on top of it. And I think in many stages, in most, if not all, the local operator is the better way to go.
Yeah. But just on that, with the longer term investment horizon that you see, wouldn't ag be a good sector to invest in because you have the ups and the downs? We know we have that. Does that smooth it out over the long term?
Well, that man's not a camel. Do you know what that means? The man's got to eat, man and woman got to eat and drink. And so I think one of the really important things to understand in context in terms of Australia, as far as agriculture is concerned, is how much are we contributing to the global task, right? Because so much of our prosperity here in Australia is because of the exportable surplus that we produce. Even if we were able to double production by 2050, right? I'm talking very macro now. Even if we double total production, I don't know how you would do that, but if we did, that's still 1% of the global population in 2050, right? My personal humble opinion in the House view of this from a what are the strategic imperatives for the industry is all about branding. It's all about the branded product. If you're in the high volume, low cost commodity trade, that's tough. And you have got big gorillas around that are competing against you, that are coming up really, really quickly with just as good a clean, green, safe reputation as everyone else. So for us, it's the story of where it comes from and how we do it. And AAK is a classic.
Okay.
Just quickly. Yeah.
Do you want me to add just one last little bit to this? Back to the gentleman's question on, what's the perspective of Korean financial investors into the sector? One thing I just note, and this isn't a reason why the Australian investment industry needs to continue to engage with the Korean investment industry, is the asset allocation and preferences of Korean investors tends to have a strong home bias and tends to have a strong defensive bias. And that's partly an outgrowth of the nature of their system right now, which is a DB lump sum at the point of severance out of the company. So that preference to move into a more growth asset, long-term investment instead of more of a tiered investment in more defensive assets is something we need to continue to work and share experience with our Korean friends.
I know you want to move on, I'm just going to close this out. So just to make sure that people didn't think I was negative on investment in agriculture, I run Australia's largest listed beef business, and anyone can come invest in us whatever they need to, I don't feel like it. So that's not a sprint, but I think there's plenty of opportunity to invest in Australian ag, but how you want to get there is my point, whether you want to own assets, whether you want to operate them. If you go back to the EMART example that I think we showed really well today, that's a 16-year journey that we've built out together, and I think we have a stronger relationship because we're both local and foreign operators and we understand each other well, and we can get the best out of both sides of that equation. And the brand piece is really important. I sell around 50,000 head a year in the Wagyu space. I could sell every kilo of that meat in the state of California alone. So there is a huge amount of demand about how do we actually want to actually make that work from the brand price extraction.
Okay, thank you. I think we've got time for one more.
This is not a question, but I would like to give you an answer about the question of Korean investment into Australian agriculture industry. Because Australia is very far away, language barriers, and then it costs a lot. So only big corporations can do it in Korea. But many big corporations in Korea are not supposed to do investment in agricultural sector, because in Korea we have a long belief agriculture should be done by small farmers. And then LG and Hanwha, they started big size scientific agriculture project. It was blocked by farmers. So that's one issue. And because the Korean big corporations lack of experience, lack of knowledge of the agriculture area. And another issue, financial institutions, investors like Korean National Pension Fund, which is now $700 billion. It is accumulating. They need to diversify their investment. So they need to invest in many different areas like Australian agricultural sector. But their performance measurement is done every year. So when it comes to long-term, 5-year, 10-year plan, they are afraid of doing that. So that is the reason why I would like to propose, after having discussion with Simon, the next year seminar in Seoul, I would like to invite many Korean financial investor group, National Pension Fund, Teachers Fund, the Retired Soldiers Fund. They need to find places to invest. So that time we invite Korean financial investors, and then the areas like the Australian agricultural sector who wants investment from Korea, we can communicate and talk together. Thank you.
If we're to realise our potential in Australian agriculture, we need capital from everywhere. We are dearth of capital.
Well, that sounds like a good opportunity and a good note on which to finish this panel discussion. I'm sure we could go on for much longer, but we have documents to sign and the drinks, of course. Would you please join me in thanking all of our panelists?
Pleasure of travelling to Korea earlier this year and to meet with many organisations interested in hydrogen such as MOTI, H2 Korea and Hanwha. And it's fantastic to see their representation today. Recently we released the South Australian Hydrogen Action Plan, which I'm quite proud to have contributed to, and so I thank my employer for enabling me to be here today. Also had the recent pleasure of supporting our Premier of South Australia to travel to Korea, where he spoke on South Australia's renewable energy transition to over 50% renewable electricity in the last year, and our government has aims of becoming a net 100% renewable electricity provider in the 2030s, and we see strong opportunities in hydrogen. But most importantly, I'm here to discuss the outcomes of the third AKBC Future Leaders program. It's a privilege to speak on behalf of the group, and first and foremost, we would like to thank the AKBC for the opportunity, and in particular to Liz Griffin for organising a fantastic program for us. Is there a photograph of the young ladies? Well, you can see us at the round table there. So, we're a group of 12 young professionals with many diverse backgrounds, and we work in a number of different sectors. But as we shared dinner on Monday evening and a few sips of beer and soju over a delicious Korean barbecue, it soon became clear that we had a lot in common. Having made new friends and LinkedIn connections, we shared holiday plans and wedding experiences. It was time for business at the round table. We'd like to thank His Excellency Mr. James Choi, Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, Mr. Peter Cleary, Executive Director, member of the Executive Committee for AKBC, and Victoria Chun, Startup Consultant and 2018 Future Leader, for facilitating our discussion. We're reminded of the beginnings of the strong and enduring partnership between our countries, and POSCO was used as an example of how Australia and Korea took the opportunity to develop something which has blossomed into a relationship that has lasted decades. Using the same analogy, we were told that as future leaders, we represented the future of relations between Australia and Korea. And Peter pointed out that Richard, I can see there, may one day become the chairperson of POSCO, which you'll very much look forward to. Under this framework, we're encouraged to spend the next 2 hours challenging the current state of play and to discuss our own vision for how the relationship should evolve moving forward. It's my pleasure to share a few of those insights with you now. In the context of bushfires and droughts in Australia and air quality concerns with the rising middle class of millennials in Korea, climate change and sustainability was pointed out as a key area for future focus. As we've heard much today, the role of renewable hydrogen was discussed as a key fuel for decarbonisation and partnership between our countries. Equally, it was identified that hydrogen alone is not a silver bullet, and there is much we can do across a number of fuels and sectors. In particular, we discussed waste management and smart solutions for waste, including in the resource sector. While energy and resources remain a cornerstone of our relationship, the group learned from the ambassador that the services sector is a massive export from Australia to Korea, and in fact resembles 70% of Australia's, economy in terms of that relationship. The future leaders believe that this trend will continue, particularly with the ageing populations and changing lifestyle wishes in both Australia and in Korea. The rise of the gig economy and free-flowing workflow arrangements certainly identify the service sector as being a key opportunity for our relationship moving forward. Other macro themes discussed included wellness, ageing gracefully, beauty, work-life balance, and veganism on the rise. Education was also discussed as a very important factor, making Korean language, custom and culture accessible throughout Australia in a planned approach. Overall, the future leaders believe that Australia can do a job in telling its story better. We believe in building relationships in a new and modern way, using targeted technologies such as Kakao Chat and Nava. And we also believe in the planned approach for governments to work together on a more collective Team Australia basis, as opposed to going it alone in terms of approaching Korean markets. We believe that together we could be stronger that way. In conclusion, we understand the last few days are just the beginning of our journey as future leaders, and we have committed to many actions, including to develop a report together to the AKBC. We also believe the time to act is now. Today, millennials and Gen Zs account for over 40% of the world's buying power, and we expect that to increase to the majority of buying power globally. Millennials in Korea and Australia want to know that what they're buying is ethical. They want to know that those that they buy from also share the same values and belief system that they believe in. With the rise of the middle class in Korea in particular, consumers are willing to pay a premium for products that they believe are ethical and sustainable. To the executives in the room, we urge you to recognise that businesses that can understand the potential in providing goods and services based on relationships, social impact and purpose will have a much better chance of customer loyalty and success moving forward. This relates to traditional industries that need to see greater sustainability, but also to recognise significant opportunities in emerging sectors in both of our nations. But as a group, we're very optimistic. With the many trends in Asia Pacific that we've learned about the last 2 days, we believe that Korea and Australia are better placed than ever to take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you for your time, and thank you again to the AKBC on behalf of the 2019 Future Leaders.
Now we will have the signing ceremony of the joint statement. I would like to invite the board chairman to the stage. The joint statement between AKBC and the KABC declared that the two countries will strengthen the existing cooperative systems as discussed at the meeting today and continue to diversify the field of cooperation. The two councils also agreed to hold the 41st joint meeting in Korea next year. Please. 회장님 무대로 나오시면. 이어서 양측 위원장님의 폐회사가 있겠습니다. 먼저 한국 측 최정우 위원장님께서 폐회사를 해주시겠습니다.
양국 기업인 여러분, 역사적인 제40차 한호 경제협력위원회 합동회의를 마무리할 시간이 되었습니다. 저는 이번 회의의 성공을 사이먼 크린 위원장님과 AKBC 여러분들께 돌리고 싶습니다. 사이먼 크린 위원장님은 위원장으로 취임하시자마자 지난 9월에 방한하실 정도로 이번 회의의 성공을 위해 열의를 쏟아주셨습니다. 발표를 맡아주신 연사님들과 토론에 적극적으로 참여해주신 패널 및 참석자분들께도 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이번 회의를 정리하자면 미래의 지향성인 것 같습니다. 양국이 공동으로 첨예한 관심을 가지고 있는 수소에너지 분야의 발전 방향을 모색하였습니다. 스마트 팩토리, 바이오, 헬스케어 등 신산업 성장 동력 분야에 대해서도 구체적인 의견을 나누고 상생 가능성을 논의하였습니다. 또한 투자가 활발히 이루어지고 있는 인프라 및 자원개발 등 전통적 협력 분야에 대해서도 새로운 사업 기회에 대한 논의가 이루어졌습니다. 오늘 회의는 이것으로 종료되지만 오늘의 토론을 바탕으로 각자의 기존 3영역에서 신규 사업으로 또 기존의 사업을 더욱 혁신시키며 발전해 나가기를 기대합니다. 양국 경제인께서는 앞으로 한호주 경제협력위원회 채널을 적극 활용하시어 많은 의견을 교환해 주시기 바랍니다. 동아시아에서는 만사를 불혹이라 하여 사물의 이치에 대한 의문이 사라지는 시기라고 이야기합니다. 한호 양국 깊은 우정과 신뢰, 미래지향적인 관계를 잘 표현하는 말인 듯 합니다. 다시 한번 40주년 행사를 위해 각별한 노력을 기울여주신 AKBC 여러분의 수고와 따뜻한 환대에 감사드립니다. 아름다운 시드니에서 개최되어 40주년이 더욱 특별했다고 생각합니다. 내년에는 한국에서 모두 다시 뵙기를 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, and in particular to you, Chairman Jong Choi. It's easy to pass the congratulations to one side, but this was a joint effort. And we had the discussion in Korea, in Seoul, a couple of months ago about the importance of the diversification thrust at this meeting. And from your side, you've made great efforts to contribute to that, both in terms of the contributors as well as the focus of the agenda. To Liz and her team, we owe you an enormous amount of credit. Liz, you might know, is on maternity leave, but we've taken her out of that a little bit early, and just as well we did, because she's done a fantastic job in marshalling the team and putting the program on in the way in which it has. And to all of those who have been involved in the organisation. Just a couple of observations I would make from the take of today. I think between our two countries there's a clear synergy, both in terms of capabilities that we share and the supply and demand equation that has been talked of often. In particular, the demander when it comes to not just hydrogen, but that's been a good example today, and the capability to supply. But it's a long-term exercise. But all of these important commitments, as long-term as they are, they require a start now. And the experience of the Northwest Shelf and how it came on stream for the LNG needs of the region, think of it in turn of what the replacement of that's going to be, and that will be hydrogen in a significant way. The second observation is, I think, the trust and experience that has existed between our two countries. The importance of partnerships, the integrity that's around it, because without it you can't get the brands, and also the reliability in supply, whatever the circumstances are, that ability to meet the needs of your partner, whatever the circumstances. Third point I think to note is clear frameworks exist to take this relationship forward. There is real global pressure in terms of the trade agenda and this move back to protectionism. We who eschew that approach have got to do more than by demonstrating why multilateralism is the way forward. The rules-based order, the sorts of things that Tae-Shin Kwon and myself were talking about at lunchtime. Here is the opportunity to demonstrate, and we can do it now, not just in a bilateral sense, but as key partners in RCEP, the new regional organisation, which I think we heard represented half the world's population. And I think the other point, and this came from Owen's point, I think it is fair to say that in the communications we've heard today, there is real and growing awareness of the social impact dimension, and the partners are at one at that in terms of trying to find the solution. So I think the issues that came from the day, bilateral collaboration is needed in the renewable energy space, particularly around hydrogen, but there are steps before that, more than just pilots, but ones that go to the question of battery storage, the fuel cell aspect that is going to be fundamental to where all this goes anyway. I think the last session on the agri-food supply chain is a really important one, because the point is made that the growth is going to be there in demand. Australia is not going to be able to meet demand in volume, it will meet it in quality. And within Korea, that demand for quality exists. And the partnership in terms of Darling Downs is just one example of it, but with the opening of CAFTA, it's been there in a whole lot of horticultural products as well. So we need to work on those supply chains, and I think it is fascinating that there's been preparedness to invest in the supply chain by Koreans. That's what's happening in Dolby, in terms of Lotte's investment. And I suspect because the supply chain needs security, we're going to see more of that, whether it's co-investment or direct investment, but securing the partnership that's going to meet the need that won't go away. In many senses, it will just grow. Beyond the agri and the agricultural and the resources areas, though, I think that there's clearly opportunity to develop the R&D agenda and collaboration in the areas of fintech, in health tech, in deep tech. I think we've seen today the opportunities in defence, and I was very pleased in terms of the Hanwha presentation to recognise the importance of sovereignty and self-reliance, and therefore the need to develop global industries here that can participate not just for their own advantage, but to be part of global supply chains that address our common objective of security in the Indo-Pacific region. And I think it's very interesting that if you look at the recent contracts that have been let in the defence industry, which has got enormous expenditure in this country committed to it, they're moving away from the commitment in terms of the US. The bigger investments that have been made have been European so far. We look to ensure that the Asian partners, the reliable partners, are part of that growth. So defence is important. There are clear opportunities in the space agenda with the satellites and communication and all of the necessities for security and cyber security. And we've heard of the issues around finance. I want to mention the universities, because Australia has highly ranked universities in the world, so too does Korea. But one of our biggest exports now is education. And I think we need to find the ways in which education now is not just around specific country needs, these are producing global citizens. And the more there's the exchange, and the cultural exchange in particular, that's important. And on that cultural dimension, I think what's happening in that cultural space is really important. We need to look at growth in that area too, because I think cultural diplomacy is the soft voice to a lot of those issues that cause problems around the world. And Australia's experience in multiculturalism, I used to represent a constituency in which 45% of the voters in my electorate came from a non-English speaking background. Australia's got that strength all over the country. I think that can help us engage. Final point I will touch on is, again in the last session, the interesting dimension around the funds management industry. I was interested to hear Zachary's report of the history, how it developed from the trade union movement in the mid-80s. Well, I was the president of the trade union movement in Australia at that time, and an important driver and a very happy parent of what has developed in terms of the funds management industry. But the bigger point I would make is that we hear again today, and we were able to overcome it in the 80s and 90s. Indeed, I was asked by our Prime Minister to go up to your then President, in I think it was 88 or 89, to advise on the mechanisms that we'd developed in terms of the Accord. But these days it is interesting that in the industrial relations space, all we hear about is the arguments and the conflict between employer and union. The funds management industry in this country is a great example of what cooperation can produce. It has been a cooperative effort. It's been jointly governed. It's been the most successful in the funds management industry in the world, and I think it ranks now as the 4th largest country of funds under management. My only postscript to that is it's got to look to diversify too, and I agree with those comments that have been made. It's got to get into the agri space. But the more we can connect that with the social impact dimension, the more there will be a preparedness on the part of those funds to invest. So it is another message back to the investors. The availability of capital isn't the problem. Kate mentioned that this morning. And it's at really low interest rates. But there are other than economic questions that determine where investment is to be made. The obligation on us as partners that recognise this is to develop the bilateral agenda, strengthen the B2B commitment, and send those strong messages back to government about how it is important to strengthen the G2G framework and do the facilitation that's sought to make more of this happen. I thank you all for your attendance. We look forward, Mr. Chairman, to being in Korea this time next year. We should try and work on the venue and the dates sooner rather than later, but important, give more thought to building on the agenda that's been struck today. Thank you, and I declare the meeting closed until next year, and welcome to the final drinks for all of us. I think we deserve them. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.